The story begins in a frozen land, a place where snow rains all year round, the very center of the world, where monsters lurk among the icy plains. A white dragon flicked its long tongue endlessly, while a pale serpent swallowed entire glaciers whole. A white bear bared its razor-sharp fangs. As a gray bear brought forth earthquakes with its steps. Even a colossal rat could not resist joining in, a vile creature that polluted the vast oceans. Suddenly, a king appeared with fear etched across his face. Yet an emperor, one who had once survived the deadly frozen wastes, had spoken of this place long ago. And as if that were not enough, there was also a mysterious figure here, proof that the most terrifying thing in this land was not the monsters themselves. From the endless snows came a dreadful sound, the voice of the frozen wastes. A girl fearlessly hurled herself toward a massive crab before her. The very next instant, an explosion shook the ground beneath the thick layers of snow. A giant hand clamped down on the crab's black claw. The owner of that hand was Greta, who poured all his strength into butchering the beast before him. Out of nowhere, a foot appeared before Greta's eyes. The crab trembled violently at the sight of the man who had arrived. His hand tightened firmly around the weapon he held. In the blink of an eye, Kettle had dispatched the creature with a single slash. Greta, delighted with the spoils, carried his trophy away, only to leave Kettle staring in disbelief. He muttered with bitter contempt, "Damn half-demons. Always wearing their stupidity like a badge of honor." Kettle's gaze drifted forward as he mumbled under his breath, "How much longer do I have to put up with these blockheads?" But his words did not go unheard. The girl beside him perked up and asked, "What is stupidity? Can you eat it?" Helpless, he sighed and waved it off. "Forget it." A heartbeat later, she was already feasting happily on the black crab. Even Greta, standing nearby, was no less eager in devouring the creature. Then a cold, cutting voice sliced through the moment, halting them in their tracks. "I told you clearly before, eat it and you will die." Kettle stood there with a grave expression, emphasizing his words again. "It has not even been a week, and you have already devoured everything." The girl stammered nervously at first. "No, it is just." But then a mischievous grin spread across her face. She declared, that was a challenge worthy of respect. Her words left Kettle dumbfounded. "You are calling that a compliment?" he asked, almost in disbelief. But before anything more could be said, Greta's face suddenly turned pale. His eyes rolled back grotesquely, foam bubbled at his lips, and his pupils turned stark white. Clutching his throat in agony, Greta collapsed in convulsions. Kettle fell into grim silence, while the girl beside them screamed in panic. "Greta, what is wrong with you? Wake up." Kettle's expression grew darker, shadowed with unease. Behind him, the girl continued to cry out in desperation, her voice breaking, "Wake up, Greta, get up, please." But none of it seemed to matter to him. Without looking back, Kettle turned and walked away, muttering under his breath, "This is not what I wanted." Everything had begun long ago, back when Kettle first stepped out into the wider world. "I had once longed to set foot in a realm of fantasy, a world brimming with wonders and magic. I quit my job, traveled, climbed the tallest mountain on earth. I journeyed alone to places where the sunsets painted the sky in breathtaking colors, even to the very core of the planet. I went to lands where radiant moons hung in the heavens. And I set foot at the southernmost point of the world. For a long time, I never stopped praying for it. Of course, nothing ever happened. Reality was so far removed from fantasy that it felt hopeless. Still, every night, I prayed that when I awoke, I would find myself in a world of magic. And then, one day, my prayers were finally answered. Somewhere across the frozen wastelands, a caravan pressed onward. Suddenly, a disgruntled voice cut through the air. "Damn it, it is freezing out here." The owner of that commanding voice was a young man with golden hair, the leader of the group. He barked, "If you do not want to die, put on another fur coat." Immediately, the long-haired young man beside him answered hurriedly, forcing a strained smile. "I already did." Then another, a short-haired youth, interjected. "Captain, no matter how great the reward is, this is suicide. Crossing the frozen wastes, you have lost your mind." Faced with the boy's rebuke, the captain's tone hardened. "Quiet." Everyone agreed to this. That reply left the boy flustered. He grumbled, trying to dodge the matter. "We did not know it would be this bad. Damn it, it is so cold." All of a sudden, a faint noise came from a white-haired man sitting inside one of the wagons. He drew a deliberate breath, then turned to his master with deep respect. "Are you all right, my lady?" The young woman before him answered gracefully. She was a radiant girl with a warm smile, Milena of the Kashi family. Her gentle voice rang out, "I am fine." But before her words could settle, a scream pierced the air. "Damn it, I am freezing to death." The white-haired man inside the carriage barked furiously, "You crude fools." Milena's gaze drifted outward at the men, her expression calm as she spoke in a steady tone. "Don't be so harsh. They are the only ones who agreed to protect us across the frozen wastes." But her demeanor faltered when her eyes fell upon something. Her voice softened, heavy with concern. "Still, should not we bring her inside now? She is frozen stiff." Outside, the others continued to struggle against the relentless snowstorms, exhaustion etched deep into their faces. The white-haired man seemed to read Milena's unspoken thoughts. He quickly raised a hand, shaking his head. No, you know what lurks out there on the frozen wastes. Hearing this, Mylena lowered her head, her voice trembling with unease. Monsters, is not that right? This called to mind the tale of a sovereign, a king above all. It was said that long ago, an emperor with a burning desire to seize the world had once set his sights on conquering the frozen wastes. To achieve this, he led forth every last one of his mighty soldiers. A cavalry unit, fully armed and provisioned, set out on a campaign into the frozen wastes. They marched with determination, but though many had departed, only the king himself returned. By then, his body was frail and his appearance haggard beyond recognition. A few years later, the empire collapsed and faded into obscurity. And the emperor was believed to have vanished forever. Yet one day, he returned. His soldiers were gone, his empire had crumbled, only a broken, withered body remained. He seemed overwhelmed with regret, tears of anguish streaming ceaselessly down his face. He had aged decades in a short time. And his speech was the rambling of a madman. He declared, there are monsters in the frozen wastes. But the most terrifying thing there is not the monsters. In his memories, the image of Kettle surfaced again and again. Had the man become an obsession? A phantom etched deep into the emperor's mind. The true horror, the emperor insisted, was the barbarians. And their Kettle stood, cold and unyielding, indifferent to the turning of fate. They were here. Back in the present, the white-haired man tried to soothe Mylena. It must only be a legend. But his words did little to dispel her unease. Mylena's voice was soft yet firm as she replied, still, what the emperor said was not baseless. Many of the creatures he described were eventually discovered. The white-haired man gave a sudden laugh, almost dismissive. And yet, no one has ever claimed to see these so-called barbarians. No matter how much he tried to comfort her, Mylena could not shake her sadness. Slowly, she whispered, that is true. And in her heart, a troubling thought persisted despite countless tales of adventure passed down through the years. Not a single record ever mentioned the barbarians. Outside, a voice suddenly rang out, halting every step in the snow. All of them stopped at once. It was the captain. His face had turned strikingly serious. His sharp gaze fixed on the distance. Something's out there, he warned. The long-haired youth beside him panicked. What is it? The captain's brow furrowed as he peered into the hazy veil of drifting snow, clearly weighing his next move. Through the blur of the blizzard, a shadow began to take shape, drawing his focus. He muttered under his breath, I can't see it clearly. Then his eyes widened, shock freezing him in place for a heartbeat too long. His voice wavered, tight with unease. I have got good news and bad news. The long-haired youth paled, stammering in fear. Damn it, we are finished. The captain spoke coldly. The good news is it is small. The bad news is. The shadow ahead grew clearer as it advanced, step by step. His voice cracked with growing tension. It is coming toward us. Panic rippled through the group, their nerves unraveling in the howling winds. Mylena lifted her head without realizing it, her wide eyes transfixed on the sight beyond the carriage. Even the white-haired man could not hide his astonishment as he twisted around to look. The captain's hand instinctively gripped the hilt of his sword. His fearful gaze betrayed the truth. Whatever was approaching was no ordinary being. He muttered as the figure drew closer, a person. A blast of wind tore across the snowfield, whipping the platinum hair of Kettle into the air. With each step forward, his solid, powerful frame came into view. Kettle's commanding presence loomed tall before them, his very bearing radiating an undeniable aura. The sight alone left the group paralyzed in fear, frozen in place. Then, a voice broke the silence, a barbarian. Kettle's eyes, sharp and brimming with killing intent, swept across the crowd. Standing firm and unshaken, he spoke with deliberate calm. I could not bear the sight of other barbarians. So I stepped out for a walk. His words released the tension in the others' chests, and some even sighed in relief. What a relief, they murmured. Suddenly, a sly, self-satisfied smile spread across Kettle's face. His tone shifted, laced with excitement. To think I would encounter outsiders here. In the frozen wastes. What a pleasure. Kettle of the Ashen Barbarians. But then, something caught his eye, their cargo. His expression shifted to surprise. Are you merchants? He asked. The answer came swiftly, yes. Hearing that, Kettle tilted his head with feigned suspicion. So, you are mercenaries escorting a caravan, are not you? Caught off guard, the captain answered almost instinctively, that is right. This information seemed to deepen Kettle's thoughts. After a pause, he spoke gravely. I would advise you to turn back. Not that you will listen. The edge in his voice made the mercenaries uneasy. The captain's face stiffened, betraying his anxiety. Then Kettle's gaze sharpened as if he had realized something. Your employer is inside that carriage, is not she? His eyes locked onto the ornate vehicle. Inside, Mylena stiffened, her eyes widening in shock and dread. Outside, the captain trembled with suppressed anger, yet he made no move. Their silence only seemed to fuel Kettle's thrill. His lips curled into an eager grin. I would like to be hired too. Those words sent the group into disarray. The captain shouted in disbelief, what? Kettle remained calm, almost amused, as he countered. Did I not make myself clear? I want to help you cross the frozen wastes. The captain grew increasingly uneasy, his thoughts racing. Why would a legendary barbarian be asking for work? Could it really be that simple? Outwardly, however, he forced himself to remain composed. So, you have no hostile intentions? Kettle's answer was chilling in its simplicity. If I did, you would all be dead already. The atmosphere sank into a heavy silence in an instant. The captain and his men stiffened, their faces darkening with grim realization. The long-haired youth stammered softly, "Captain." But the captain raised his arms slightly, deep in thought. His authoritative voice rang out, drawing Mylena's attention from inside the carriage. "Did you hear that?" She answered quickly, her tone subdued. "I did." Meanwhile, the white-haired man seated at the front leaned closer, his voice tense with concern. "What is happening?" The captain's expression remained cold and composed as he laid it out. "He wants to be hired as a mercenary. What will you do?" Faced with such a dangerous proposition, Mylena's face darkened. For a moment, she had no idea how to respond. However, her next words made Kettle's expression darken with murderous intent. "If we were to clash, what do you think would happen?" she asked calmly. His reply was immediate and firm, "I would not recommend it." That simple answer left Mylena silent for a moment. After regaining her composure, she slowly spoke again. "I understand. Tell him, we accept." The captain immediately responded, "Yes, my lady." Yet his feet did not move an inch. Only after a brief pause did he finally stand tall before Kettle, declaring with a resolute voice, "You are hired." The words drew a satisfied smile from Kettle, but that smile quickly twisted into cold mockery. With a sarcastic tone, he remarked, "That is very good news." The eerie shift in his demeanor unsettled everyone present. Faces stiffened, and fear flickered openly in their eyes. The only one who dared speak up was the captain, his voice sharp as he demanded, "What do you mean?" Kettle merely smirked at him in ridicule. "Don't be afraid, you are just soldiers. I need to speak directly with your employer." His boldness made the mercenaries even warier. The captain did not forget to issue a warning. "If you try anything." Kettle cut him off without hesitation. "Careful now." With that, he strode past the captain, wearing a look of arrogant triumph across his striking features. The sight nearly made the long-haired youth collapse from fear. He stammered out, "See, Captain, are you sure it is safe to let him meet her?" The captain replied grimly, "Our employer has already agreed." At that, the fur-cloaked mercenary spoke up hesitantly. "Still, we are just hired swords. Shouldn't we?" But before he could finish, Kettle's sharp voice cut through. "What, him?" Kettle continued forward without slowing, his entire frame radiating a suffocating killing intent. "What nonsense are you spouting?" At the same time, inside the lavish carriage, the white-haired man shouted in panic, "My lady, what are you doing?" In stark contrast to his terror, Mylena remained utterly composed, her tone soothing, "Calm yourself." But suddenly, a deep male voice rang out, halting even her movements. "May I come in?" In that instant, the black-haired man outside paled, his face drained of color from sheer fright. Meanwhile, Mylena forced an awkward smile and replied, "Please. Come in." Outside, Kettle's lips curled into a look of smug delight at hearing her answer. The Akasha family's butler was shivering uncontrollably from the cold. Kettle, however, stood with his arms folded across his chest, radiating unshakable confidence. He even reassured his potential employers with a calm tone. "Both of you, relax." Though doubt still lingered in their eyes, Kettle remained resolute. "I have no intention of harming you." But the old man refused to place even a shred of trust in him, spitting out, "Don't lie to us, monster." Mylena found herself at a loss for words as she stared at him, this legendary barbarian, standing right before her eyes. She composed herself and offered a polite greeting. "It is a pleasure to meet you." Kettle responded just as evenly, "And you as well." His gaze drifted toward the window before comparing it to the warmth inside the carriage. "Cozy in here, is not it? Strange, considering we are in the middle of this frozen wasteland." Mylena explained the difference with calm precision. "That is thanks to magic." Kettle feigned surprise, though he understood it better than anyone. "Ah, magic, of course. You know, this world." His words were no jest. For him, every phrase carried the weight of a warning. "As you both know, this land is perilous. Even with mercenaries guarding you, the chance of crossing safely is slim. That is why I will protect you." Mylena hung on every word that followed. Kettle's voice grew firm. "But I have one condition." The butler broke into a cold sweat despite the freezing air. Mylena asked the question he had been waiting for. "A condition? What is it you want?" Kettle cut straight to the point. He despised wasting words. "Knowledge. Information about the world beyond this icy tundra." His demand revealed his sharp mind. "The information you hold, that is what I want." Mylena stiffened at the request. "Knowledge of the world beyond the tundra." Kettle pressed his point. "This benefits you, not harms you. You lose nothing." She knew he was right. From the very start, they would have had no real choice. With a reluctant sigh, Mylena conceded. "I understand." The butler froze where he stood. Kettle's lips curved into a satisfied smile. "Good. Now, tell me your name." With practiced composure, she replied, I am Mylena, of House Akasha. Kettle's expression brightened. I am Kettle. It is a pleasure to work with you. Behind that introduction lay another truth, Kettle's fierce love for games. Once, he had longed for a world of fantasy. That longing had turned to shock the day he awoke to find himself reborn as a barbarian in the middle of the frozen wasteland. He had not had time to ask why. The memory still seared his heart. The only things here were the skin-splitting cold and hordes of vicious monsters. He had led a tribe through the snowfields, hunting for survival, gritting his teeth each day to endure. He had spent every ounce of strength just to stay alive. He no longer knew how much time had passed, years, decades perhaps. He had tried endlessly to escape the cursed tundra. Once, in a fit of frustration, he struck the ground with a furious punch. But then, the system appeared before him. A message read, Mission incomplete. You may leave the tundra once the quest is fulfilled. That was when hope returned. The travelers who had wandered here gave him a chance, a glimpse of survival. Some unseen force kept him trapped. And when he had nearly resigned himself to despair, outsiders had somehow stumbled into this merciless land. He never understood why, but sometimes people from beyond did appear. He was still reeling when it struck him. The world beyond this tundra, the one he had always dreamed of, was real. A land of magic and wonder. A true fantasy world. That realization ignited him. He turned his fury against the monsters, no longer fighting merely to survive but to conquer. Quest 295, Hunt down the lizards within the time limit. He threw himself into the task, slaughtering beasts and clearing every mission handed to him, each one a step toward freedom. Quest 295, completed. Next quest loading, always with the hope that someday he would finally break free of this prison. Now, Kettle placed all of his remaining faith into Mylena's answer. Because as long as he was trapped in this frozen hell, the knowledge carried by those who came from outside was priceless beyond measure. He was secretly relieved when he compared the moment to his grim past. Most of the humans he had encountered until now either panicked and drew their blades or were half mad, raving like lunatics. But this time, finally, someone was actually willing to speak with him. How long had it been since he last conversed with a civilized person? He had spent all his days among crude barbarians. To be able to speak with someone refined felt almost like a balm to his spirit. Kettle cut straight to the point. You are transporting weapons, are not you? Mylena flinched slightly, but she answered honestly. Yes. How did you know? He revealed the clue that had given it away. I heard the clatter of steel inside the wagons. Hard not to notice. Her expression softened. I see. Kettle pressed further. So, there is a war outside, is not there? Her face lost the composure she had maintained before. Yes, the Empire and the Kingdom are at war. Kettle did not look the least bit surprised. I thought as much. The world beyond is not exactly peaceful either, then. Mylena's tone grew firm, as if speaking on behalf of those on the battlefield. No, the Empire is pressing hard with overwhelming numbers. But the Kingdom is not so easily subdued. Swordmasters and heroes are holding the border. Kettle's curiosity sharpened. Heroes, swordmasters, what kind of power do they wield? The question caught her off guard with its simplicity. You have never heard of mystic arts, Kettle? His reply carried a weary resignation. I have never set foot outside this place. Mylena hesitated. I do not know every detail, but she began to explain as best she could. There is a force in this world called mystic arts. Only a rare few can sense or wield it, and those who can are granted one of 5 levels of power. First, there is level 3, those who can sense mystic arts. She continued carefully, making sure Kettle could follow. Then comes level 2. From level 2 upward, they can actually use mystic arts. Next is level 1. These are people who can shape mystic arts into mana or radiance, often manifesting as knights, sorcerers, or even spirits themselves. Mylena provided examples to make it clear. Beyond that, the levels become meaningless. There are beings who surpass all measure of human understanding. If they must be named, they are transcendents, those who can bend mystic arts at will, strong enough to tear the heavens apart. Swordmasters belong to this rank. Her voice brimmed with awe as she continued. And finally, there are the heroes. Monsters among men, far beyond mastery of mystic arts, powerful enough to sway the course of the entire world. A hero is a living legend. Every word was deliberate, cautious. The very fact that such powers were ranked and named was already proof of their might. Even a mere level 3 was considered a formidable force within a small domain. Kettle's eyes gleamed with yearning. I want to meet them. Mylena faltered. Kettle. The sun was shining right before his eyes, yet Kettle could not smile. He had lost track of how long he had been trapped here, fighting only to survive, inching closer to despair each day. The thought consumed him. All he knew was the frozen tundra, and that it lay at the heart of a greater fantasy world. Beyond it stretched the magical realm he had always dreamed of. And he needed to escape. At last, a smile touched his lips. No, I will escape. I swear it. From inside the carriage, Mylena's voice called out. Kettle, you are a barbarian, are not you? He remained calm. You could say that. Judging by your expressions, you already know of my existence, do not you? She nodded. Yes, you are a legend. He blinked, genuinely surprised. A legend, about me. Her bewilderment showed. You do not know. It took him a long moment to remember the old man he had once met. So that is what that was. That old emperor. That was who he was. I thought he was just a crazy fool. Then his tone shifted, half warning, half dismissive. No, don't worry about it. The legend is real. It happened long ago. Mylena tilted her head, intrigued. Is that so? Kettle narrowed his eyes, suspicious of her reaction. Whatever. Judging by the number of wagons, it looks like you are transporting a massive stockpile of weapons. Why risk crossing the tundra for that? He felt no need to press her further. A journey to pay off debts, so that was the truth, which meant they intended to sell weapons to the kingdom locked in war with the empire. The picture was clear. Mylena had not yet explained, but she still found herself nodding as if in agreement. Yes, but how did you? He did not need her to finish. His mind pieced it together in an instant. You said earlier the empire is pressing hard with overwhelming numbers. That means they are not short on weapons, which leaves only the kingdom as the desperate buyer. When supply runs thin and demand soars, prices naturally skyrocket. I do not know the exact market value out there. But with this much cargo, it must be worth a fortune. Enough to risk crossing this frozen wasteland. Without even glancing at a map, Kettle spoke as if he could see it laid out before him. So you had no choice but to force your way through the icebound expanse. There is no other path into the kingdom without braving this land, is there? Your territory borders the empire, does not it? She could not deny it. His deduction was flawless. Exactly. Yet the more she thought about it, the less it made sense. Her eyes lingered on him, filled with disbelief. No, that can't be. The legendary barbarian is supposed to be nothing but an ignorant savage. Who are you really? Are you truly a barbarian? Mylena flinched suddenly, as though a chill had crawled up her spine, though she had not heard a sound. Outside, the carriage wheels rattled faster over the snowbound road. Someone was there. Kettle's tone remained calm, but his words carried weight. We have got uninvited guests following us. Outside, snow fell in a blinding curtain when suddenly, from the filthy slush beneath, a monster stirred to life. Its eyes snapped open, glowing with an eerie light, radiating pure hatred. The mercenaries froze as if turned to stone, their captain stammering, too shaken to form words. This is. Even Mylena paled, her face drained of all color. Kettle, however, remained perfectly calm, resting his chin on his hand and thought. A black slime, that is what they call it, is not it? Mylena trembled so violently her voice quivered. Why yes, it is one of the creatures recorded in the archives. The archives? Kettle's curiosity flickered. She steadied her breath, forcing herself to explain. Many powerful adventurers have braved the icebound expanse over the years. Very few ever returned alive. But those who did left records of the monsters they encountered. Among them, the black slime was the most commonly cited. But, do you even know what it is, Kettle? Of course, he replied with complete confidence. They are chewy. Nice for a snack, actually. Tasty. Her eyes widened in horror. Wait, what, you eat them? He even offered earnestly, want to try? I can go catch a few. She nearly collapsed, stammering, and no. Thank you. Before she could say more, a thunderous noise tore through the air. The grotesque slime outside let out a guttural roar, its entire form shuddering with fury. The mercenary captain stood frozen, paralyzed with fear. Mylena, realizing the danger, cried out, Kettle. But he remained silent, watching intently. Her panic deepened. Kettle. At last, his voice came, slow and composed. I made a pact with you. He closed his eyes, his expression strangely serene. I swore to protect your lives. That means I won't act unless the threat becomes truly dire. She stared at him, stunned, unable to grasp his meaning. What are you saying? He cast a languid glance toward the black slime. That thing, you can handle it yourselves. More importantly, I need to gauge this company's strength. The creature's shrieks shook the sky, finally snapping the mercenaries out of their stupor. Shields up, the captain barked. Yes, sir, a nearby subordinate obeyed instantly, raising his shield only to be slammed head on a heartbeat later. The impact sent him skidding across the snow, and the slime effortlessly flung him aside. Another fighter seized the moment, leaping onto its body and swinging his axe with a roar. A sharp crash followed, but he too was hurled violently through the air. Blood sprayed from his mouth in a scarlet arc as his weapon slipped from his grasp, the steel radiating with strange, sinister energy before clattering into the snow. Damn it, he coughed, his voice raw. What the hell is this thing? The black slime only raged harder, screeching at them with unrestrained madness. The captain quickly pieced it together and barked new orders. It can only move in a straight line, scatter and regroup. Understood, voices rang out at once. Got it, another shouted as they sprang into motion. The mercenary in the blue cloak charged forward, blade drawn. He timed his strike and slashed into the slime's body. The cut only enraged it further, its roar reverberating through the snowfield. Nearby, another fighter gathered energy into his weapon, hurling his spear with all his strength. In the blink of an eye, it pierced clean through the slime, leaving the squad in stunned silence. The monster's scream of agony shook the ground. "Don't stop now, press the attack," the spear wielder shouted, capitalizing on the moment. He slashed again, driving his blade deep. "Normal attacks won't work, aim for the core, it is hidden inside." The order rang clear, and every voice answered in unison. "Roger." Once they figured out its weakness, the mercenaries pressed their attack relentlessly. Finally, their captain raised his sword high and, with all the strength he could muster, drove it down in a decisive strike. The slime's crimson core shattered into fragments, and the monster writhed in agony on the ground before going still. They held their breath, watching for any sign of movement. When none came, relief washed over them. Cheers broke out. "We did it," someone shouted. From inside the carriage, Mylena's tense shoulders eased as she watched them celebrate. They had truly managed to bring it down. Kettle said nothing, merely gazing out at the scene in silence. The convoy resumed its journey, but not long after, another threat emerged, a massive snow wolf. Another beast halt. Weapons came free without hesitation. Blades flashed as they struck at the wolf, each swing driving it into a furious frenzy. Its pained howls echoed across the frozen expanse until, at last, their combined effort brought the creature crashing to the ground with a thunderous boom. Fear lingered, but victory lifted their spirits. "So this is the icebound expanse, huh? Doesn't seem that impressive, Captain." Maybe the rumors were blown out of proportion. The captain was less amused. His tone hardened. "Stay sharp. We have not even made it halfway." But unease was growing. One mercenary cast a sharp look toward the carriage. "Are we even sure that Barbarian's really as strong as the stories say? Legend or not, was not he just part of some tale about the old emperor? He has not lifted a finger this whole time." Kettle remained oblivious, unaware that suspicion was mounting. The rumor painted him as the apex predator of the icebound expanse. Yet here he was traveling alongside them, relying on their protection. Doubt turned to whispers of testing his strength. The captain's brow furrowed, uneasy, but before he could speak further, heavy footsteps pounded closer. Mylena frowned, startled by the sudden change. Kettle, as ever, said nothing. Then the blue-cloaked mercenary stepped forward. "Lady Mylena, I need a word with you." She blinked, confused. "Huh, about what?" He spoke with unnerving composure. "We have staked our lives on this mission. As mercenaries, we signed a contract with you. That is our duty, and we have honored it." Mylena nodded softly. "Yes, and I am truly grateful you accepted. I value that more than I can say." Inwardly, she reflected how others had fled the moment they heard the details. Without these men, the journey would never have even begun. But his next words froze her. "There is one thing that troubles me." His gaze sharpened. "That barbarian has not fought once, has he?" Caught off guard, Mylena faltered. Well. He cut her off, voice firm. "Which is why we want to confirm whether he really deserves the special treatment he has been given." Her heart wavered. She avoided their eyes. "Confirm? In what way?" At that moment, the captain arrived, his expression strained. "I tried to stop them, but they would not listen." Yet Kettle did not flare with anger at the challenge. His tone was steady, almost indifferent. "So you want to test me? Fine." But then he added, "Just not now." They blinked in surprise. "What?" Kettle's eyes shifted toward the horizon. "We already have guests waiting ahead." The mercenaries scoffed, one snapping, "What nonsense are you spouting?" A voice slithered through the air, dark and menacing, from directly behind them. "Ah, fragile little mortals from beyond. It has been far too long since I have had a proper meal. Struggle as much as you like, it only makes the flavor richer." The ground shook with its roar. Weapons came up in a frenzy as they turned, pale with dread. A colossal serpent loomed before them, its jaws yawning wide to reveal fangs like spears. Mylena screamed in terror, unable to stop herself. Her shrieks set everyone else on edge, their nerves fraying with each piercing cry. Kettle furrowed his brows, his voice cold and commanding as he addressed the beast before him. "Enough. They are my guests. Stand down and return, white serpent." The massive serpent turned its gaze on him, shock flashing in its reptilian eyes. Why are you here? Have you forgotten the laws of the frozen wastes? You left your tribe's lands long ago." "That is none of your concern." Kettle cut it off sharply, irritation heavy in his tone. The white serpent sneered with disdain. "Ridiculous." It reared back, its voice a thunderous roar. "I am the white serpent, barbarian. How dare you presume to command me? I was promised eternity." But Kettle was no meek opponent. His stance tightened, his fist cocked back as he snarled, "You itching for a beating?" His punch slammed into the serpent's scaled body, the impact echoing like a thunderclap. The white serpent let out a furious roar. Cyclones burst into existence all around them, conjured by its rage, battering the surroundings with violent winds. The mercenaries clenched their jaws, doing everything they could to withstand the onslaught. The creature's power only grew stronger, more oppressive with every passing second. Melina raised her hand desperately, straining to hold back the storm. Her voice trembled with worry. My lady. Kettle's expression hardened when he saw the beast pressing its attack without restraint. His voice turned to steel. So you are the kind that only listens after a beating. Melina dropped to her knees, crying out, Kettle. But he did not turn back. Determination blazed in his eyes. I will finish this quickly. Don't worry. Each of his steps struck the ground like an earthquake, the earth quaking beneath his weight. Kettle hurled himself forward, fist drawn back, ready to deliver another crushing blow. A blinding flash of light erupted mid-battle, so bright it swallowed the sky. The world froze in stunned silence. No one knew how much time had passed, but when their senses returned, the white serpent was already subdued. The mercenaries fell to their knees, shame burning in their voices. We committed an unforgivable sin. Please, forgive us. Kettle's reply was calm, dismissive. It is fine. Trusting a stranger does not come easy. The caravan resumed its journey across the frozen land. The bitter cold made the butler tremble uncontrollably, his coughing echoing through the wagon. The sound drew Kettle's attention. Thinking about it now, he said evenly, I do have a question. Melina blinked in surprise. What is it? Kettle studied her closely, his tone turning serious. Judging from your clothes and the way you speak, you are not just some ordinary representative of your family. Why risk yourself on a dangerous expedition like this? Melina let out a soft sigh. Ah, I see. After a moment, she spoke. I am the first daughter of Velika, one of Lord Kasik Akasha's concubines. Kettle's brow rose slightly. Concubine, you mean, a secondary wife? She nodded without hesitation. Yes. Her voice grew quieter as she recounted her past. Her mother had come here through a political marriage, only to be cast aside. A powerless woman. Abandoned and forgotten. Kettle felt a pang of sympathy. I understand. As she spoke, her hands clenched tightly. For my mother and me, our title as family meant nothing. In truth, we were treated like servants. Her eyes dropped to the floor, heavy with shame. I did not mean to say so much. After a pause, she added, I volunteered for this expedition. Kettle tilted his head. You did. She nodded firmly. Yes, even though it is dangerous, someone has to set an example. She did not dare meet his gaze. A faint smirk tugged at his lips. I see. You are sharper than I thought. Her brows knitted in confusion. Huh. He regarded her with an appraising look. And you have got ambition too. Greedy, are not you? Melina faltered, her voice soft. You. A sudden noise outside cut her short. Kettle turned his head immediately, his senses alert. Melina also noticed. They are here. The mercenaries outside gasped as they laid eyes on the scene before them. Grass. Where there should have been only endless snow. Fresh green grass spread across the frozen land. The butler bowed deeply, gratitude etched across his face. Thank you so much, Kettle. Kettle, ever composed, asked with a touch of concern, and how will you make your return? Melina pondered for a moment before answering, we will pass through the empire. Kettle did not hesitate to point out the reality. Since you have already sold off your weapons, you are no longer carrying contraband. Crossing the border should not be too difficult. Melina lifted her eyes to him and whispered softly, Kettle. She paused, then pressed on. Earlier you said I was intelligent and ambitious. What exactly did you mean by that? She waited intently for his answer. Kettle's gaze held steady as he explained, I meant exactly what I said. You are clever, and you have ambition. Your family once commanded respect, but now it is falling apart from lack of funds. Even as the daughter of a concubine, if you take matters into your own hands and carve out a path to save your house from ruin. Tell me, who will the retainers put their faith in, who will they follow? Your true goal is to claim real power within your family, is not it? Her silence lingered, her expression unreadable. Kettle narrowed his eyes. Did I miss the mark? Inside, Melina felt her heart tighten. A perfect answer. She lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes, and murmured, number. Kettle's thoughts echoed her own. An accurate response. It is only natural for the child of a concubine to embrace dangerous trials for even a chance at succession. Melina looked at him differently now. This barbarian is sharp, not like those half-baked men who think too highly of themselves. Admiration began to stir in her heart. His strength alone, being able to defeat the white serpent without so much as a scratch, was enough to shake her. If I could bring that kind of power under my banner. Her thoughts raced before she finally spoke. Kettle, if you truly intend to leave the frozen wastes one day, why not come with me? The proposal caught him off guard, but his reply was blunt and unwavering. I will have to refuse. There are still things I must do here. Melina nodded, her voice calm but her hands clenched tight. I understand. Then, she produced a necklace with great care, holding it out to him. Will you accept this? Her eyes lingered on him as she added, if you ever leave and come to the Akasha family, show them this token. Kettle chuckled lightly, his tone relaxed. If this is a gift, then I will gladly accept it. Before parting, the butler bowed once more. Thank you, Kettle. I hope one day we meet again. Kettle's nod was firm, certain. We will. He stood there, watching them disappear into the distance. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had slipped away. The frozen waste stretched endlessly around him. At last, after long years of waiting, every condition had been met. The system's voice echoed ceaselessly in his ears. Mission number 784 complete. Rewards distributed. All conditions fulfilled. You may now leave the frozen wastes. Kettle strode forward, pride radiating from every step. Finally, my first step. Excitement surged through him, a fire he could no longer contain. At last, he was setting foot into the fantastical world he had always dreamed of. Kettle blended into the wilderness, his expression serene, his entire being savoring the moment. The crisp fragrance of grass and trees mingled with the faint musk of beasts. The forest air was fresh and vibrant, alive with the calls and movements of countless creatures. With his eyes closed, Kettle absorbed it all, the delicate trace of a river's clarity. The subtle fragrances he could never have sensed back in the frozen wastes. Perfect, truly refreshing. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, turning sharply to the side. There, towering above the tree line, stood a massive ice spire. Kettle's eyes widened in shock. A relic of the frozen wastes. What the hell is it doing here? Before him stretched endless mountains and emerald forests bathed in golden sunlight. It was a breathtaking vision, this fantastical world he had dreamed of. A world brimming with mysteries he had once thought forever beyond his reach. Though his beginning here had been far from ideal, he had managed to endure. I survived, did not I? A daring thought sparked in his mind. From now on, I will live to the fullest. Magic and swordsmanship, I will embrace it all. He muttered under his breath, wonder flickering in his eyes. Dragons and elves, so it really is a fantasy world. Step by step, he pressed forward, thoughts swirling. If not for my obsession, I would have died long ago. The frozen wastes were hell itself, a place where clinging to a fragile will to live was not enough to keep you breathing. Then, a strange light flared ahead, tugging at his curiosity. Kettle caught sight of wandering spirits, unusual, shimmering entities. He sensed the gathering of life force, a quiet convergence. After pondering for a moment, his lips curled with certainty. It must be a village. Finally, I have found signs of civilization in this world. Before him were Greta and a frail, white-haired girl, curled up and shivering in the snow. Kettle halted, a memory stirring. I once tried teaching those dim-witted tribesmen, those fools who thought burrowing into snowdrifts was shelter, about the importance of building proper dwellings. But all I got were blank stares and vacant eyes. He closed his own eyes now, his expression turning solemn. I can still picture the sturdy dwellings of mankind. But how should I introduce myself? Should I simply say hello, or maybe just ask plainly, where am I? With that, Kettle strode boldly through the verdant forest, reminding himself, no matter what, I should act with courtesy. Golden sunlight pierced the canopy of ancient trees, spilling across the clearing. And then suddenly a hand appeared from nowhere. It was the village elder. He appeared with a stern expression, his voice booming as he declared, "Hear me, all elves, from this day forth, this place shall be our new home." The words drew everyone together. Faces brightened, their expressions open and relieved as they gathered to listen. Standing atop a rise, the elder raised his hand and continued, "Explore everything, my people. This land is ours now." A young man stepped forward, calling out respectfully, "Elder." The old elf cast him a sidelong glance. "What is it?" Hesitating, the youth finally asked, "Is this place truly safe?" The elder nodded firmly. "It is safe." Turning back to address the others, he explained, "This land is remote, far from human reach." "Yes, I know that, but the frozen wastes are right next to us," the youth admitted, scratching his head with unease. The elder's gaze sharpened. "You are worried monsters from the frozen wastes might appear, are not you?" The young man gave an awkward nod. It is too close." The elder softened his tone, offering reassurance. "There is nothing to fear. No creature has emerged from the frozen wastes for 1,000 years. And besides, we have erected a barrier." He looked out over the forest, 3 maps unfurled in his hands, his voice steady. "A concealment spell cloaks our presence, making this place appear like any ordinary forest. It took us months to construct it, restoring lost spirit magic with great effort. As long as the barrier holds, no outsider can find us, and even if monsters come, they will be kept away." The elder's thoughts drifted to Marsuria Hashi on Karusha. His voice carried conviction. "We still have our queen. No monster from the frozen wastes could ever lay a hand on her." At that moment, Kettle appeared. He reached out, his hands slipping through the thin, unseen veil. He paused, frowning. "I think I just tore something. What is here?" Pushing forward, he muttered to himself, "But really, how much farther do I have to walk?" Then he froze. Golden hair shimmered before his eyes. A delicate green dress swayed in the breeze. There, standing amidst the vast forest, was a small girl. Kettle's breath caught, and he exclaimed, "Ah, an elf." His eyes widened in awe. A real elf. A thrill ran through him, the kind only a lifelong dreamer could feel. Elves, one of the quintessential races of every fantasy world. A grin spread across his face. "Didn't think I would run into one this soon. Fortune's finally on my side." All that struggling to survive, it was worth it. But the girl herself was trembling, her tiny hands clutching at her dress as she spun about in panic. I am scared. Where am I? What do I do? I have wandered too far. Then, with wide, innocent eyes, she looked up at Kettle. In an instant, innocence gave way to fear. To her, the towering man before her seemed like a demon. Hello, little one, Kettle said, his voice unintentionally grave. The girl's body locked up, her eyes frozen wide with terror. A heartbeat later, she collapsed to the ground, fainting from fright. The forest suddenly echoed with a loud noise, sending a flock of birds scattering in fright. Kettle, startled, tried to support the little girl who had fainted from sheer terror. Then his vision dimmed for a second as he muttered in shock, Foam bubbled at the corners of her mouth as she lay limp in his arms. Kettle grew flustered. She fainted before I even had the chance to talk to her properly. Should I take her back to her village? His thoughts raced. In mythology, elves were always portrayed as a peaceful race, welcoming, kind, and gentle. With a smug little touch, he rubbed his nose and thought proudly, if I bring back this unconscious child, maybe they will welcome me warmly. They will probably be friendly too. I wonder what that would feel like. A grin tugged at his lips. I am looking forward to it, he whispered. Without another word, he scooped the girl up into his arms and started walking. But he had not gone far before a cry rang out, nearby. No way. How could a human be here? No, my child. A group of fierce-looking elves charged forward with weapons in hand, shouting, Who are you? How did you break through the barrier? Kettle froze. This is not what I pictured at all. A woman fell to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably as she cried out, My child. The village elder arrived at the scene, his face filled with shock. Impossible. This place is supposed to be untouchable, a sanctuary no human could ever reach. There is a barrier. How did one get through? Someone by his side spoke up, Elder, the barrier has a breach. But the old man shook his head stubbornly. No, Her Majesty the Queen. The other interrupted quickly, the Queen only left temporarily to scout the terrain. Their eyes fell on Kettle, and the shouting grew harsh. I am not an enemy. I am just. Bastard, if you do not return that child, we will hunt you to the ends of the earth. The elder stood frozen for a moment, his thoughts grim. Our sanctuary has been exposed. He recalled the ancient enchantment they had painstakingly restored. That barrier was forged with primeval elven magic. Even adults could not breach it. If it has been broken, that means humanity came fully prepared. How long have they been tracking us? Kettle broke into a cold sweat, his eyes wide with disbelief. Do they think I am a kidnapper? He glanced down at the trembling girl in his arms as she whimpered in fear, her tiny body shivering and tears spilling down her cheeks. Tears trickled down the girl's cheeks in two thin streams. Moments later, her eyes fluttered open, wide and shimmering as she looked at Kettle. He gently set her down and spoke softly, Go on. Go back to your family. The girl hesitated, stealing one last glance at him. But the figure she saw standing before her was no savior, it was a demon in human form. The sight made her jolt with terror, her face draining of all color. Then, with a strangled cry, she burst into sobs and bolted straight into her parents' arms. Kettle froze, dumbfounded. The hell? Is my face really that scary? The realization hit him like a hammer. I thought I looked decent enough back in the frozen wastes, but this, damn, that stings. Awkwardly, he raised a hand in a half-hearted wave, forcing a crooked smile. Well, anyway, I have returned the girl. As you can see, elves, I am not your enemy. But the elder's voice thundered over him. The hostage has been released. Bows snapped up in unison, a forest of arrows trained on him. Everyone attack, release the arrows. Kettle's jaw dropped in disbelief. Wait, what? Did nobody even hear a word I just said? Kettle's face darkened as a thought struck him. These elves are even more savage than I imagined. Weren't elves, according to myth. He had always pictured something noble and honest, peace-loving race, devoted to nature and harmony. But the elves standing before him now were nothing like that. They were fierce, violent. Then again, elves were a people who lived in the wilds. And in nature, survival belonged only to the strong. Peace was never guaranteed. In that sense, their brutality made a twisted kind of sense. Kettle stood motionless, indifferent, as arrows rained down on him like a storm. He barely blinked and murmured to himself, So, this is reality, huh? When the elves saw not a single scratch on him, their eyes went wide. What sort of artifact is he using? No human could withstand that. He must have a limit, keep attacking. But Kettle calmly stepped forward, raised his hand, and swept it outward with a dismissive flick. Enough. Calm yourselves. His tone dropped, serious now, as he summoned a force of dark power. The ground trembled as the raw, violent energy swelled outward. Then it erupted, exploding with a deafening roar. The young warriors shielding their eyes could hardly keep them open, their sight drowned in blinding light. Panic spread among the others. Deploy defenses, quickly. But Kettle's power was overwhelming. Barriers shattered like glass. In an instant, the blast ripped through everything, hurling elves through the air, scattering them among the debris and dirt. The black energy swirled and condensed into a massive circle, pulsing as if it were preparing to unleash its full, devastating might. The elder, trembling, gripped his staff tighter and stumbled backward. His voice cracked in horror. What is this? Then, just as suddenly, the energy dissipated. Kettle stood tall in the crater left behind, his voice ringing out, "I am not your enemy." He let out a weary sigh. Damn, maybe I underestimated my own strength. Then he raised his voice again. Elves. But before he could finish, a flaming arrow whistled through the air. It struck him square in the head, detonating with a violent explosion. The elder and his companions froze, stunned at the sight. From above, a figure descended, her long braided hair whipping in the wind. She landed gracefully on a boulder, slender legs steady and sure. It was Marsuria Hashian Karusha. At once, the elves cried out in unison, "Your Highness, the queen of the Leaf Clan Marsuria Hashian Karusha." She stood tall, regal and fierce, her voice sharp. What happened here? The elder quickly bowed and answered, "A human attacked us." At that, Marsuria's expression darkened. So, the time has come. Her gaze swept across the gathered elves, her tone grave. Even this place is no longer safe. Just then, Kettle emerged from the smoke, brushing dust from his shoulders, scratching his head with a sheepish look. Wait, just hear me out. Marsuria's eyes widened in disbelief. He was still alive. The elder gasped. Impossible, he took a direct hit from Her Majesty and still stands. From her high vantage point, Marsuria's voice cut through the air. Are you yet another powerful enemy come to destroy us? Her brows furrowed, her words dripping with disdain. Humans truly are a vile and dishonorable race. She raised her bow with solemn grace and declared, I am the queen of the Leaf Clan, the clan whose leaves change with the seasons. Her eyes narrowed, her voice sharp as a blade. Human. Marsuria Hashian Karusha raised her bow, her voice firm and unwavering. You will pay dearly for daring to harbor ambition against us. Kettle froze, bewildered. What the hell is she even saying? He stood there stiff as a statue, dumbfounded. Is she seriously not going to let me talk? We are clearly speaking the same language, so why's she acting like she can't hear me? Is she ignoring me on purpose, or are relations between humans and elves really that bad? After a moment of hesitation, his resolve hardened. Forget it, no other choice now. His brow furrowed, his pupils dilating with fierce determination. One thing I learned in the frozen wastes: if they won't listen, you beat them until they have no choice but to listen. Marsuria knocked another arrow, drew back her bowstring, and loosed it with lethal precision. Her gaze followed the shaft as it cut through the air, a streak of light screaming toward its mark. The arrow surged forward like a feral beast lunging for Kettle's throat. But Kettle showed no fear, no hesitation. He clenched his fist tight and charged straight at it. With one decisive punch, he struck the beastly arrow head-on. The clash was violent. Two forces collided, raw, chaotic power locking against her refined elven magic. Kettle's strength churned like a vortex, grinding away at Marsuria's attack, ripping through it with sheer destructive will. Her eyes went wide, stunned beyond words. She could not believe what she was seeing. Even Kettle himself faltered for a heartbeat, momentarily surprised at the outcome. Then came the backlash. A reckless surge of Marsuria's power spiraled out of control, tearing through the surroundings in a violent wave. From her elevated perch, the queen was blasted off her feet, crashing to the ground with a painful impact. Kettle winced, staring down at her. Maybe I should have held back a little. Marsuria's face had gone pale, her expression frozen in shock. Humiliation burned hot in her chest. In just one brief exchange, I already know the truth: this man is terrifying. At least transcendent level strength. But why would someone that powerful appear here, of all places? Her voice trembled with urgency as she called out, Everyone, evacuate this place immediately. The elves hesitated, their eyes wide. Your Highness. Go, she roared, her tone sharp and commanding. All of you, now. Her subjects obeyed at once, scattering in every direction, running with frantic speed to escape the battlefield. Left alone with Kettle, Marsuria glared at him, venom in her voice. Human, I acknowledge your strength. But no matter how strong you are, you will never achieve your goal. Kettle, however, did not look the least bit fazed. He even sighed, scratching his head. No, really, I just wanted to talk. How the hell did everything get this messy? Marsuria's eyes hardened as she closed them, whispering words of invocation. Her voice carried the weight of ancient magic. You who burn within the abyssal dark, reveal yourself. Resurrected being with horns, bearer of the purest flame, arise. Her eyes snapped open, blazing with power. She thrust her hand skyward, summoning a presence that warped the very air around her. In a blaze of light and heat, the creature manifested. A Figo, its very body radiating scorching, unrelenting power. Kettle's jaw dropped. Holy shit, a summoning. The beast's molten form towered before him, radiating primal heat. He could not help but mutter, eyes wide in awe. Damn, in the frozen wastes, everything was monstrous and twisted. At least this one looks kinda like the stuff from myths. Though, honestly, still ugly as hell. Seeing the ferocity of Figo, he could not help but mutter in awe. The creature before him looked like a bull, its massive horns blazing with fire. His eyes sparkled as he whispered in amazement. This was exactly the kind of spirit one would expect from true fantasy. Marsuria Hashian Karusha's voice rang out, sharp and commanding, "Figo, destroy the enemy standing before you." The beast turned its gaze on him, then muttered in a low, almost reluctant tone. "Summoning contracts are nothing but trouble. They only bring misfortune. Figo, high fire spirit." That made her snap in frustration. "Silence," she barked, furious that her own summon dared speak out of turn. Still, her pride swelled as she looked upon the fiery spirit. Figo, the keeper of fire within his horns, a spirit this strong, this ancient. This proud was never one she could summon under normal circumstances. Only with the help of another clan had she barely managed to forge a contract. She never expected she would have to call upon him like this. With no hesitation, her voice rang out firm and serious. "Fulfill the contract, Figo." Its heavy steps began to echo as it advanced. "So the contract is to kill the human before me." Its eyes grew cold, piercing straight through him, and it answered its own thought. That is right. To Figo, the man before it did not look human at all. In its eyes, he was a demon. And it could not help but wonder, was this truly immortal? A majestic bull cloaked in fire stood like a living inferno, its massive body engulfed in brilliant golden-orange flames that blazed like a miniature sun bursting across the battlefield. The fire did not just consume its muscular frame. It radiated outward, casting a glow so intense it transformed the air around it into a scene both otherworldly and terrifying. Not far away, a young man stood frozen, hands clasped together as though in reverence, eyes wide and mouth slightly open in sheer awe. He did not dare blink, afraid that if he looked away for even a second, the vision before him would vanish. "Incredible," he breathed. "A summoned spirit beast, this is what a true fantasy world feels like." Before he could recover from his astonishment, a deep, cold voice thundered from afar. "A human has trespassed into our domain." His entire body went rigid, hands still locked before his chest, confusion storming through his mind. The spirit beast's molten gold eyes glowed like liquid lava, mysterious runes igniting across its hide as tiny embers lifted into the air around it. It lowered its head, its voice resonant with authority and contempt. "A wretched human dares covet the race of nature itself. I have decided I will reduce you to ashes until not even dust remains." The young man just stood there stiffly, eyes wide and blank, looking for all the world like someone thrown into a play without ever having read the script. His expression was a mixture of bewilderment and absurdity. The spirit beast's eyes blazed blood red, twin embers roaring to life in the storm of fire. Flames surged across its horns, down its back, and coiled around its legs like molten rivers. With a thunderous lift, its colossal body rose from the ground, leaving scorched, cracked trails where its hooves had been. From the skies, it twisted within a storm of fire and thunder, creating a violent cyclone of flames. The golden markings etched across its body flared like ancient seals, unlocking a destructive power long sealed away. It roared, lowering its massive horns toward its target. Fire erupted in rhythm with its steps, and its blazing eyes no longer resembled sight, they were blades, honed to shred anything that dared defile its territory. Amid the blinding brilliance, the young man stood there dazed, his face lit by both wonder and disbelief at what was unfolding. Then came the impact. The ground quaked violently as fire and stone exploded upward, smoke billowing into the sky. The detonation ripped through the land as if to erase every trace of its existence, leaving nothing but ruin and ash in its wake. The shockwave nearly tore Karusha apart. By pure reflex, she shielded her face with her arm, her hair whipping wildly, her clothes snapping in the fierce gale, skin tight from the crushing pressure. Her breath came unevenly at first, but gradually steadied. Lowering her trembling hand, she lifted her head, eyes straining through the heavy dust cloud toward the center of the blast. And then through the haze a shape emerged. Two figures locked in a clash, their silhouettes carving a stark image against the ruin. The young man still stood there, unshaken, not blasted away, not even wounded. With a single hand, he held the fiery horn of the beast in an iron grip. The colossal spirit was completely halted, its charge broken, its horn pinned as if nailed into the earth. It could not advance. It could not retreat. Its golden eyes widened in disbelief. The young man tilted his head slightly and smiled. "Honestly, it is better this way. A beast is easier to deal with." As soon as those words left his lips, his presence shifted. The air around him rippled under a sudden pressure. His free hand clenched into a fist. Muscle shifting beneath his shirt, veins flaring for a fleeting instant. In the very next heartbeat, he swung. His punch thundered forward, carrying the weight of his words. "I do not mind beating it to death with my bare hands." Karusha's eyes widened, her gaze shaken in a fleeting instant. She could not find the words, only raw astonishment etched across her face as she witnessed his counterattack, sudden, decisive, and devastating. The punch landed squarely atop Fiego's head, and the force detonated outward in a shockwave that tore through the air, blasting the earth and stone around them into shrapnel. A pillar of fire erupted like a volcanic eruption, a blazing red flare that swallowed everything in sight. From the point of impact, waves of force roared outward like a storm of fire, shredding the forest behind them for miles. A colossal column of light pierced the heavens, exploding upward from the heart of the earth as though the gods themselves had unleashed their fury. The blast mushroomed outward, devouring the seas and sky alike in its terrible sweep. The explosion thundered like the world's end, and a sea of fire ignited as if the sun itself had fallen upon the land. Trees, stone, and soil alike were flung to oblivion, and everything nearby dissolved into a blazing ruin of chaos. Karusha cried out in terror, throwing her arms over her face, her eyes wide with horror as though the entire world had collapsed before her. Her scream echoed like the soundtrack to an unfolding apocalypse. Through the darkness, Kettle's eyes blazed violet, searing with a light that pierced the soul of his enemy. His coat whipped wildly, and the aura of bloodlust surged from him like an inferno. She collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud, her back hunched, her body coated in ash and dust. Her shoulders trembled, her hand pressed into the still quaking earth for support. What? Before her stretched a wasteland of ruin. The earth lay split and torn, the spirit beast gone without a trace, leaving only swirling smoke and dust as if life had never existed there at all. Amid the devastation, he stood tall and unyielding. She gasped, her voice breaking. Impossible. Kettle began to walk toward her, each step heavy yet unshakably firm, echoing through the wreckage. She remained seated on the ground, her dazed eyes staring through the haze, unable to tell dream from reality anymore. Her head bowed, her shoulders trembling, her voice hoarse with exhaustion but laced with sincerity. Please. She lowered her head further, hair falling like a curtain over her dirt-streaked face, and her voice quavered. Please spare my people. He stopped directly before her, his gaze falling like a shadow that pressed upon the air itself. Silence lingered for a heartbeat before his voice rumbled deep and steady. I am not your enemy, elf. Her entire body froze at his words, her shoulders twitching as if struck. Her eyes widened in disbelief. She slowly lifted her head, staring at him as if she could not trust her own ears. What did you say? After all the clash and doubt, the truth broke through. He truly was not their foe. Karusha placed a hand over her chest, her gaze softening, heavy with remorse. Her voice trembled with guilt. Forgive us, human, we judged too quickly. She clutched at her chest tighter, as if trying to cage in the guilt surging within her. Her face lowered again. Too ashamed to meet his eyes, not even with a glance. To have mistaken the savior of her tribe's child for a kidnapper, it was unforgivably disgraceful. He stood there, arms crossed over his chest, the corner of his mouth lifting into a wry, tentative smile. It is all right, I understand, he said softly. You mentioned being pursued by humans, right? Still, it is a little disheartening that none of you ever tried to listen to me. She lifted her head slightly, eyes still cautious but tinged with curiosity and confusion. Her voice was soft and hoarse. You really are not one of those hunting us. He met her gaze, his own eyes not cold, but genuinely curious. A light breeze stirred the hem of his cloak as he replied evenly, This is my first time meeting an elf. There are no elves in the White Snow region. She blinked, hesitating as she repeated, still wary, White Snow region. Then, as if remembering something, she added, the gray barbarian of the White Snow. He paused slightly at her words, then answered calmly, That is the name the outsiders gave me. The girl straightened, fists clenched, disbelief evident in her expression. Impossible. We thought no human could survive there. She lowered her head, voice laced with worry. If you could leave the White Snow region, does that mean others could as well? He remained still for a moment, his legs planted firmly on the cracked earth, unmoving. A soft breath escaped him, blending almost with the wind, before he spoke, low and steady. Who knows? But I do not think so. Not everyone can leave as I did. Kettle sank into his thoughts. The White Snow region had its own rules. Even powerful creatures like serpents could not break them. For some reason, he had been granted a way out through what was called a mission. Standing silently, his eyes fixed on the space ahead, as though seeing through the haze and the memories. He concluded, I am likely an exceptionally rare exception. Karusha exhaled softly, the tension in her shoulders easing. Amid the ruin and swirling dust, her voice floated like a gentle breeze. Then, we are fortunate. Suddenly recalling something, he asked, a trace of embarrassment in his expression as he lightly scratched his cheek, a forced smile tugging at his lips. By the way, is your spirit beast all right, that fiery bull? I may have split it in half. She braced herself, moving slowly as dust cascaded around her while she stood. Don't worry, she said. Spirit beasts are creatures of nature. When defeated, they simply return to the spirit realm. His quiet, mumbled question, almost to himself, was like speaking aloud to her, spirit beast, huh? Fully upright now, she stood with the poise of a warrior reclaiming her dignity after battle. Her deep eyes met his with unwavering sincerity. I apologize for the trouble I caused. If there is anything you need, within my ability, I will grant it. He seemed only half focused, following a separate line of thought. Spirit beast. Huh, he murmured, one hand resting on his chin, eyes half intent. Half distant, head tilting slightly as if weighing something. Then, could someone who is not an elf form a contract with a spirit beast? She hesitated slightly, her gaze wavering before quickly looking away. Her voice remained calm, but a subtle tension lingered beneath the surface, almost unspoken. That is nearly impossible, I think. She raised a hand to her chin, eyes narrowing as if reconsidering her own denial. A brief silence passed, then her voice rose gently. Of course. If a human is deeply attuned to nature, they might form a contract with a spirit beast. He nodded lightly, calm and unperturbed. Then, the chances are still very low. She fell silent, lips pressing together, her expression darkening. After a moment, she lifted her gaze toward him, no longer avoiding his eyes but meeting him quietly. Her voice lowered, thoughtful yet carrying a hint of cautious hope. If you truly wish to form a contract with a spirit beast, try going to Elfo Sagrado. He immediately asked, intrigued, Elfo Sagrado. She lowered her eyes slightly, speaking slowly with deep reverence. It is where the gods of the elves reside. The holiest sanctuary of our people. The elf holy land. She paused briefly before continuing. There, you may have a chance. His face lit up like a child hearing the promise of an adventure. His eyes sparkled, lips curving into an excited grin. Pointing at himself, he asked in disbelief, someone like me, a human, can enter? She extended her hand toward him, each motion deliberate, as though the weight of a monumental decision rested in every gesture. Her voice carried softly through the lingering dust. Steady and measured. Normally, no, but with my introduction, you may. I will give you a map, keep it secret, just for yourself. She raised her hand, palm turning outward, and soft streams of light began to gather, glimmering like moonlight, coalescing into a small, swirling ribbon of radiance. She pondered silently, the elf sanctuary, Elfo Sagrado. A place every scholar of elf lore dreams of. Yet she hesitated, knowing that for elves, any human approaching that sacred site is in grave danger. To protect something more precious than life itself, elves have never revealed its location to outsiders. Slowly, a crystal formed in the center of her palm, emanating a warm, brilliant glow that was bright but not blinding, as if containing fire within. Its surface was smooth, the swirling reds and oranges within dancing like a living flame. She silently reminded herself, still, I want to trust him. Karusha held her hand out toward him, palm open. Take this. He reached out gently, fingertips brushing hers where the crystal shone. I accept. Thank you, he said. Her voice grew solemn, formal, carrying both weight and warning. Of course, even if you reach it, the gods of our people will surely test you. In her mind, a shadowy image flickered. The supreme deity, tall and imposing, cloaked in the light of the deep forest, eyes piercing through the soul. A soft smile softened her features as she spoke sincerely. But for you, I do not think it will be a problem. I wish you luck. He replied simply, thank you. At that moment, a sudden breeze swept through, rustling the ruined treetops and brushing her hair, sending her long locks streaming like a quiet ribbon amid the devastation. She introduced herself with solemnity, voice carrying through the air. I am the queen of the leaf clan, the ones whose leaves turn brown in autumn. Marsaria Hashian Karusha. And your name? He offered a small, sincere smile, free of arrogance. I am Kettle, the gray barbarian of the white snow region. After the brief farewell, silence settled over the space, swallowing the words left unspoken. Then, a sharp, dry sound cut through the quiet as his foot slammed forcefully into the cracked earth. His body tensed slightly, then suddenly leaned forward, poised like an arrow drawn on a bowstring. Instantly, he sprang into motion, cutting through the air, eyes sharp and cold. Ahead lay a dense, shadowed forest, so thick it seemed to swallow every shred of light. The canopy intertwined overhead like a massive vaulted ceiling. He launched himself from the ground, his form slicing through the trees like a projectile. Only fleeting shadows flickered between shafts of sunlight and the layers of leaves. Moving with the lightness of wind, yet every motion carried decisive force and authority. At the border of Barhan in the kingdom of Jahent, startled shouts echoed through the otherwise quiet morning. What is that? What is happening? One guard trembled as he gripped his weapon tightly, eyes glued to the violently shifting treeline. I do not know. Something's coming, he stammered. The captain of the Barhan guards immediately stepped forward, bellowing with authority. Sound the alarm. Rally all sentries at once. From the forest, clouds of dust and debris spiraled like crashing waves. Something was moving at an incredible speed. Its shape was obscured. But the wind it ripped through shredded the air. Dust rose violently, and each step thudded against the ground like rolling thunder. The atmosphere compressed, thick and suffocating. Through the swirling haze, a figure gradually emerged. His stride was deliberate and resolute, each footfall striking the earth with a heavy, echoing rhythm that resonated through the tense air. Breaking through the dust, the familiar silhouette came into view. A man with slightly disheveled silver hair, eyes sharp and cold, glinting like blades through the haze. The guards froze almost in unison. Hands clutching weapons began to tremble, cold sweat running down their spines, eyes locked on the advancing figure. None dared move, none dared command. One of them, throat tight and voice hoarse, finally managed to croak out a single, choked word, "You." Kettle greeted the guards cheerfully. "So, you are the guards, huh? Pleasure to meet you." The guards, however, remained in their defensive stances just as they had been when he first appeared. They stared at him intently, whispering among themselves in trembling voices, "Was that huge commotion just now caused by this guy?" One of the guards muttered under his breath as he eyed Kettle, gray ash hair. His voice faltered more and more, and a scar on his chest. "Impossible." Suddenly realizing the identity of the man before them, the guard exclaimed sharply, "The gray ash outlaw." As soon as the words left his mouth, Kettle began to step slowly toward the group of guards. Seeing this, the guards immediately shouted, "Stop right there, one more step and we will attack." Kettle remained calm, speaking in a firm, serious tone, "I would appreciate it if you could stay calm. I am not your enemy." The lead guard still pointed his spear at him, cautiously asking, "What is it that you want from us?" Without haste, Kettle slowly raised his right hand and then pointed toward the fortress before him. The guards could not help but be taken aback. They followed his gesture with their eyes, staring at the fortress behind him, murmuring in doubt, "The fortress." Kettle then spoke boldly, "I wish to enter your territory." Hearing the stranger's words, the guards were clearly surprised. Kettle leaned a hand to his chin and continued, "I only intend to pass through, but if possible, I would like to stay for a while. I am not sure for how long." Immediately, they asked for more information. "You plan to stay a while. And your name is?" "Name's Kettle," he replied succinctly. The guard eyed him skeptically and asked, "Do you have someone vouching for you, or any identification?" Kettle shook his head lightly, "I have nothing like that." Then he remembered the instructions from Kalasha. "Thank you, Kettle. If you leave later, present this token if you wish to seek out House Akasha." Kettle pulled the token from his pocket and placed it on the table, saying to the guard, "Will this serve as confirmation?" The guard looked at the object curiously. "What is this?" Kettle answered promptly, "The crest of House Akasha. I received it from someone of that bloodline." Hesitant, the guard asked, "House Akasha? The merchant family from the kingdom of Denian, right?" Observing the crest, he continued, "That house visited the White Zone a few years back. You know them, then. Lately, they have been rising in prominence. Since the new head took over, they have expanded rapidly." Kettle nodded and asked, "So this can serve as identification?" The guard leaned on the table, lowering his voice, "Doesn't look fake, but still hard to verify. This is not part of our kingdom, this is Jahent." He placed the crest back on the table and spoke slowly, "Even if it can't be fully verified, it is still useful." "All right, you may enter but with conditions." Kettle repeated, "Conditions." The guard straightened, voice serious. "Verification is required. We must ensure you are not dangerous, a team effort. At present, 3 others are also seeking entry. The condition, you must work together to clear a dungeon near our territory." Kettle nodded, "Forming a team is the condition, that is easier than I thought." Kettle cheerfully accepted the conditions, saying, "All right, I accept, but there is one more condition." The guard immediately replied, "Once the dungeon is cleared, I want you to report in detail everything that happened inside." Kettle laughed heartily and, with a knowing smile, revealed the guard's unspoken plan, "I understand. Seems you were not fully aware of their identities and had to observe each other. So you are using this opportunity to filter out any suspicious ones. Not a bad strategy. Actually, quite clever." The guard eyed him with suspicion. "That is not all. Are you really a man D?" Without hesitation, Kettle answered confidently, "Yes. I am a man D." The guard paused, deep in thought. "I always thought man D were a foolish kind. But you are the first one to make me reconsider." After a moment, he said, "All right, that is enough talking. Let us go." Nearby, a paladin sighed, speaking gruffly, "Even if it is the law, I have to go into a dungeon with a bunch of pickpockets like rats." He continued, clearly irritated, "Paladin Alessandro Tiranu, at your service." From a bench beside him, a thief scowled and snapped, "You got a problem, old man? Are you picking a fight because you lost all your money to a thief like me?" The thief introduced himself, Kassan Hark. No sooner had he finished than the paladin shouted, "You insolent brat, how dare you insult a paladin?" Kassan responded mockingly, "Paladin your head. Paladin nowadays wears armor like that. If you were truly a paladin, you would not have dragged your face here. You are just a wandering paladin, are not you?" Then, sneering, Kassan continued, "You are nothing but a drifter, just like me." Seeing the paladin remain silent, Kassan taunted further, "Tiranu. What kind of ridiculous name is that?" The paladin could no longer contain himself and drew his sword, threatening to strike, "You insolent brat." Kassan laughed scornfully, challenging him, "Want to test your skills? Think that tattered armor of yours can stop me?" Immediately, the two clashed in a fierce, unending duel. After a while, the paladin began to struggle against Kassan's youthful strength, his sword hand trembling from the effort. Suddenly, a voice interjected, "I strongly request that both of you stop." Hearing the stranger, the two combatants froze and turned toward the newcomer. Before them stood a timid young priest, bowing slightly, unable to meet their gaze. Do I really have to clean this dungeon with these two? Will it even be safe? She was Priest Hayes of Kolocha. She glanced around, thinking to herself, the dungeon requires at least 4 people. Someone else should arrive soon. She nervously watched the floor, waiting for the last member to appear. A sound suddenly made her snap out of her unease. The guard announced loudly to everyone in the waiting room, the final member has arrived. Cassin laughed, I hope this one's normal. Let us see. At that moment, Kettle slowly stepped into the waiting room. The moment Kettle stepped in, everyone in the waiting room could not help but be astonished by his towering figure. He scanned the room with a cheerful glance and called out, his voice bright with excitement. So, you are the ones, my teammates. The elderly paladin muttered under his breath, he is huge. The young priest gasped in surprise, is that really a human? Even the thief Cassin frowned as he looked at Kettle, muttering to himself, what kind of pressure is this? Kettle beamed warmly at everyone, greeting them enthusiastically. The guard spoke again, all right, introduce yourselves. I will step back for now. Kettle cheerfully raised his voice. Then let us start with introductions. I am Kettle, a Mandi. He then turned to the young thief nearby. Surprised by the sudden question, the boy hesitated before replying, I am Cassin Hark. I am a thief. At that, the paladin spoke in a serious tone, I am a paladin. Alessandro Tyrannus, a paladin. Kettle, curious, asked him, can you wield holy power? The elderly man stammered, visibly flustered, normally, yes, but I am an exception. Actually, I cannot use it. Kettle nodded thoughtfully, I see. Then the priest timidly introduced herself, I serve a god of deceit and illusions. I am Hayes, a priest of Kolocha. Kettle responded warmly, a priest, very nice to meet you. He then asked, even as a priest, your identity is not very clear. She explained in a hesitant voice, the god I serve is Kolocha, the deity of trickery and illusions. Not exactly a god with a good reputation. Kettle nodded quietly, I see. The guard unexpectedly returned to the room, startling everyone. He called out, if you are ready, let us go. Kettle and the paladin both fell silent, contemplating the challenge ahead, while the priest and Cassin exchanged worried glances. After some movement, the lead guard signaled to the group behind him, we have arrived. Kettle raised his brow in mild surprise at the sight before him. Another guard announced, this is the entrance to the dungeon. He continued, the dungeon has 3 floors. We will be facing immortal monsters. Hearing the mission details, confidence spread across Kettle's face. Clear the dungeon and bring back the emblem, he said firmly. Kettle turned to Cassin and said, all right, let us start planning our strategy. Can you explain it? Startled by the sudden attention, Cassin hesitated, why yes, Lord Kettle, and Kettle immediately cut him off, you can drop the formalities, we are traveling together, are not we? Cassin rested his hand on his chin, thinking for a moment before nodding. All right, then. He then laid out a strategy for the group. Kettle and the paladin will lead the front line. I will scout for traps, and the priest stays in the rear, using her divine power to support the battle. How does that sound? Kettle responded immediately, I understand. Sounds good. Then he raised his voice, firm and commanding, all right, let us move out. The 4 of them cautiously advanced deeper into the dungeon, moving carefully while keeping an eye on their surroundings. The oppressive darkness weighed heavily on the priest, who thought to herself, it is too dark. I can't see anything. Cassin, meanwhile, scanned the surroundings, frowning, no ordinary traps or mechanisms. Everything looks normal, almost. Too normal. Suddenly, he remembered something. He pointed down at the floor. Stop for a moment, there are monsters here. Kettle peered around, I do not see anything. But Cassin indicated the scattered fragments on the ground. Do you see those bones lying around? Those are skeletal soldiers. Step 1 wrong move, and they will rise and attack. He muttered under his breath, criticizing the guard, that damned captain must have known everything. This dungeon is not a test of sincerity, it is a tool to eliminate outsiders from the start. Kettle remained thoughtful, eyes narrowing. Skeletal soldiers. Cassin continued analyzing the situation. These skeletal soldiers are not weak. Even if their bodies are damaged or their limbs cut off, they can still move and fight. Their defense is surprisingly tough since they are made of bones. This dungeon is far more difficult than I anticipated. He then turned to the priest. Get your divine power ready. He glanced at the 2 others. Old man, prepare your shield. Kettle, get ready as well. I will aim for any openings during the fight. Cassin emphasized again, even if their bodies are destroyed, they keep moving. Aim for the weak points, the neck. They are incredibly durable, so it will take multiple strikes to take one down. Kettle nodded approvingly. A skilled strategist, you have got it. Understood. Just as he stepped forward, the dry skeleton at his feet twitched. Kettle's eyes widened slightly in surprise. The skeletal soldier slowly rose, gripping a sword and fixing its gaze on the group. Seeing the skeleton move, the other 3 except Kettle instinctively took defensive stances. But just as they were about to charge, Kettle signaled for them to hold their positions. Despite its brittle, rickety form, the skeletal soldier dashed forward to attack, undeterred. Without a word, Kettle threw a powerful punch straight at the skeletal soldier's head. After striking it barehanded, he held his stance, his face showing genuine surprise. The skeletal soldier, struck squarely by the blow, disintegrated into a cloud of dust at Kettle's feet. Seeing this, the other three froze, their faces pale with shock. Kettle turned to Kassan, beaming, "Kassan, you were right, just smashing the head renders them immobile." Kassan internally groaned in protest. "That is not exactly what I meant. Skeletal soldiers are creatures formed entirely of bones, and their bones are incredibly dense and unusually tough. Even a seasoned swordsman, without precise control over their aura, could hardly slice through a vertebra with a single strike. On top of that, these skeletons were reinforced by the dungeon's magic. The conventional way to destroy them was to relentlessly strike the neck, like chopping down a tree. Snapping each vertebra, blowing the head off and reducing it to dust like this, it was utterly impossible." Witnessing Kettle's power firsthand, Kassan silently marveled. From the first meeting, he knew Kettle was strong, but this was on another level entirely. Doubt flickered in his mind, is he really human? Kettle, brimming with excitement, said to the group, "All right, let us keep moving." The three others responded in unison, "Yes, understood." "Take it easy, we do not need to rush," Kettle added cheerfully. Kassan hurriedly replied, "Yes, sir." The priest and paladin, however, silently lamented, "I do not want to die here." As they advanced deeper into the dungeon, more skeletal soldiers came into view. The dry bones still lay motionless on the cold ground. A voice called out, "Kettle." Suddenly, the skeletal soldiers began to stir one by one. The priest gasped, "Skeletal soldiers." She yelled again, panic rising, "This time it is real, they're coming." Kettle spoke quietly to the others, "I need a favor from you all." The three responded immediately, "Yes." Kettle stated firmly, "Let me handle these skeletons myself. There are a few things I want to observe." Kassan agreed instantly, "Understood, go ahead." The priest nodded as well, "I agree." "Thanks," Kettle replied concisely. He stepped forward toward the skeletal soldier, slowly raising its sword. The remaining three watched tensely, unsure what he intended to do. Kettle eyed the skeleton and called out excitedly, "Interesting. What kind of structure do you have here?" As soon as he finished, the skeleton swung its sword to strike him. Calmly, Kettle caught the blade between two fingers, holding it effortlessly without a hint of strain. As Kettle twisted the skeleton's sword, he probed it, his voice teasing, "So, what do you plan to do now?" Immediately, the skeletal soldier backed up. It then leapt onto a nearby raised stone, adopting a defensive stance. Finally, it lunged forward, aiming to bring its sword down on Kettle's head. Despite its carefully calculated strike, Kettle dodged effortlessly. He then grabbed hold of the skeleton's armbone. The moment he secured it, a gleeful smile spread across his face. Kettle taunted the skeletal soldier, his tone challenging, "How do you plan to handle this?" No sooner had he spoken than the skeleton's arm dropped to the ground. Kettle glanced at his own hand, momentarily surprised. The skeleton stared blankly at its lost arm, eyes widening in confusion. Then, it glared at Kettle, attempting to regain its sword using the remaining armbone. Kettle chuckled, "So you can switch arms after all, huh?" The skeleton immediately lunged again. Kettle swiftly seized its remaining armbone, yanking it clean from the creature's body. The skeleton recoiled, then recklessly charged once more. Even as it closed the distance, Kettle remained perfectly composed, showing no hint of fear. He grabbed its arm once more, this time lowering his voice with a mocking tone, "You can even change positions. Your intellect is not so low after all." The priest froze, terror-stricken, unable to utter a word. The other two began trembling in place, stunned. Watching Kettle's overwhelming combat prowess, the group could no longer conceal their astonishment. It was clear now he truly was a man-d. Kettle's eyes gleamed, a terrifying smile spreading across his face. Kassan Hark watched in horror, his face paling at the sight. The grotesque skull clattered to the stone floor, tiny motes of light still hovering around it. Kettle's eyes, wide and feral, tracked every movement of his prey with intense focus. Without wasting a moment, he lifted one leg, clearly aiming at the skull. "So, you can still move even with just your head, huh?" The air seemed to still, heavy with tension, only broken by Kettle's elongated, intrigued voice, "Interesting." Once the situation was settled, Kettle turned to the others with a bright smile. "Have you all been waiting long? Sorry to keep you." Kassan Hark jumped slightly, immediately tensing. "No, whatever you want to do is fine." Although Kettle did not fully understand, he nodded awkwardly. "Thanks." He quickly pivoted and resumed his steps. Cheerfully taking the lead, Kettle announced, "All right then, let us move on." The other three did not dare make a sound, hastily replying, "Yes." After walking for an uncertain stretch, Kettle suddenly froze. All four stopped, the forward motion halted. Kassan opened his mouth, uncertain, "This is Kettle's gaze fell to the staircase extending downward, and he continued Kassen's thought, second floor. After another long pause, the group cautiously followed, staying close together. Kassen Hark suddenly removed his half-face mask and exhaled deeply. He hesitated before speaking to Kettle, who had just turned around. Maybe we should rest for a moment. Kettle thought for a moment, stroking his chin. You are right, a short break would be good. Kassen immediately expressed his gratitude with a quick bow. Thank you. Time passed, and the scene shifted. Kettle sat cross-legged, arms folded, eyes closed, resting in silence. Across from him, Kassen, Priest Hayes, and Paladin Alessandro Tyrannus sat awkwardly, unsure of what to say. Suddenly, Kettle broke the silence. I have a few questions about this dungeon. Priest Hayes blinked in surprise. Yes. Kettle smiled warmly at her. It is embarrassing. I actually do not know much about this place. Priest Hayes, flustered and slightly panicked, replied, No, wanting to learn is commendable. I do not know that much either, but... Kettle responded politely, Thank you. Her eyes widened in curiosity as she watched him, sensing his questions. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, reflecting on the nearby villages and wondering aloud. This dungeon is quite close to the territory. So does that mean there is no issue with the dungeon or its monsters? Priest Hayes explained carefully. Basically, the monsters inside the dungeon won't spread beyond it. Of course, there are exceptions, but those cases are always controlled and handled beforehand. Kassen Hark cleared his throat softly, adding, Dungeons are naturally occurring phenomena, sometimes caves, sometimes towers. Most appear near areas where people gather. From their explanations, Kettle began to understand why this dungeon existed in the first place. Priest Hayes continued to analyze. When a dungeon appears, the territory will first assess its danger level. Then we outsiders, mercenaries, or guards handle it. Hearing this, Kettle's lips curled into a sudden smile, letting out a soft "oh." He pondered further. So that means within the territory itself, there would not be any dungeons. Priest Hayes quickly answered, not wanting to leave him waiting. No, dungeons only appear within a certain distance, away from places where people live. Kettle nodded, understanding. I see. His expression brightened. If it is a dungeon, then there must be rewards for conquering it, right? She propped her chin on her hand, thinking of the skeletal boss and treasure. Exactly. Usually, there is a boss on the final floor, and defeating it grants various rewards. For a dungeon of this scale, the loot should not be bad at all. Half of Kettle's face was shrouded in shadow, leaving only a smile on his lips like something out of a game. Curious, Priest Hayes asked, a game? Kettle, realizing he would spoken aloud, quickly replied, I was just muttering to myself. He quickly changed the topic. I have one more question. Priest hesitated slightly. Yes, go ahead. Kettle asked unexpectedly, who created this dungeon? Her mind filled with question marks. She looked at him, bewildered. What? She did not understand why Kettle would ask such a thing. Dungeons appeared naturally, no one created them. Kettle felt something was off, as if someone's hand was manipulating everything behind the scenes. It seemed too suspicious. First, they always appeared near populated areas. As if deliberately placed to be tested. Images of a serpent coiling around a red apple flashed through his mind. He added silently, they appear near people, enticing them with great rewards. He looked at everyone seriously. I think this has more of an artificial design than a natural phenomenon. Priest Hayes flinched at his words. That actually makes sense. She touched her chin, thinking quietly. She had never considered it, taking it as a natural law all along. Even Kassen Hark went silent, doubting his own assumptions. He thought, I have never questioned it. I never even suspected. It seemed like an absolute truth. Could it be that this man D is seeing through something I have taken for granted? He glanced downward, recalling the common notion that man D were a simple, brutal species. The terrifying image of a predator watching its prey with a single eye rose in his mind, cold, merciless, unchanged. Even Kettle's mere outwardly fearsome presence added to Kassen's growing suspicion. If what I know is correct, could this man D really just be an ordinary man D? As these thoughts swirled, Kettle's voice suddenly cut through his musings. This is truly fascinating. He nodded and smiled at everyone. Everyone, have you rested enough? The three of them jumped, quickly standing. Yes. Kettle cheerfully led the way forward, signaling for them to follow. All right, then, let us continue, he said, and Kassen quickly responded, yes. After moving forward for a while, the four continued cautiously, eyes scanning their surroundings. Kettle calmly led the way, with Kassen and Tiranu each covering a side, while Priest Hayes stayed close behind. Suddenly, Kettle paused slightly, his eyes narrowing as if he had spotted something. He noticed a locked chest. What is that? He muttered. Kassen quickly explained. It is a treasure chest, one of the rewards from the dungeon. If you manage to open it, the treasure inside is yours. He closed his eyes for a moment, thinking inwardly, easier said than done. To open a high-tier chest like this requires a master thief, someone with fully honed lockpicking skills. But if someone had reached that level, they probably would not need to risk themselves in this dungeon at all. Too bad. We will probably have to skip this chest. But Kettle's voice pulled him out of his thoughts. Kassan, open it. Kassan froze, unable to believe what he would just heard. What the hell? Kettle looked at the locked chest with excitement, seemingly oblivious to Kassan's shock. A treasure chest is naturally a thief's job. That is why I asked you to do it. I want to see a thief's skill with my own eyes. Kassan closed his eyes again, thinking, that is true. But there is a problem. He felt stiff as stone. If I could do this, why would I even be here? His jaw dropped. A lowly thief, not recognized by any guild. Where would I even have the skill to pick this lock? His mouth was open, but the words would not come out. I can't tell him the truth. Looking at Kettle's eager, bright expression, full of anticipation, Kassan felt trapped. If he admitted the truth, it would immediately shatter that excitement. The vision of Kettle flipping 180 degrees and staring coldly at him flashed through his mind. You, a thief, and you can't even do this, pathetic. Remembering the scene of Kettle stepping on the skull earlier, Kassan tensed. Internally, he screamed, though no one could hear him. He forced a smile and scratched his head, trying to appear calm. All right, I will give it a try. Sometime later, Kettle stood behind him, eyes sparkling with excitement as he observed Kassan closely. You are using that tool to pick the lock, interesting. Kassan's thoughts darkened, he is staring at me from behind. If I fail, I am as good as dead. Kassan's face twisted into an expression of utter frustration. He racked his memory, trying desperately to recall the skills he had once observed while following Kettle as a porter. Kettle, like a predator exuding an ominous violet aura of power, stood behind him, scrutinizing every subtle movement Kassan made, committing it to memory. Kassan sat there, sweat pouring down as if perched atop a blazing inferno, wagering his very life. Summoning every ounce of his thief's skill. He worked the lock, each twist and maneuver echoing like the anguished screams of a tormented soul. A flash of violet light flickered behind, causing the young man's face to pale, his eyes widening as if frozen in shock for a fleeting moment. Kettle's eyes went wide in astonishment, his broad shoulders trembling slightly beneath the thick fur cloak, his heartbeat thundering audibly in his chest as he faced the unexpected sight before him. Kassan Hark's eyes narrowed, his cheeks flushed, and tears glistened at the corners of his eyes. His lips curved into a small, bittersweet smile as he exclaimed, I did it. It is open. Priest Hay's eyes sparkled as she looked ahead, her voice ringing out with delight. Really, I heard only master thieves could unlock such a treasure chest. I did not expect this firsthand. This is incredible. Kettle's gaze lit up with excitement, his fists clenched tightly and raised high as if to channel the overflowing joy surging within him. Is that so? Well done, Kassan. Kassan hesitated for a moment, replying softly, why yeah. His expression darkened slightly, and he forced a faint, self-conscious smile, hiding the inner turmoil in his heart. Doubts flickered across his eyes. Was this really possible? Just a glance, and he would done it. Incredible. He averted his gaze, lost in thought. For all his pride in his survival skills, this was the first time he had questioned himself. Had he truly ever given his absolute best? Kettle stood at the prow, arms crossed, peering down at the chest below. So, what is this worth, do you think? Priest Hayes followed his gaze and replied thoughtfully, With this, an average family could live lavishly for a whole month. Kassan remained seated in the corner, overwhelmed, still frozen in place. Kettle smiled knowingly, understanding the answer without further explanation. I see. Accepted. Hearing Kettle call, Kassan snapped back to attention. Kassan, you handle the distribution of the rewards, all right? Why yes, sir, he replied, still tense. A silver goblet was raised, hovering near the golden chest as if someone wanted to examine its contents. Kassan paused, holding the cup in his hands, staring at it with a mix of shock and concern etched across his face. A voice called out. Kassan, his eyes widened in panic, cold sweat breaking across his pale face, hair whipping about. Kettle asked quietly, do you need help? Kassan did not respond, only exhaling a long, relieved breath. Kettle noticed the hesitation and asked again, are you hurt? No, I did not do anything, Kassan shouted, startling the others. The three remaining members watched, puzzled, as Kettle's strong, deliberate steps carried him forward. All three kept their faces impassive, eyes locked straight ahead. Suddenly, a warning came from someone. Wait, it was the skeletal warrior. The four froze in front of a scattered skeleton lying on the cold stone floor. Kettle counted the skulls lying before him, murmuring, 4 heads. I will handle 3. The others shivered in fear, their entire bodies trembling, though they forced themselves to maintain stern expressions. Kettle's violet eyes gleamed ominously, a sinister smile curling across his face. His gaze was icy, sharp enough to pierce his foes. The remaining one is yours, he said. Kassan thought briefly, this is real combat. And quickly nodded, yes, sir. Paladin Alessandro Terranus and Priest Hayes echoed in unison, understood. Kettle's steps slowly carried him closer to the skeletal figures. Suddenly, the skull on the ground emitted a faint sound, its jaw moving slightly, and its eyes glowed with an eerie blue light. Cassin felt a wave of tension. No matter how many times he looked, he could not shake the shock of seeing the skeletons reassemble themselves. One by one, the 4 skeletal figures fused back together, moving as if they were living beings. They rose to sit upright, faint blue lights flickering across their bones, leaving the 4 adventurers stunned. The skeletons surged forward as if to attack, roaring with chilling intensity, their jaws gaping wide to intimidate. Kettle immediately issued commands. Everyone, Paladin Alessandro Tyrannus, start channeling your magic. Priest Hayes, mutter your incantations. Cassin, prepare to strike. He shouted sharply, move out. The 4 skeletons lunged forward. Cassin stepped in front of them, thin wisps of gray smoke curling around him. With a swift, circular swing, he sent a streak of golden light flying across one skeleton's face. The 2 skeletons behind looked at each other in confusion, while another collided comically with an unseen object, its expression one of sheer panic. Kettle scooped up 3 of the skeletons in his arms and whispered softly, now. This is rare, do not break anything. Leaning down, he murmured to the 3 bones, I will take care of you. A frail skeleton on the side raised its sword high, ready to strike. The blade shot forward in a wide arc aimed at Paladin Alessandro Tyrannus, but he swiftly lifted his shield. The force pressed hard against the shield, testing his defense, and he tensed, his eyes sharp as bullets. Suddenly, something sprang up from the ground with terrifying force. Cassin leapt, attacking from behind with a sharp dagger, but the noise drew the skeleton's attention. He flailed his arms and legs, flipping the skeletal warrior onto its back. Priest Hayes' gaze fixed on a point ahead. Her hand glowed with golden red light as she cried, Shadow Illusion. The spell caused Paladin Alessandro Tyrannus to stagger. Almost collapsing, he knelt one knee, holding his radiant sword steady. The skeleton, affected by the magic, also collapsed, greenish smoke curling around its frame. Cracks began appearing along its bones, slowly spreading across its entire body. Once again, the skeleton tensed, enveloped in a haze of green smoke. Kettle let out a satisfied chuckle. Ha ha. He stood there laughing mid-air, legs planted on 2 skulls, arms clutching the other 2 heads in self-satisfaction. He could not believe he was witnessing such a textbook formation in action. Truly rare, he added with a grin. His powerful fists shattered the surrounding atmosphere, and he extended a hand to catch the airborne shards, smiling. Now that the obstacles are cleared, let us enjoy this. Golden light flashed as his sword sliced through the air with a razor-sharp arc, cutting straight into the skeletal figure. The clash echoed harshly through the dim space. Cassin's thoughts raced. No doubt about it, this man was a wild force. The eyes of Priest Hayes and Paladin Alessandro Tyrannus reflected a mix of awe and apprehension, sweat still clinging to their brows. He is testing us, they realized. The skeletal faces looked almost comical, their round eyes and gaping mouths frozen in confusion. One skeleton knelt on the ground, clutching a knee, its expression a mixture of bewilderment and fear. The faces of the group were flushed with intensity, some murmuring spells, others brandishing daggers, and a few swinging swords toward the skeletal warriors. They knew that revealing even the slightest weakness could be fatal. Streaks of light cut through the dense darkness, each slash illuminating the black void. The skull lying quietly on the cold stone floor still emitted a faint bluish-white glow. Kettle crouched to the ground, creating a resounding thud. The others followed suit, sitting silently, and for a moment, the air grew thick and oppressive. Kettle sat in thoughtful silence, not in doubt but in observation. The fighters from the snowfield had proven themselves capable, and he noted this quietly. 3 skeletal warriors appeared once again, grinning with menacing, almost comical jaws. These level 3 monsters were also bone constructs. And their numbers had increased, but under Kettle's leadership, they had been overcome without incident. With a lightning-fast motion, Kettle struck them with tremendous force. Priest Hayes watched in silence, her gaze filled with awe. She clutched her hands lightly to her chest, as if summoning the resolve to act. Cassin stood facing Kettle, eyes sharp and expression serious, studying him intently. In the deepest chamber of the dungeon, the silhouette of a knight clad in dark armor sat motionless amidst the cold mist, gripping the hilt of his sword as though guarding a secret buried deep within the dungeon. On the icy steps, the black-armored knight remained still upon a throne, weak firelight glinting off the scratched armor. The intruders stood silently at the foot of the stairs, barely daring to breathe. This was a skeletal knight, a formidable caged warrior. Priest Hayes shivered, panic flaring in her eyes. I can't believe something like this exists here. Kettle raised a brow in curiosity. Different from the ones before. Yes, she emphasized, it is incredibly strong, far stronger than the others. Red, fiery eyes glowed from the hollow sockets of the skeletal knight. Encircled by spiraling purple auras, he held a cold steel sword to his chest. Priest Hayes' eyes widened in shock, her breath caught in her throat. A single strike from this skeletal knight could easily overwhelm any opponent not at the level of a knight. This was no ordinary monster. Defeating it and surviving to return was far from guaranteed. She added, there will be an investigation. If the reasons are justified, then we won't face any trouble. A faint smile of satisfaction appeared on Kettle's lips. Priest Hayes, still uneasy, called to him, and he replied calmly, makes sense. The skeletal knight slowly levitated into the air, the purple maelstrom of energy coiling around him, sword poised, ready to strike. The skeletal knight's eyes blazed with a fierce red glow, a sinister smile curling across his face as he stared down at them. He stood atop the steps, gripping his long, imposing sword, and locked his gaze on Kettle, who remained parallel to him below. Kettle muttered under his breath, a skull can maintain its form. Interesting. At once, the skeletal knight raised his sword high and lunged forward. His body crouched for the attack. For a brief moment, the onlookers froze, faces revealing a mix of confusion and anxiety, sensing something off. Danger radiated from the knight. Priest Hayes screamed, conjuring a magical shield to intercept the skeletal knight's strike. The golden shield cracked under the force, the knight's dark magic pushing back steadily. Pain contorted her face, breaths coming in short, ragged gasps, yet her golden eyes gleamed with determination through the swirling dust and overwhelming pressure. The shield shattered into pieces, but by sheer luck, Paladin Alessandro Tiranu had raised his own shield just in time to deflect the blow. Priest Hayes cried out in alarm as purple smoke spiraled from the impact, causing a few to instinctively step back, their breaths heavy, eyes tense, witnessing the raw force that had swept across the battlefield. Kettle glanced back, letting out a low exclamation of awe. Paladin Alessandro Tiranu's face was slick with sweat, his mind racing. Could a single strike truly carry such force? The skeletal knight's massive frame made every attack enormous, and Alessandro feared the overwhelming power. The knight's expression became inscrutable, almost infinitely enigmatic. Standing on the stone floor, baring his teeth in a menacing grin, his cloak flared with the wind, and the purple haze surrounding him added to the terrifying spectacle. Kettle, one eye closed, observed him silently. His gaze sharpened, growing dangerously intense. The skeletal knight lunged at Kettle, who responded with a single, powerful punch. The knight staggered sideways, landing awkwardly, his expression bordering on comical in its dazed confusion. The three onlookers were frozen, eyes wide and mouths agape, utterly speechless. Kettle clapped his hands together, brushing off dust, and smirked lightly. That is all you have got, he murmured. He stood motionless in the frigid void, muscles tensed, eyes narrowing as he faced the overwhelming presence before him. For a moment, his gaze widened in surprise, as if encountering something completely unexpected. Then he called out, Kassan. At the sound, Kassan looked up and replied, yes, yes. A neatly placed treasure chest sat on the stone step, locked with a golden mechanism. Kettle asked softly, can you open it? Kassan's face twisted in panic. No, impossible, it is protected by a high-level lock. I do not have the skill to open it. Kettle's expression fell slightly. I see, that is unfortunate. Kassan sighed, disappointed. Yeah, it is a shame, but we will have to leave it. Before he could finish, Kettle used his own strength, delivering a mighty blow to the chest. Kassan's eyes went wide, his jaw dropping in utter astonishment. The wooden chest shattered violently, dust and smoke billowing upward. Everyone fell silent, staring at the contents inside. The two onlookers were frozen, eyes bulging, mouths agape, horrified and awestruck by what they saw, something beyond imagination. Kettle smiled confidently, clenching his fists, feeling the power surge through him. The chest contained piles of silver coins. Exactly as expected, but the real reward will be even greater. Kassan, take care of it. Kassan quickly nodded. Yes, sir. Kassan slowly stepped toward the wooden chest, pondering how someone could just smash it open, something he had never seen in his life. His face twisted into an expression that was hard to describe, a mix of amazement and mild frustration. He could not help but think, if he could just break it like that, then why even ask me to unlock it? In front of the three others, a massive doorway appeared, bathed in blinding light that spilled outward. Small chunks of rock tumbled from the cliff above. Kettle turned his head toward the right crevice. Behind them, several boulders shifted, making the ground tremble as though an earthquake had struck. Kassan glanced sideways, his expression calm but eyes alert, letting out a quiet breath as if confirming a thought. Once a dungeon was fully cleared, it would vanish, so there probably would not be any hidden rooms this time. Hearing this, Kettle asked, hidden rooms? They really exist? Kassan replied, rarely, but they do exist. Kettle smiled, his expression light and cheerful. That is interesting, he said. Kassan looked puzzled, clearly not understanding what he meant. The captain of the guard leaned against a table with one hand, the other relaxed at his side, his face reflecting surprise. What did you say? It is done already, he asked quietly. Sunlight fell across the empty city walls. A faint cough broke the quiet, cutting through the heavy summer heat. Ahem, he added, hesitating before asking, so, how was the dungeon? Kettle gave a thumbs up and answered enthusiastically. It was fun. The captain's expression sank slightly, and he stammered, I see. He gestured for everyone to follow him. Then let us proceed with the city entry formalities. Everyone, come along. Priest Hayes froze for a moment, her face showing a mixture of confusion and anxiety. No major problems, she asked. The warden queried, do you think that man-demon could remain in the territory? She rested her chin on her hand, thinking, and after a long pause, replied hesitantly, I think it should be fine, her voice hinting at her lingering doubts whenever she mentioned him. The captain frowned, deep in thought. Conquering a dungeon was not the problem. It was the process. The true purpose was to identify dangerous individuals. Kassan spoke confidently, he is not the type to cause trouble. The captain later met privately with Paladin Alessandro Tiranu for further questioning. Alessandro folded his arms and considered carefully. He is strong, like a monster, but he won't harm anyone. Truly different from a regular man-demon. Kettle crossed his arms, praising, Kassan did really well. As a thief, he disarmed the traps and even attempted to unlock the chest. Alessandro is a powerful frontline warrior. And Hayes' prayers supported us greatly. Kassan nodded. Ah, I see. Alessandro continued recounting the events, but the captain's expression grew more complicated. He thought it strange. Usually, when strangers are forced to form a team to conquer a dungeon, they would not be praised this much. A bead of sweat rolled down his cheek as he finally said, very well. You are allowed to enter. The captain reminded them, even though you are permitted, if you cause trouble, you will be expelled. Be careful. Kettle nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. Someone brought over a cloth bag. Here, this is your reward for conquering the dungeon. Everyone can take a share, they said. Kettle pondered for a moment, thinking that the guards might just take it themselves. He grabbed the bag and spoke up, thank you very much. Surprisingly, this time, it seemed like they would not interfere. Turning to the others, Kettle suggested, let us divide it evenly. Kassan blinked in surprise. Huh. The three others all declined the reward. Ah, no, it is not necessary. Me neither. Kettle persisted, but we all work together, so we have to share the reward. You can't refuse. Kassan scratched his head and replied, ah. All right, then. Kettle grinned and continued, well then, let us go celebrate. Let us see if there is an inn nearby. The three of them collectively exclaimed, huh, what? Then they all burst into laughter. The atmosphere instantly lightened after the friendly teasing and invitations. Celebrate, ah, yes, ha ha. For a moment, the three just stood there, overwhelmed by emotion, tears welling up. Mom, I just want to go home, they thought silently. Kettle strode forward joyfully through the open gates, leaving behind the gloomy shadows of despair. The captain watched their retreating figures, contemplating silently. A single man-demon just punched and killed a skeletal knight, strong as a beast. Before him stood a tall man holding a sword, facing the sturdy figure of a young man whose strength rivaled that of a knight. This was clearly no ordinary man-demon, he was a legendary one. An abnormal individual. The captain's legs froze in place. He frowned, issuing orders with a hint of frustration in his eyes. I will report this to the Lord. Guard the gate. From behind came the response, understood. A massive, grand castle rose ahead, its interior adorned with luxurious furnishings. The captain stationed himself at the entrance, hands folded over his chest, bowing respectfully. Luke Barkhan, he called. Please, enter. Luke Barkhan's expression remained unreadable. What is the matter? The captain's gaze was sharp enough to pierce through the man before him. His voice was steady, but a high level of alertness shone through. Reporting to your lordship, I am the captain of Security Unit 1. A man-demon has entered the territory. The scene outside the palace looked even more magnificent under the moonlight. Inside, it was the lavish decor that truly left everyone in awe. Suddenly, Luke Barkhan spoke up. You have given him permission already. The captain of the guards confirmed, yes, sir. That is correct. It is not a major issue. Luke did not quite understand what the captain meant. Then what is the problem, he asked. The captain had no choice but to speak plainly. He is far too strong. Strong enough to become a problem on its own, sir. Luke was never quick to trust anyone, and hearing the guard recount the events how this man-demon had defeated a skeletal knight with a single punch made him uneasy. His eyebrows nearly shot upward in surprise. Skeletal knights. He imagined its form a monstrous creature impossible to handle unless one was at a knight's level, and yet this man-demon had defeated it in a single blow. In Luke's mind, man-demons were usually simple-minded, brutish beings relying on sheer strength to solve everything. Sweating profusely, he thought, could he really be top tier? He did not dare confirm it outright. It was possible, but Luke Barkhan remained cautious, aware that the man-demon could be even stronger than described. The captain of the guards was equally at a loss, unable to determine the full extent of the threat. A warrior of that caliber and a man-demon at that, a race that worships strength as truth, posed a serious headache. Yet Luke had a plan, a different approach entirely. For now, he decided to summon the man-demon directly. He was bewildered by the order he had to carry out. Will this be safe? Luke had already calculated his course of action. Allowing such a powerful being to roam the territory was reckless, but he felt that meeting him directly would provide clarity. The captain remained uneasy, worried about the danger. Luke, however, was fully confident in the fortress defenses. I have my knights. He blinked slightly at the announcement from the Lord, then turned to ask his knight, what do you think? The knight assessed the situation instinctively. He is strong, yes, but he is just a man-demon, a muscle-bound brute with no real intellect. The Lord's knight was supremely confident in his own abilities. Against my sword techniques, taught directly by the sword saint, he does not have the level yet. Luke nodded, satisfied with the assurance. He then ordered the captain, call the man-demon. I will speak to him directly. At the dining table, a variety of dishes were laid out. Kettle happily took a bite of a chicken leg, savoring it thoroughly, leaving only a few drops of sauce at the corner of his mouth. Everyone else could not help but be astonished at Kettle's voracious appetite. The room fell silent. Paladin, Cassin, and priest could barely utter a word. Kettle slammed his cup down on the table. Only after finishing his meal did he speak, praising the food. This is good. The inn is nice, and I like the quiet atmosphere too. Today it is on me, so eat and drink freely. The priest laughed out loud, easing the tension. Kettle turned to the paladin. You are a holy knight, right? The paladin responded calmly, yes, sir. Curious about his power, Kettle asked, what kind of holy power do you wield? I did not see you use it during the dungeon raid. The paladin hesitated. I am still training, so my holy power has not awakened yet. Kettle's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, unlucky, he murmured. The paladin, embarrassed, did not say more. Kettle quickly shifted the topic. The deity you serve is Kalasha, right? Is there a temple nearby? The priest gave a vague excuse to decline. No, I do not think so. She is not exactly a welcome deity. She was well aware of the situation. Kalasha, the goddess of deceit and trickery, was widely hated and rejected. Unsure whether to ask further, the priest glanced at Kettle. Sir. Kettle, still focused on his meal, looked up slightly. What is it? The priest's question made both the paladin and Cassin startle. How strong is he exactly? Kettle, however, was still lost in the world of food, savoring each bite. I can't really define my own abilities. In terms of rank, I am not sure either. I have not been away from the snowfield for long, so I am honestly curious myself. Just how strong is a skeletal knight, he murmured. The priest's estimate was fairly accurate. At the very least, it would require a second-tier rank to handle him, but if it were a first-tier knight, they could defeat him just as Kettle had. Kettle remained modest. Then probably second-tier, he said casually. The innkeeper's voice trembled slightly. Forgive me, sir. Kettle hoped the guests would understand. By the way, our shop will be closing soon, man-demon. He urged everyone to get going. My apologies, let us be off. Kettle asked about their plans. Do you have anything scheduled or any plans coming up? Both the priest and paladin answered, loudly, yes, we do. Cassin, with equal confidence, nodded. Yes, we are really busy, actually. Kettle's eyes sparkled. I see. That is too bad. Then I guess we part ways here. I hope to meet you again someday. Yet, all three of them shared the same thought silently. No need to meet again, goodbye then. Kettle's feet sank into the soft, welcoming bed. He smiled, blissfully happy. Wonderful. Is this the first time I have actually slept on a bed since coming to this world? The innkeeper was shocked, realizing Kettle had stayed at the inn thanks to the dungeon rewards, without causing much trouble. Kettle felt more alive than ever. Compared to the snowfield, this place was paradise. Lost in his own thoughts, he reflected, it had taken quite some time since waking in the snowfield to find civilization. So, what should I do now? I want to experience more, to feel more. He felt the pull of adventure. I want a journey, to visit the sacred grounds of the elf clan. Other intentions still lingered in his mind, the magic tower, the capital city. He closed his eyes to let his mind rest. Sunlight streamed through the window. Kettle awoke, still slightly drowsy, quickly wiping the remaining drool from his mouth. Even early in the morning, the captain of the guards had arrived to see him. Did I wake you? My apologies. Kettle wanted to know the reason for his visit. Captain, what brings you here? The captain cleared his throat to prevent his voice from cracking. He had come to deliver a message. The Lord wanted to meet him directly. Kettle could hardly believe his ears. The Lord, the ruler of this land, the master of the entire territory, wants to meet me. Without hesitation, he immediately agreed. Understood. Kettle wanted a moment to prepare before leaving. Should I go now? Let me just get dressed and I will leave right away. The captain of the guards glanced at him, slightly skeptical. Just like that. Sunlight poured into every corner of the streets. Now Kettle could truly feel the lively atmosphere of the marketplace. When he first arrived in this territory, it had already been dark, so he had only caught a brief glimpse. Observing it in daylight, however, was genuinely impressive. He thought to himself that life here seemed peaceful. Kettle even gave a thumbs up internally. If this is the lucky fantasy type of world, then I welcome it anytime. He also noted the absurdity of his situation, muttering, what in the world is happening to me? The captain of the guards forced himself to stay patient, knowing his duty demanded efficiency. Time was limited, they needed to return to the palace quickly. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the palace. "I have brought the man-demon here, my lord," the captain reported. Luke Barkan, standing at the entrance, instructed the guards, "Let him in." Kettle stepped inside the grand hall. Luke extended his hand toward him. "It is a pleasure to meet you, man-demon." Introducing himself succinctly, Luke said, "I am Luke Barkan, lord of this territory, the Barkan region of the Gayanthra kingdom." Kettle bowed slightly in respect. "It is an honor to meet you, lord of Barkan. I am Kettle, a man-demon." Luke's eyes nearly bulged out in shock at this action. He could hardly speak. A man-demon, shaking hands. He struggled to maintain his composure. Man-demons never shook hands. Strength was everything to them, without exception. "I have lived long enough to see a lot, but this." Quickly, Luke adjusted his demeanor. "It seems he has learned some basic etiquette. Sit down." Kettle took a seat across from him in the lavish chamber. The palace interior was starkly different from the outside, adorned with gleaming gold and intricate decorations. Kettle was taken aback, realizing just how magnificent a lord's castle truly was. Even in a fantasy world, the castle bore an unmistakable medieval look. His gaze fell on a figure ahead, a knight guarding the lord. Kettle's childhood wish had come true. He had always loved role-playing games as a knight, and now he was seeing a real-life knight. It was incredible, exactly as he had imagined. He noticed someone watching him. The lord's knight seemed overcautious, radiating a deadly aura, always scrutinizing others. The knight's presence exuded palpable threat. That is real killing intent. No mistake. How dare he show this aura in front of the lord? Without fully understanding the situation, the knight had already moved to draw his sword. "Foolish. You won't leave here alive if you do that." Kettle listened patiently as Luke spoke. "The reason I summoned you is simple. I bear no ill will. I just need to confirm a few things about you." Kettle folded his arms. "Very well. What would you like to confirm?" Luke still found it hard to believe Kettle was a man-demon. "Where do you come from?" Kettle gave a long, meandering reply that lacked focus, unaware that this was precisely what mattered. "I come from the coldest place in the world, a land blanketed entirely in white snow." Luke's eyes narrowed, already guessing the truth, the snowfield. Ever cautious in thought, he now realized this was the legendary man-demon warrior standing right before him. Yet still, doubts lingered. Unbelievable. Kettle did not know how to explain. "It is a harsh place. Believe it or not, that is up to you." Luke wanted more information. "Then let me ask you something else." He was even more tense than Kettle. "Just how strong are you?" Luke needed an answer to plan accordingly. What mattered most was how dangerous this man-demon's power truly was. Kettle spoke the truth. "The question is wrong. I do not know the standards for strength outside my world." Luke, realizing there was no other way to gauge it, understood. He turned to the knight. He did not need to ask again. Luke's meaning was clear. He would test Kettle's strength another way. "Do you wish to spar with one of my knights? If you agree, I will make sure you are rewarded fairly." Kettle did not quite grasp what was happening. "A duel." Luke's tone carried anticipation. "Of course, it won't be a deathmatch. I trust you will keep it within limits." Kettle smiled brightly. "Sounds good to me." The calm, composed demeanor of Kettle startled Luke. A duel with a knight he had only wished for, a glimpse of combat, and now it was happening before his eyes. Not just any knight, but a knight of this fantasy world, possessing magic and aura, a chance to witness true combat skill. Luke could not help but grip the armrest tightly. Still, he maintained his preconceptions. Indeed, a man-demon was a man-demon. Politeness aside, the wild, battle-loving nature remained unchanged. Both Luke and the Lord's Knight sensed the killing intent emanating from Kettle. The arena came into view. Luke sat, waiting to see who would emerge victorious. Kettle and the knight stepped onto the field. The knight was deadly serious about the duel, while Kettle's face radiated energy and anticipation. Luke could not wait a single moment longer. "Begin. Hopefully no one will shed blood unnecessarily." The attendant struck the bell immediately. The Lord's Knight sneered, voice dripping with arrogance. "Consider it an honor to witness my swordsmanship, you lowly man-demon." Kettle ignored the insult. "I am looking forward to this." Luke could not understand it. How dare he be so relaxed? The knight was already ready, exuding overwhelming skill. "I will show you," he thought. Swiftly, he lunged forward. 3 sword blades appeared in an instant. It turned out he wielded a triple-bladed sword, 3 blades joined together. Kettle was momentarily taken aback at the sight. He had no time to react. The blades moved with incredible speed. The 3 green blades thrust straight at him all at once, making Kettle question his own eyes. Was this an illusion? His expression froze for a moment, but his body reacted instantly, dodging the strikes with lightning speed. No, this was not an illusion. The knight attacked relentlessly, yet not a single strike landed. A thought flickered through Kettle's mind: all 3 blades are real. This is swordsmanship. The man opposite him noticed Kettle's stunned face, yet could not land a hit. Indeed, the boy was extraordinary. The knight, exultant, laughed. "You barely managed to dodge my sword, ha, even so, doing that is impressive." Kettle felt the victory already in his grasp. He could end the duel now, but there was no need to continue. Suddenly, his hand clenched and shot forward. His face revealed no emotion. With a casual flick of the wrist, the knight's triple-bladed sword shattered into pieces. The sudden, unforeseen move left the knight wide-eyed and speechless. What? Kettle gave him no chance to recover. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the knight, arm extended toward the man's chest. His hand gripped the knight's breastplate, veins bulging, forcing the solid armor to warp. With a powerful throw, the breastplate splintered into fragments, and the knight's body flew backward. He landed hard, mouth agape, seemingly unconscious. Luke Barkan's jaw dropped, eyes wide. What? The armored gauntlet fell slack to the ground. The knight had been thrown a considerable distance, slamming into a wall. Only a deep indentation remained in the ground and the wall was caved in from the impact. Seeing his knight defeated by a single strike, Luke could hardly believe his eyes. In his mind, he reeled, just one blow, and a first-tier knight is down. What kind of terrifying power is this? Kettle stood with steady footing, smiling toward him. That is it, right? Luke Barkan remained silent, staring at him, stunned for a long while. Finally, he gathered himself and spoke slowly. Yes. In Luke's mind replayed the horrifying strike he had just witnessed. A man-demon capable of defeating a first-tier knight with a single blow. This was monstrous strength. At least at a superhuman level, and yet that was only the minimum. The full depth of this power was beyond measure. His expression grew grave. A man-demon with such strength could destabilize the balance of the world. A vision flashed in his mind, a heroic figure wielding a sword alongside a dragon. If that is the case, I should inform him, one of the few in this vast world who bears the title of Sword Saint. Luke Barkan bowed slightly, murmuring to himself, thoughtful and apprehensive. It is time for him to appear. I wonder if he will even be interested. Just as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly rang out. Are you speaking of me? Luke Barkan jumped, his gaze snapping toward the source of the voice. Sunlight and a gentle breeze flowed in through the open window. The thin, light curtain fluttered in the wind, and right there, standing calmly with arms crossed, was an old man in a blue robe, calmly observing him. Luke exhaled deeply. He glanced at the man who had appeared so suddenly in the room. His tastes are as strange as ever, he thought. The old man chuckled softly. Even humans need a little entertainment, do not they? It was none other than the Sword Saint Cain. Arms still crossed, he spoke. So, why do not you tell me this interesting story of yours? Luke Barkan placed one hand on the table to steady himself and slightly bowed. It is truly an honor that you came despite my sudden notice. I am grateful to meet the great Sword Saint Cain. Cain did not respond, only stared at him intently. Neither spoke further, and Luke remained in his bowing stance. Later, the scene shifted. The knight who had lost the kettle lay in pain on a bed, trying to suppress his suffering. Suddenly, the wooden door opened. Luke, who had been standing inside the room unnoticed, spoke, making the knight jump. Are you feeling any better? Flustered, the knight struggled to sit up, clutching his wound. I will be fine in a few days. I sincerely apologize, my lord. Before Luke could respond, the figure behind him interjected. No, you should be the one apologizing to me. The Sword Saint Luke Cain clasped his hands behind his back, calmly observing. My foolish disciple has fallen to an insignificant, unknown man-demon. The knight froze at Cain's presence. Master. Luke glanced down, noticing only a small tear in the knight's chest armor. The old man spoke matter-of-factly, not a single injury. Before arriving here, I saw the boy's armor completely shattered. Given the state of his armor, it would not be surprising if he had died. Yet his clothing is only lightly torn, and his body bears not a scratch. Could it be that this man-demon held back? Cain propped his chin on his hand, studying his disciple carefully. This was not an ordinary foolish man-demon. He was someone capable of controlling his power with precision. The knight hesitated, then responded, I understand. Cain's assessment was calm but firm. This man-demon's skill surpassed even the knight's level to such an extent that he could easily hold back if he wished. Finally, Cain delivered a conclusion that left both Luke Barkan and the knight wide-eyed in astonishment. At the very least, he was at a transcendent level. Luke opened his mouth hesitantly. He turned to Cain. Pardon my disrespect, but compared to you, Master Cain. Cain paused briefly, then replied, he is indeed strong, but I am the Sword Saint. Even if he possesses transcendent power, he cannot reach me. Luke exhaled with relief. Cain stroked his chin thoughtfully, yet I did not see him use any aura, and his power already reached that level. Cain's words left Luke marveling, eyes wide. Such power was impossible by conventional standards. This was the strength of a man-demon hailing from the frozen expanse. In Luke's mind, Kettle's figure appeared vividly. He reflected silently. At first, I did not believe it, but it seems he really is from the frozen expanse. Cain hummed thoughtfully. A man-demon from the frozen expanse. Within his thoughts, Kettle's gaze was intensely fearsome. Cain pondered deeply. The legend of a human surviving in the icy wastes. Was he truly human? Touching his beard, Kane suddenly muttered enigmatically, he is an anomalous being. With that, visions of monstrous creatures, reptilian beasts, gigantic bears flashed in his mind. Yet Kane immediately shook his head, dismissing the terrifying images. No, he murmured. Luke Barkan frowned, confused. Huh. The frightening visions of an anomalous being lingered in Kane's mind. He clarified to himself, if he were truly a monster, he would not have held back against humanity. I was mistaken. Still, one question gnawed at him: why the frozen expanse, and why at this very moment, Kane felt a sense of unease. Seeing the old man's pained expression, Luke asked, is something wrong? Kane brushed aside his doubts. Nothing, that can wait, even the Emperor has his mysteries. Thinking of the armored soldiers before the snowy mountains, Kane felt his head ache, always demanding the strangest of things. He spun toward Luke. No need to worry about that now. Luke, a little confused, nodded. Understood. Kane's gaze remained fixed on him. That man-demon, he is still in our territory, correct? Luke answered honestly, yes. He said he would stay, so I suppose he will. Kane shifted his steps, face serious. Turning away, he added, I must confirm this myself. Outside the city walls, a voice rang out, what are you planning to do next? The captain of the Barkan guards was drenched in sweat, unable to reply. Kettle faced him calmly and said, I suppose. Kettle recalled the day before when Lord Luke Barkan had handed him a small bag and said, this is the reward for your match. He remembered the words clearly. Then decided firmly, from now on, I won't interfere with your actions in my territory. Returning to the present, Kettle stroked his chin thoughtfully. I do not have any concrete plans either, but it would be better to verify my status. Every time I enter a new territory, having to clear dungeons just to prove myself is too troublesome. Hearing this, the captain quickly offered a suggestion. If you are concerned about that, there is a way you could have someone of high standing act as a protector, vouching for your identity. Or, if you want another option. He did not hesitate, quickly proposing, you could become a mercenary. He went on to explain the benefits of joining the mercenary guild. If you accumulate achievements and gain recognition from the guild, your identity will be acknowledged as well. Yet he thought to himself, of course, mercenaries are just errand runners until they reach a certain rank. With this man-demon's power, finding a patron would be far easier. Kettle's eyes brightened. Mercenary, he asked, intrigued. Is there really another way? Images of mercenaries appeared in his mind, venturing into dangerous forests to hunt monsters, living the romanticized life of adventure. Mercenaries were specialists in handling perilous tasks, a living embodiment of a heroic fantasy world. Kettle's interest piqued. Where do I go to become a mercenary? The captain hesitated. There is a guild. Kettle's face lit up like sunlight. Take me there. The captain of the guard froze, wide-eyed, and stammered, oh okay. Kettle imagined people walking their own paths, mercenaries roaming the lands to carry out commissions. To some, they were symbols of romantic freedom. Yet in reality, mercenaries were at the bottom of society, a class for those whose status went unrecognized. Even skilled mercenaries sometimes panicked when facing terrifying monsters. Many died in unexplored dungeons, or were merely sacrificial lambs for dirty tasks. Thus, low-tier mercenaries were often rude, filthy, and loud. One such man in a blue shirt, enraged, threw a punch at the person across from him. You bastard, how dare you touch me? At the guild, the one struck could not block it and fell heavily backward. He quickly regained his composure, leaping up and yelling, you want to fight? The blue-shirted man, even angrier, shot back with a taunt, then come at me. Both sides charged recklessly. Their guildmates watched, giggling and betting on the outcome. Hey, right one, I am betting on you. If you win, I am cashing in. Left one, you got this. They clashed violently, neither yielding, blood and fury in full force as each refused to admit defeat. The mercenary guild receptionist finally spoke up. Rosa, how are the new recruits this time? Rosa, the guild receptionist, sighed heavily. Hopeless. They are all weirdos. She recalled the new arrivals, Paladin, a madman claiming to be a holy knight. Kassan, a thief. And finally, Priest Hayes from Kalasha. The priest seemed decent. But the deity she served, not trustworthy at all. Rosa let out another tired sigh. The pink-haired receptionist beside her muttered, I see, that is unfortunate. Inside, Rosa was frustrated. No one decent showed up, and the ill-mannered mercenaries spent all day brawling. Then her mind wandered to a fantasy. If only a prince on a white horse would appear to rescue me from this receptionist job. Suddenly, the door opened slowly. Rosa, lost in her thoughts and sorrow, jumped in surprise. Looking up, she saw a strange guest standing in front of her. Kettle. He stepped in, eyes sparkling with excitement as he took in the surroundings. So this is the guild, he exclaimed. The two men who had been fighting paused, turning to look at the newcomer in disbelief. No way, a man-demon. Others in the guild also froze, staring wide-eyed at Kettle. Yet Kettle entered with sheer enthusiasm, completely unbothered. He sat at a table, folding his arms confidently, and declared, I am here to become a mercenary. Rosa froze, her face blanching, lips trembling. Why you want to become a mercenary, may I ask your purpose? Kettle replied calmly, there are many reasons, but I heard that becoming a mercenary allows one's identity to be recognized. Rosa nodded slowly. That is true. However, to have your status acknowledged through the mercenary path, you will need to achieve quite a lot. Are you okay with that? Kettle's voice was resolute. No problem. Rosa proceeded to register his information. Then I will register you as a mercenary. The fee is 5 coins. May I have your name? Kettle placed the coins on the desk, speaking calmly, I am Kettle. My age, I am not sure. Rosa typed swiftly, murmuring, all right, I will approximate then. Soon after, she handed him a badge. Done. Your registration as a mercenary is complete. This is your mercenary badge. It is the symbol of a mercenary, do not lose it. Kettle stared at the badge, silent. Holding it in his hand, he looked at it intently, satisfied. I have been accepted. Excited, he asked, are there any missions available now? I want to start immediately. Rosa, a bit surprised, hesitated. Yes, missions. She handed him a board listing the current tasks. Kettle looked over it, puzzled. Wait, is this all? The board displayed only F-rank missions, gathering herbs, cleaning basements, scrubbing sewers, sweeping streets, and night patrols. Rosa forced a smile. For now, since you are an F-rank mercenary, these are the missions available to you. Inwardly, she felt apprehensive. Man-demons are proud by nature. What if he suddenly gets angry? Should I call for backup? She forced herself to explain. If you complete these simple tasks and accumulate achievements, you will be able to take on harder missions. Before she finished, Kettle pointed decisively. I will take this mission. Rosa stared at the mission board in disbelief. It turned out that Kettle had decided his very first task would be gathering herbs. She hesitated, asking carefully, are you sure? Kettle replied calmly, it is work that needs doing. Is not it? No problem. Rosa stammered, I see. Filled with excitement, Kettle asked, so, where can I find these herbs? Rosa handed him a picture. You will need to go outside the village. They look like this. Kettle quickly grabbed the image, nodding eagerly. Got it, I will be back soon. She stammered, why yes. Watching Kettle leave the guild with the herb picture in hand, his demeanor so relaxed and enthusiastic. Rosa froze, thinking, what is it with him? He seems so at ease. Finally, he opened the door and stepped out to begin his herb gathering mission. Rosa remained stunned. Even though the pink-haired receptionist beside her tried to scare her into moving, it had no effect. Arriving at the forest, Kettle spotted a single herb flower. He compared it carefully with the picture on his paper. After a moment, he wondered to himself, does this herb heal wounds? It looks a little unusual. He took off his fur coat and laid it on the lush green grass. Adopting the posture of a peasant gathering herbs, he approached the task with enthusiasm. I have even prepared UV protective clothing. Let us begin my first mercenary mission. About an hour later, back at the mercenary guild, Rosa was stunned to see a large sack filled with the herbs Kettle had gathered. Kettle casually asked, is this enough? Rosa stammered, too much. Is he crazy? Is he trying to ruin the herb field or something? She thought. Then her eyes brightened. Looking at the herbs Kettle had collected, she realized they are in perfect condition. Most mercenaries just yank them carelessly, which ruins their value. Kettle felt a swell of pride. I am meticulous, after all. Rosa nodded in agreement. Yes, that is true. She handed him a coin. Thank you for your hard work, Kettle. Here's your reward for the mission, 1 coin. Kettle thought of the fragrant bread he could buy with it. The money was barely enough for the cheapest meal, yet it was the first coin he had earned through honest work. He could not help but feel thrilled and moved. Holding the coin, he quickly said, I am very satisfied. Can you assign me the next mission right away? Rosa froze. Huh? She stared at him, perplexed. What? How could a reward like this make someone so happy, this man-demon? Kettle's joy was childlike. It is still daylight, so I want to get as much done as I can. Rosa could not help but wonder, why is he so cheerful? Inwardly, she groaned. Good heavens, this new mercenary is just as bizarre as he is powerful. In the F-rank task board, the missions were listed one after another, herb gathering, basement cleaning, and public sanitation, all of which he had completed quickly. The remaining tasks, street sweeping, night patrol, and warehouse cleaning, caught Kettle's attention. He pointed firmly at the last mission. The warehouse cleaning, and decided, this time, I will take this one. Rosa silently reflected on his choice. After the herb gathering task, this was now his 3rd cleaning assignment. She glanced at Kettle, whose eyes shone like sunlight as they rested on her. Could it be that this man D actually enjoyed cleaning? Not knowing what else to say, she stammered, all right, then. Take on this task. Moments later, he opened the door and stepped into the warehouse to begin his assignment. A girl wearing a white hat noticed someone entering and turned to look. With an excited and determined tone, Kettle announced, I am here to clean the warehouse. The red-haired girl froze in shock, clutching a broom tightly in her hands as she stared at him. Calmly, Kettle asked, are you the owner of this warehouse? She replied slowly, Yes, though in her heart she could not hide her surprise. A man D, here. He got to work, gently lifting a row of boxes with both hands. Cleaning the warehouse was straightforward, and he had no trouble moving the items inside. Next, Kettle picked up a broom and swept across the floor, sending dust into the throat of a nearby young man, making him cough. His following task would be sweeping the streets. Taking a broom in hand, he began to sweep. At first, controlling his strength was slightly tricky, but he managed without significant difficulty. At that moment, while Kettle diligently performed the street sweeping task, a man with binoculars observed him from a distance. The old man watched him for a while, puzzled. What on earth is he doing, he thought. Clearly, this was at least a superhuman-level being. Someone powerful enough to flatten an entire kingdom with just a punch. Seeing Kettle hidden behind that unassuming, gentle-looking face made it even more perplexing. In other words, if he revealed his power, he would be celebrated anywhere, but here he was, sweeping the streets like any ordinary worker. The old man saw him diligently sweeping back and forth, and it was clear that Kettle was putting his full effort into the task. Kettle worked meticulously, sweeping all the dirt into a dustpan. The old man had observed all of this and muttered in admiration, "He is taking this seriously. Wow." Lowering the binoculars, he stood from afar, staring at Kettle, unable to stop himself from wondering. But why? By then, he had finished cleaning everything thoroughly. He did not look tired at all, just casually wiped a few beads of sweat from his hands and, in a lightly exhilarated tone, exclaimed, "Ah, this feels amazing." The old man watching him could not understand it at all. Why does he look like he is actually enjoying this? He wondered. The next morning, the blazing sun had climbed high into the sky. Kettle woke up, stretching luxuriously and letting out a deep, satisfying yawn. He planted his feet firmly on the floor. Then, he suddenly noticed a rather large bag sitting on the table. He had not seen it there before. The bag looked heavy, and he had no idea what it contained. Inside, there were numerous coins. A female voice called out, cheerful and warm, "A smooth first day as a mercenary, Lord Kettle. This is your reward for completing 15 tasks." Kettle's eyes widened as he stared at the bag of coins. He picked it up, and Rosa, sitting across from him, smiled lightly and added, "That is 15 silver coins, sir." Unable to hide his excitement, his joy radiating across his face, Kettle said, "Thank you so much. I will return tomorrow." He smiled contentedly. This marked the beginning of his second day in town. Nearby, a little girl clutched her mother tightly, crying inconsolably. People around them froze, staring in amazement at someone. It turned out Kettle had just walked past, and his overwhelming presence had caught everyone's attention. While walking, he suddenly stopped. Something had caught his eye. "That is," he murmured. In the distance, a beautifully designed, intricately detailed building came into view, a library. Kettle knocked and entered. The librarian glanced at the visitor and softly greeted, "Hello." An eerie aura emanated from Kettle, causing the librarian to tighten her fists in fear, unable to speak. He lowered his voice and asked, "May I read the books here?" Kettle wandered among the bookshelves for a while, then selected a few volumes and sat at a table to read. He read intently, his expression clearly showing delight and curiosity. The librarian remained at her desk, quietly observing him. Even the old man who had been following Kettle's movements closely was astonished. A man D reading a book. I can't believe this, but now I am certain. Even a man D from the frozen tundra has customs that differ from ordinary people. Kettle remained absorbed in reading, a gentle smile on his lips. Perhaps, the old man thought, this man D is truly unique. After a while, Kettle closed a history book and muttered softly, "So, the Empire finally won." Having read through everything, he pieced together a sequence of events. A few years ago, Mylena had traveled to the frozen tundra and promised to sell weapons to the kingdom in its battle against the Empire. Despite that, the Empire emerged victorious. Its flags were erected as markers of conquest. Now, the Empire was supremely powerful, and the kingdom of Varkhan had effectively become a vassal state. A series of knights from this empire were always poised for brutal battles. The empire had swallowed up half of the human world and continued its expansion relentlessly. They feared no opponent and struck without hesitation, as if intent on devouring the entire world. Kettle raised a hand to his chin, muttering thoughtfully, "Conquering the world." Then his eyes lit up again, gleaming with curiosity about history. "All right, that is enough about humanity. Now, let us see what is more interesting." He pulled out a book about non-human races, eager to see what it had to say about various non-human species. Kettle flipped through each page, scanning it carefully. In his mind, he reflected on the book as a compendium of non-human creatures, a record of the fantastical. There were descriptions of a magnificent crystal-filled cave, truly existing in this world, the grandest cave in existence, filled with rare ores like gemstones. It also mentioned the dwarves' cavern, Mantiana. Further on, there was a fairy village, Pasarapia, its lush greenery making it a stunningly beautiful place. Then came the sky city of the angelic Lagamera, equally grand and magnificent, and finally, the unreachable sanctuary of the elves, Elfo Sagrado. This sanctuary had been shrouded in mystery for years. No one knew its location, and even the most powerful rulers had failed in countless attempts to find it. Kettle's eyes brightened with intrigue, so many must have tried to reach the elves' sanctuary. Suddenly, he widened his eyes as if he had stumbled upon something fascinating. He held the book close to his face, reading each word carefully. Wait, there are other areas like the frozen tundra. The book detailed places teeming with danger, demon regions, places that rejected human presence, filled with strange and terrifying phenomena. While numerous demon regions existed, 5 stood out for their vast scale. Next was an area enveloped in absolute silence, a tranquil forest where everything seemed frozen in place. Then came a scorching chasm, a pit of evil spreading malevolence across the land. Beneath the ocean lay a unique ecosystem, the deep sea, home to primates who breathed and survived in that abyss. Following that, there was a bottomless black hole surrounded by a ring of vibrant colors, the infinite black hole, a place devoid of anything. Finally, there was a land where snow fell year-round, inhabited by people shrouded in mysterious secrecy, the frozen tundra. Within these demon regions dwelled monstrous creatures known as incarnations of destruction. However, these domains could not breach human territories. Kettle read all this and could not help exclaiming, how vast this world truly is. He raised a hand to his chin, pondering, and there are still more places, similar to the frozen tundra. A moment later, he stood up from the table and said, that must be all the information available here. He looked toward the librarian and said politely, this information has been really useful. Thank you. She nearly jumped out of her skin, startled, and stammered, why yes, of course. Kettle slowly made his way back to the mercenary guild. He stepped inside and approached the guild receptionist. Speaking up, Rosa, what tasks are available today? She looked up, surprised. Lord Kettle, you have returned already. Kettle's eyes sparkled as Rosa smiled and handed him the task sheet. Here are today's job requests. The old man continued to watch Kettle's every move and gesture, his curiosity growing. The way he observed him, it was clear this was no ordinary person. Finally, the old man turned away, muttering to himself, perhaps I need to meet him directly. It dawned on him, he was Cain, the sword saint, now observing Kettle on the second day. On a quiet evening, with the moon bright and a gentle breeze blowing, the sound of footsteps echoed sharply along the empty street. Kettle smiled, his face alight with excitement, thinking to himself, today, I will handle another dozen requests. He glanced at the small pouch of coins hanging at his side, feeling a surge of delight. Even these small earnings, when accumulated, added up to quite a bit. Outside, the streets were deserted, only Kettle walked silently. At this pace, the day he would be recognized as a true mercenary could not be far off. He whistled cheerfully as he strolled along, filling the empty street with the sound. In a narrow alley nearby, a man had been hiding, watching him. Suddenly, seeing Kettle approach, the man lunged out, startling him. Cain's face was grim and terrifying, partially hidden under a long cloak and a large hood. The two stood facing each other, the air taut with tension. Kettle crossed his arms over his chest and asked boldly, you have been following me all day, have not you? Cain flinched, taken aback. Huh. Kettle pressed on, his voice firm, what do you want? Caught off guard by the directness of the question, Cain's mind raced. How did he notice me? His face went pale, mouth agape in disbelief. He had been completely concealed no matter how sharp his senses. He should have been undetectable. Seeing Cain remain silent, Kettle's hand instinctively moved to protect the pouch of coins at his side. Could he be a thief? He crouched slightly, ready to grapple at a moment's notice. Cain, in turn, froze, dumbfounded. After a long pause with no response, Kettle furrowed his brows and spoke again, his tone sharp, not answering, I guess I was right. Security here seems decent, but there are still thieves around. Sweat streamed down Cain's face as he stammered, and no. Would he even believe me if I said I am a sword saint? Seeing Cain's stiff, panicked posture, Kettle was struck with sudden realization. Still robbing at his age, the economy must be worse than I thought. He paused, hand resting on his chin in thought. Then his eyes lit up, a spark of an idea igniting. Taking down this man and turning him in could make for a solid accomplishment. Cain froze entirely, startled. What? Kettle's subtle, knowing smile left Cain momentarily speechless. He reconsidered, actually, this might be a good opportunity. He thinks I am a thief. He clenched his fists and thrust them forward. So, a direct confrontation might be the best way to gauge his strength and identity, he thought. Suddenly, Kettle lifted his foot and stepped back. Cain instinctively looked up, stunned. I have not even made a move yet, and he is already acting. Kettle's body swayed lightly, seemingly untethered, and in an instant, a gust of wind sliced through the air. Cain jumped back, startled. Fear flashed across his face. Has he disappeared? With a sudden thud, Kettle reappeared right in front of him, glaring fiercely. His eyes glowed, and his body now seemed 2, maybe 3 times larger than before. What the? He reached a massive hand forward, as if to grab Cain. Cain stomped his foot, a surge of blue aura radiating from him. If I freeze here, He swung his arm, dodging to the side just in time. He would have grabbed my neck otherwise. Finally, Kane reacted, and Kettle let out a long, amused laugh. Baring his teeth in a wide grin, Kettle stared at Kane and said, "Not bad." But Kane was utterly bewildered, his eyes wide and rolling, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Impossible. He almost caught me. He collapsed to the ground, still trembling with fear. If my reflexes had been even slightly slower, I would be finished. But I can't sense any aura from him at all. Kettle crossed his arms over his chest, standing in place, laughing heartily. Interesting. Kane stared directly into his eyes, racing through his thoughts in a daze. He moves that fast, and yet his body seems purely human. Kane pressed his lips together, swallowed hard. The initial probing was over. Now it was the real thing. He crouched and leapt, gritting his teeth, transforming his demeanor entirely. I will give it my all. Kettle remained silent, his expression darkening as he stood perfectly still. Suddenly, he vanished again, leaving only a sharp gust of wind in his wake. In a flash, he reappeared behind Kane and grabbed one of his arms. Kane's jaw clenched as he turned to look behind him, disbelief etched on his face. Already defeated, I expanded my senses, and still, I could not react in time. Kettle twisted Kane's arm behind his back like he was escorting a captured criminal. Panic overtook Kane. His face went pale and depressed, as though his arm were pinned to solid rock, dragging his entire body along. He struggled violently, screaming in pain. What kind of monstrous strength is this? He gritted his teeth, enduring the hold. This was not even a pure test of strength. Unable to accept being subdued like this, Kane tensed his entire body, radiating power. Fine, I will go all out and unleash my full strength. Watching Kane exert his power like that, Kettle's eyes widened in surprise. The grip of his hand on Kane's wrist seemed to loosen little by little. Eventually, almost unconsciously, Kettle could no longer hold on. A sudden, violent flash of light erupted, blindingly bright. Kane broke free, stumbling backward and sliding across the ground. Kettle, still somewhat puzzled, held his hand out in front of him, noticing a faint trace of Kane's blue aura lingering in his palm. Kane furrowed his brows, breathing heavily, wary eyes never leaving Kettle. Kettle bared his teeth in a cheerful grin and said playfully, "The thieves these days really seem to have all kinds of tricks." Huh. Kane was left speechless, blinking in disbelief. Why does he keep calling me a thief? His eyes blazed with the recognition of a terrifying power, the manifestation of mana at a level only elites could achieve. Kane had fully wrapped his body in it, so why would someone like this need to steal? He glanced again at Kettle's radiant, admiring expression, but the younger man truly seemed to believe he was a mere thief. Finally, Kane lowered his head slightly, exhaling in resignation. He could feel the immense energy coursing through his body. He had unleashed his mana, instinctively mana that could easily tear through solid steel. A normal human body would have been crushed by a single touch, yet Kettle had endured it without harm. What kind of body is this? Kane still could not comprehend it. To withstand raw, unshielded mana with bare hands. Impossible. Seeing Kane frozen in place, Kettle spoke up suddenly, "I do not know what trick you are using, but I think it is time to end this." Sensing danger, Kane's hand reached for the sword at his side, ready for whatever came next. His eyes widened, confused and fearful, not knowing what Kettle intended. Kettle stepped closer with a friendly smile, pressing his finger against the sword and nudging it back into its sheath. Kane looked up, trembling all over. Just that small gesture left him panicked, eyes bulging like a frog, mouth agape as he let out a terrified yell. He clenched his teeth, struggling to pull out the sword, but it was impossible. Kettle had already dominated him with just a single finger. Suddenly, something made Kane flinch. One hand held his sword, while the other reached forward, as if to grab him. Tears welled in the corners of Kane's eyes, old, yet still sensitive. It is over. Kettle's arm extended, inching ever closer. The playful smile vanished, replaced by a long, sharp exhale. Kane fainted in sheer terror, and Kettle effortlessly hoisted him onto his shoulder as if lifting nothing at all. So this was what stealing looked like in the world of fantasy. The captain of the Barkan guard suddenly froze, mouth agape, utterly confused. A man D, what is happening here? Kettle extended his arm forward. Old Kane was still unconscious, not yet having woken up. With a face of calm sincerity, showing no expression at all, Kettle stepped forward to turn him into the captain. The captain caught sight of him and immediately recognized who it was, yet he was bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. In his mind, he questioned himself, what on earth is going on? Why is Sword Saint Kane here? Don't tell me that man D attacked Kane. So what am I supposed to do now? Seeing the captain's confusion, Kettle spoke plainly, I caught the thief. Those words hit the captain like a thunderclap. His jaw dropped, nearly hitting the ground. A thief. Kettle's face radiated excitement, eager to see what could be gained from this action. If I hand him over to the guards, will it count toward my mercenary achievements? The captain, utterly at a loss, did not understand a single word, completely frozen in a state of despair and temporary stupidity. Standing there for a moment, he still could not process the situation. What in the world is going on? He carefully analyzed from head to toe. Here was a person who had reached the pinnacle of extraordinary skills, Sword Saint Cain. And now, the very man this esteemed figure was captured in Kettle's hands, held in a humiliating posture by a mere Mandi. The captain slowly parted his lips to speak. That is not a thief. Kettle's eyes widened in surprise, yet he immediately accused bluntly, "You know him, so he is an accomplice." The captain straightened his stance, adjusting his posture to appear solemn. Then he bowed deeply in formal respect. "The sole sword saint in the kingdom of Gentra, I humbly express my utmost respect to Sword Saint Cain." It seemed genuine. Kettle glanced at the unconscious man in his hands, perplexed. Huh. Cain's face darkened, sweat pouring down, and he remained silent. Still slightly skeptical, Kettle shook him lightly in his grasp, questioning internally, Sword Saint, that prestigious title. And yet he was called a thief. His sharp, unwavering gaze fixed firmly on the captain as he insisted, "Impossible. This old man is a thief. He attacked me to steal my coins." The captain sighed, weary, and had to explain once again, "Number. He truly is a sword saint. I cannot be mistaken about that face. Perhaps he is using some kind of illusion magic, but he is indeed Sword Saint Cain." The captain slowly closed his eyes and tried to make Kettle understand. If he were a mage strong enough to do such a thing, he would already be respected as a sword saint. Kettle still refused to give in, wondering if perhaps Sword Saint was just a fancy title for a thief. He furrowed his brow. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Kettle immediately froze in place. He asked again, "So he is really a sword saint?" The captain nodded immediately. "Yes." Kettle froze once more. Guilt and confusion swirled across the captain's face like a spinning whirlwind. "How am I supposed to report this to the Lord?" Inside, a loud bang echoed against a table, followed by an urgent, angry voice. "What?" Luke Barkhan shouted, glaring at the soldier. "Lord Cain is missing." Kettle bowed his head, accepting the blame sincerely. "I apologize. I should have let him explain first." Cain, standing beside him, suddenly spoke up. "No, I also share the fault for remaining silent." The two sat across from each other, the atmosphere thick with tension, awkward and uneasy, neither daring to meet the other's gaze. "How many pairs of pants will this require to get through?" Luke Barkhan rushed in, flustered and panicked. "What the hell is going on?" Seeing Cain sitting there in silence, he gasped, thinking, "I expected Lord Cain to seek out that Mandi for a one-on-one duel, but I never imagined he would lose. Lord Cain has been defeated by the Mandi. I do not know the full details, but that is the truth." Then, looking at Kettle sitting across the room, he began to piece it all together. "So that Mandi is stronger than a sword saint." The Lord froze in the corner just outside the door, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. Of course, even among the supernaturals, there are different levels. Lord Cain only recently became a sword saint, so perhaps he was at a lower tier. Images of Kettle's terrifyingly violent posture kept flashing through his mind. A sword saint is someone who has reached the pinnacle of their title, a sword master, but this Mandi had defeated such a figure. That made him utterly uncontrollable. After a moment, he pressed his lips together and exhaled, thinking, "My head hurts just trying to comprehend this." Luke Barkhan slowly stepped forward, his tone calm and measured. "It seems there has been some misunderstanding here. I will take my leave for now. The two of you should speak and clarify things properly." He stopped mid-step, hesitating, mumbling, then. A silence fell over the room, thick and awkward, with no sound breaking it. Kettle sat across, staring at him unblinking. Cain grew more anxious, not daring to move. The Lord raised his teacup, his whole body trembling, unable to swallow. The humiliation was unbearable, yet he could not deny it. This was a total defeat. His pride had been utterly shattered, ripped to pieces like a tattered rag. Taking a deep breath to regain composure, he slammed the cup down and said, "Allow me to introduce myself properly." He placed his hand on his chest. "I am Sword Saint Cain." Kettle crossed his arms and interjected immediately, "Sword Saint, is that your surname?" "When one reaches the rank of Sword Saint," Cain replied, "a human surname becomes meaningless." Hearing this, Kettle nodded slowly, as if enlightened. "I understand now. So the technique you used earlier, that was the skill of a Sword Saint." Mentioning it made Cain's eyes widen in disbelief, leaving him momentarily speechless. He spread his hand, summoning a faint glow of blue energy. "You mean this?" Seeing that, Kettle immediately sprang to his feet, exclaiming aloud, his voice full of wonder, as if witnessing a rare spectacle. Then he began to think back carefully on what had happened moments ago. "At first, I thought it was just a trick some thief was using, so I did not pay it much attention. But now, knowing it is a sword saint's skill, I am genuinely intrigued." Cain clenched his hand, drawing the energy back into himself. "This is the manifestation of arcane, also called aura." Kettle's eyes widened in astonishment. "Aura, so that is what it is." His eyes sparkled with hope. "Can I learn it somehow?" Kane did not hide anything and explained directly. Well, essentially, you have to manifest it by controlling arcane. Kettle stared in awe at the energy controlled in Kane's palm, his gaze tinged with envy. So arcane is similar to mana, then? Kane's face remained steady as he explained thoroughly. Arcane refers to the essence of mystic power itself. When you use it as aura, you are a swordsman. When you use it as mana, you are a mage. As if suddenly enlightened, Kettle laughed softly, nodding. So both swordsmen and mages draw from the same power called arcane. Would you be willing to teach me this skill? Kane froze, eyes wide, mouth agape, unable to believe what he was hearing. Kettle straightened up sincerely. It is shameful, I am still learning and lacking knowledge. I am asking you please, teach me. Kane, shaken but compelled by Kettle's earnestness, stammered in agreement. All right, but do you really need my guidance? Aren't you stronger than me? 100 questions raced through Kettle's mind. He sat down, crossed his arms, and said plainly, I know nothing about arcane or swordsmanship. Honestly, I have just been swinging blindly. Kane's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Really? He closed his eyes, considering carefully. Yes, I am a sword saint. I may have lost, but I have not even drawn my sword yet. Very well, I will teach this man a few techniques of the sword and show him their grandeur. Then, envisioning countless ideal scenarios, Kane demonstrated strikes with his sword, each move reflecting mastery that made Kettle's eyes widen in admiration. Kane thought to himself. And through this, I will reclaim the pride that was shattered. Kane parted his lips, finally agreeing, all right. His expression turned utterly serious, radiating the solemnity of a master. I am a sword saint, and I wield the sword. Without a sword, I am merely half a man. Kettle's face tensed just as much, replying with a seemingly lethal quip, ah, that explains it. No wonder you were so weak because you were not using a sword. Kane stiffened, momentarily speechless, his pride silently wounded. TCH. Kettle's eyes darted around, his tone awkward but persistent. I mean, being called a sword saint with that level of power. I thought something was off. Kane ground his teeth in irritation. This brat. Emboldened, Kettle continued bluntly, if you would used your sword, you might have won. Kane could feel sweat prickling on his forehead, a mix of disbelief and apprehension. Could I really win just by using a sword? Meanwhile, Kettle's eyes gleamed with delight, almost like a festival of anticipation in his mind. I am really looking forward to it, he thought. But this will mark the start of Kane's unstable days. His pride. I am going to take it back for myself, and I have a feeling I might even crush him utterly in the process. Kettle silently recalled his past life, thinking, before my reset, I had practiced swordsmanship, but this is true arcane swordsmanship, a strange art that manipulates mysterious aura. He muttered to himself, so this is what arcane swordsmanship really is. At that moment, Kane raised his sword, standing seriously before him, and asked, the core of my swordsmanship lies in the fusion of illusion and reality. When you fought my disciple, what did you see? Kettle thought back, remembering the knight had been Kane's student. The sword technique had split into 3, yet all 3 were real attacks. He blinked in surprise and said, ah, so that is what you meant by fusion. Kettle shared his observation, so it is more about skill than raw strength, huh? Kane nodded slightly, exactly. He continued, swordsmanship is the art of merging blade and aura to wield arcane power. And one who masters this path becomes a sword saint. Then Kane infused his aura into the blade, demonstrating it to Kettle. Kettle's eyes lit up with excitement. Ah, so that is aura, Kane confirmed with a nod. He muttered to himself, I still can't believe this is happening. EHEM. Kane continued, I suppose the idea of fusing illusion and reality sounds abstract. I can't believe I am teaching swordsmanship to a barbarian. He then assumed a fighting stance. So I will let you witness it firsthand. In an instant, Kane's gaze sharpened. Within a heartbeat, he swung his sword forward with tremendous force. The strike split into 5 distinct paths, advancing toward Kettle. Kettle's eyes widened in astonishment. His sword technique split into 5. Seconds later, Kane's strike left a deep dent in the wall. He quickly retracted his blade and explained, many techniques create illusions using aura. But to make those illusions tangible, only my swordsmanship can do it. Kettle calmly spoke for the first time, the move you just used. I feel like I could do it too. Kane's eyes widened in shock. He scolded lightly, what nonsense are you spouting? Internally, Kane thought, I have devoted my entire life to the sword, blending innate talent with relentless training. I struggled for years to reach this level. No one could replicate this by merely observing once. Seeing Kane still skeptical, Kettle said, it will be faster if I just show you. He revealed the object in his hand. Kane's eyes went wide. He puzzled over it, an axe. At the same time, Kettle swiftly assumed a combat stance, ready to demonstrate. Kettle swung the axe over his shoulder, channeling all his strength into the motion. Then, with lightning speed, he brought it crashing forward. Watching this, Kane froze in astonishment. That strike, he thought, mouth agape. He is just using brute force to move fast. Nothing more. Across from him, Kettle paid no attention to Kane and unleashed 5 consecutive strikes forward, mimicking Kane's own previous technique. The impact of his blows against the wall created a massive explosion. Kane's jaw dropped even further in disbelief. Standing nearby, Kettle retrieved his axe and smiled brightly. "So, what do you think?" he asked cheerfully. Kane, still in a daze, thought, "It really looks like the fusion of illusion and reality when he strikes, even though it is purely brute force and overwhelming speed. I was almost fooled for a moment." Then he muttered, "He is just swinging around wildly, there is no technique at all." Kettle shrugged, "But the result is not much different. Swordsmanship exists for actual combat, after all." He added with a grin, "As long as the result is the same, is not that enough?" Kane was momentarily speechless. Internally, he lamented bitterly. He is not wrong, but he is wounding my pride too much. Moments later, Kane quickly regained his composure, raising his sword. "Well then, how about this?" He struck again, this time producing multiple clones of himself. Kettle froze once more. His body splits. The sword's aura radiated outward, carving cracks into the ground around him. After the display, Kane exhaled heavily. This is the clone technique, achieved only by mastering aura to its extreme. He wiped his sweat and asked Kettle, "Do you think you can replicate it?" Kettle pivoted and stepped aside, moving toward another corner. Then he swung his axe again, striking in multiple directions, creating near illusory afterimages. Kane gawked, mouth wide open. Undeterred, Kettle continued to swing, gradually generating a massive whirlwind around himself. A full tornado began to take shape. After finishing, Kettle laughed and asked, "So, what do you think?" Kane collapsed to his knees, crying out loud. His face drained, filled with despair. "All my life's effort." He rolled his eyes and wept. "My swordsmanship." Muttering to himself, "This can't be." Moments later, Kane crumpled fully, clutching his face, utterly broken. Kettle crossed his arms over his chest and let out a soft sigh. His psyche is weaker than I thought, he thought to himself. He quickly stepped closer to Kane, speaking in a reassuring tone, "Your swordsmanship is extraordinary." He added, "I was just swinging the axe quickly. That is not real swordsmanship." Then he continued, "But the technique you just displayed was not merely an afterimage, it is genuine swordsmanship. I can't yet reach the level of true mystical mastery." Hearing this, Kane thought to himself, "Indeed. My swordsmanship still holds value. I alone can merge illusion and reality into something tangible." After a moment, he regained his composure and spoke aloud. "Yes, my techniques have no flaw." Frowning slightly at Kettle, he thought, "That maniac is just insane. What kind of madman can move so fast as to leave a blur, and not even use aura? That is not humanly possible." Kettle suddenly spoke, "Could you teach me the true meaning of your techniques?" Kane flinched, caught off guard. Regaining his calm, he replied, My apologies. I let my emotions take over." Kettle nodded respectfully. "I understand." Clearing his throat, Kane continued, "To wield a technique properly, you must first learn to control your aura. But to control aura, you must first comprehend arcane magic." He explained further, "Whether you are a mage, swordsman, or sorcerer, you cannot ascend to higher levels without awakening arcane magic except for those who have faith in the gods." Kettle asked, So divine power is separate?" Kane nodded. "The miracles of the faithful come directly from the deity they worship. It is unrelated to personal power." Kettle's eyes widened in awe. "Whoa." Kane continued, "Arcane magic is the mysterious power deep within each person. How one channels that power determines everything." Kettle thought to himself, "So whether using aura, absorbing mana, or controlling spirits, the foundation of all mystical power begins with mastering arcane magic." Kane went on to explain that arcane magic has 5 stages. He spoke seriously. "The most basic is sensing arcane. It is the realm of recognition, opening, and perceiving arcane energy." Kettle asked, "Not everyone can sense arcane, right?" Kane replied, "Without talent, one cannot sense it." He elaborated, "Those who can sense arcane are called third rank." Kane clarified, "The ability to manipulate arcane is divided into 5 ranks, and third rank is the first level." Kettle recalled Mylena's words echoing in his mind. Typically, the divisions are third rank, second rank, first rank, transcendent, and hero. At the same time, Kane added, "Yes, those are the 5 primary classifications." Kettle thought to himself, So that is how it works." Kane continued, "In truth, this is just a convenient classification. Even within the same rank, there are vast differences, and the boundaries are unclear. It is enough to simply acknowledge the concept exists." Kettle nodded. "I understand." Kane motioned with authority. "Then let us begin." He spoke solemnly, "The first step of arcane magic is to sense arcane itself." Kane spoke softly, "Feel everything around you." He explained, "To master arcane means awakening something you have never known. Extend your senses to the fullest." He continued, "Feel the breeze brushing past you, the warmth radiating from the earth. Notice every movement in the wind as it stirs. And within all of that, seek a presence that stands apart. Kettle sat intently, trying to follow Kane's guidance. A few moments later, he opened his eyes wide and muttered, I do not feel anything at all. Kane froze, stammering, really, I thought with your strength, you would sense it immediately. He thought to himself, it is not an absolute rule, but usually, the strong can perceive arcane more easily even without mana. Perhaps he is an exception, a wild man. Stroking his beard in puzzlement, Kane asked, or, is this some anomaly of the Bak Hoang? Kettle rested his chin on his hand, pondering, I am not sure. No one around me has ever felt what you call arcane. People in the wilderness are like that. Kane made a suggestion, in truth, even for most, mastering arcane is not easy. Let me try channeling energy directly into you, to open a path toward it. Excited, Kettle asked, you mean transmit aura? Kane nodded, something like that. Kettle's eyes lit up with anticipation, all right, I am ready. Kane agreed, very well. He stood and moved behind Kettle. Speaking gently, Kane instructed, relax your entire body. Focus inward, gathering every sensation within yourself. He lightly placed a hand on Kettle's back, now, feel the mana I am channeling into you. Kane's face paled as he thought, this body. He wondered silently, is he really human? He muttered in disbelief, he is like a block of carved stone. How dense are those muscles compressed? Is he even human? Seeing Kane remain still, Kettle tilted his head in curiosity, Kane. Startled by the call, Kane snapped back, my mind wandered for a moment. Regaining composure, he said, let us begin. Kane thought to himself, I will start the flow of aura. The key is awakening the path of arcane within him. Finding it is the goal. It should not be too difficult. But then Kane hesitated again. He frowned, what is this? A flicker of shock passed through him, I can't find the path of arcane in his body. No, to be precise. Kane's face turned pale as he looked at Kettle, I cannot touch it. He murmured to himself, no matter how much I extend my aura, I cannot reach it. I sense nothing at all. The more he concentrated, the more it felt like swimming in a bottomless abyss. He realized, it is like being crushed under the weight of the deep. Sweating, Kane admitted, this is not right. Clearing his throat softly, ahem. Kettle raised his head slightly, a hint of panic in his eyes. Kettle frowned, asking, sir, what do you mean by, not good, are you saying I do not have the talent? Kane hesitated, it is not that, it is just, simply channeling aura into you is not enough. To find the arcane. He continued, you must discover the path within yourself and awaken the power that has been sleeping inside. Kettle hesitated, I know, but. Kane cut him off quickly, I cannot find the path to arcane within you. Kettle's eyes went wide, you mean I can't master arcane? Kane added softly, not exactly. I can't even confirm whether it exists at all. Kettle tilted his head, suspicious, what does that mean? Kane replied, your body is unusual. He explained, to reach the arcane, the aura must penetrate deep inside. But your body is too dense, my aura cannot reach far enough within you. Kane frowned, thinking, I have never seen anything like this. Pure physicality actually blocking aura. Kettle, beside him, felt a tinge of frustration, even a sword saint is helpless. After a moment, he pouted, so. I will never be able to master arcane. Kane answered cautiously, it is hard to say. I can't confirm any direction. He continued, I do not even know if that path exists within you at all. Then Kane gently offered advice, you should seek a sword saint who understands aura better, or perhaps visit a mage's tower. Kane lowered his head apologetically, regardless, I am sorry. Kettle shook his head softly, it is all right. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking, there is still hope. That is enough for today. A moment later, Kettle stood up quickly, even so. He smiled brightly, thank you, sir. I have learned a lot from you today, I am grateful. Kane remained silent, offering no reply. He reflected internally, the wild men I have met before were untamed, they robbed, drank, and lived by violence. That is why society cast them aside. After a pause, Kane asked, but this one is different. Have you ever considered joining the kingdom? Kettle tilted his head, what do you mean? Kane replied, I mean swearing allegiance to the kingdom and accepting rank. He added, with your strength, you could rise very high. I would even be willing to sponsor you. Kettle chuckled, that is an interesting offer, but. He bowed his head and explained, I must decline. I do not want to be bound. Kane thought to himself, if I had him, perhaps we could even escape the Empire's control. He pressed further, even so. Rank alone cannot tempt you, that is still not enough. Kettle's expression darkened for a moment, HMPH. Then he smiled brightly, I choose to enjoy my own freedom. Kane looked surprised at his words. He muttered awkwardly, I see. Understood. Kettle raised his hand cheerfully, in any case, thank you, sir. I will not forget this favor. Kane remained silent, lost in thought. A few minutes later, he left the room, wandering the hallway. He scolded himself inwardly, I am truly a fool. Cain remained lost in thought, realizing that even for a moment, controlling him was impossible. He sat in silence, considering that the wild man acted only according to his own will. He might cooperate with others but only to a limited extent. Within him, only his own thoughts existed. Cain speculated, what is he thinking? Perhaps that is what makes him even more unpredictable than other wild men. He felt exhausted, reflecting on a being from the demon realm, a wild man from the white wastes. After a while, Cain let out a long sigh, ha. He muttered to himself, invade the demon realm. What is the emperor scheming? In Luke Barkan's study, the man furrowed his brow and asked seriously, so the emperor truly wants to conquer the demon realm? Cain responded, he acts in the name of reconnaissance. Luke asked skeptically, are you serious? Cain exhaled heavily, absolutely. Perhaps he sees himself as the incarnation of an ancient emperor. He added, but for now, that is a matter of the future. We have not even fully consolidated human territory yet. Luke paled slightly, weariness creeping in, it is only a matter of time. Cain reminded him, yes. This land still belongs to the empire. We could be summoned at any moment. It is best to be prepared. Luke nodded in acknowledgement, understood, thank you. Cain leaned back in his chair, letting out another long sigh. The world is already chaotic enough, and now the emperor is half sane, half mad. What a headache. Luke seemed to come to a sudden realization. He asked in a low voice, could it be? The rumors are true. Cain quietly confirmed, yes. The demons have begun to mobilize. Luke's face went pale in shock. Cain continued, the dungeon outbreaks are also unusual. Nothing is certain yet, but some say the tainted demon realm is leaking out. He thought silently, something is happening, and whatever it is, it will be a disaster for humanity. Suddenly Cain recalled something and said, now that I think about it, perhaps the strangest thing is right among us. Luke nodded, indeed. Cain asked softly, what do you think? Luke hesitated, I do not know. He tensed slightly, thinking, at least he is not an enemy. But Luke said uncertainly, beyond that, I cannot say anything further. Kettle quickly left Luke's mansion and strolled cheerfully through the streets. Suddenly, he paused, looking around. The townspeople and children nearby shrank back, trembling at the sight of him. Even those walking ahead hastily ducked behind walls in fear. Kettle fell into thought, He propped his chin with a hand, pondering, are they afraid of me because of my clothes? Muttering to himself, he continued, or maybe it is because I am not wearing what they consider proper. A leather vest might be fine, but it probably does not look very civilized. They must think I am crazy and want nothing to do with me. He completely misunderstood their reaction. Suddenly, his eyes gleamed with determination. All right then, he said to himself. With renewed energy, he clasped his hands together, deciding to buy a few sets of proper clothing. At a luxurious European-style clothing shop, the door opened slightly. The shop owner peeked out, ready to greet him, but froze welcome. His face turned pale. Kettle strode in confidently, I want to buy some clothes. The owner, terrified, thought, a wild man. He bowed, trembling, I am sorry, but I am afraid we have nothing that would fit your stature. Kettle snorted lightly and asked, that is troublesome. So there is no way. The owner quickly replied, bowing low, if you are willing to wait, we can have garments custom made for you. Kettle brightened, oh, I see. Then let us do it. The shopkeeper managed to lift his head and respond, of course, sir. We will contact you when they are ready. He thought to himself anxiously, if he does not like the clothes once they are made, will I even make it out alive? On the way to the guild, Kettle suddenly stopped. What is this? On the ground at his feet lay a small, blue gem. He quickly picked it up, examining it with curiosity. A gemstone. The gem emitted a brilliant, azure glow in his hand. Kettle frowned slightly, Then he pocketed the stone. All right, I will ask the guild about this. Later, at the guild, Kettle pulled the gem from his pocket and quietly asked, do you know what this is? The receptionist, Rosa, looked at him, waiting for him to continue. Kettle placed the gem in Rosa's hand. I found this on the way here. It does not look like a normal sphere, he said. He added, I see. Rosa examined it carefully, but she hesitated. It does not really look like a gemstone either. She turned it over, inspecting it closely. The surface is very smooth, like it has been polished and carved. The gem in her hand shimmered with a faint blue hue. Rosa's eyes glazed over slightly, as if in a daze. There were no engravings, no markings, not even a name. She murmured, why? Why does it feel valuable? Seeing her distracted, Kettle quickly snapped his fingers loudly. Startled by the sound, Rosa blinked and regained her focus, still holding the gem with a hint of confusion. Kettle asked gently, are you okay? Flustered, she replied, what do you mean? Kettle smiled faintly, you looked enchanted by the sphere just now. Rosa frowned, curious. Me? Kettle waved it off. Yeah, never mind, forget it. After a moment, Rosa looked at the gem again and said, still, this sphere is hard to read. I feel some strange energy coming from it. Do you want me to have it examined? Kettle grinned. Thanks, but I want to investigate it myself. That is part of the fun. He then asked, by the way, what is the task today? Rosa hurriedly replied, yes. Just a moment, I will get the request board. She brought over a list, sweeping the streets, cleaning the sewers, weeding, harvesting potatoes. Kettle skimmed the list with a cheerful expression. Hours later, as evening fell, Kettle had earned another small sum, neatly placed on the table. He stretched out on the bed with a sigh of satisfaction. Another day of glory. Then he picked up the gem again, studying it seriously. What exactly is this thing? He muttered to himself. Rosa almost went crazy over it. Does it have some kind of function? Suddenly, Kettle frowned. A voice came from the gem, come to me. Kettle jumped in disbelief. Did I just hear the sphere speak? Inside his mind, the voice repeated, come to me. Come. He frowned, puzzled. What the hell? Is it trying to guide me somewhere? A little exasperated, he muttered, and now it is showing me a map in my head. Some kind of magical control. The gem in his hand continued to glow with an eerie blue-black light, whispering again, come to me. Kettle exhaled. He looked out the window at the evening sky and murmured, then let us go. The gem's voice persisted, come to me. Kettle gritted his teeth. I said I am coming, shut up already. He hurriedly followed the path indicated by the gem. Suddenly, he looked up in surprise. Before Kettle stretched a dark cave, and he wondered aloud, is this the place? A faint smirk tugged at his lips. Inside, a skull-headed monster watched him silently. The gem continued its call, come to me. Kettle whispered back, I am coming. So where is the one behind this voice? A low, deep voice echoed from behind a magical waterfall, and at the same time, a sacrificial figure stepped forward. The figure sneered, so this time it is a foolish man, at least he is big enough. A decent offering. Sitting in the center of a magical array, he muttered to himself. The skull-headed monster hissed softly, that makes 10. Kettle's mind raced. This has to be a dream. Even resurrection could not have prepared me for this. The image of an old man, grinning with malice and seemingly manipulating everything in his grasp, came to life. In an era marked by brutal wars, countless kingdoms had fallen, and behind those times of turmoil stood a dark mage who manipulated and tormented humanity's spirits. He controlled numerous kings, stoked conflicts and seized power from entire nations. Yet eventually, his crimes exceeded all limits, and karma struck back. He was hunted down by heroes. Before his ultimate destruction, however, he transferred his soul into a vessel, transforming himself into a lich. A lich, a being that traps its soul within a living host, endures until that host is destroyed. Through this method, the dark mage who once dominated the world became a lich and began plotting his resurrection. Needing countless lives as sacrifices for this resurrection, he concealed himself near a peaceful land, whispering death and quietly sowing chaos. He offered these lives as offerings to create magical stones essential for his revival. Once more plotting to conquer the world with overwhelming power. His goal was gradually drawing closer to fruition. Yet the lich was puzzled. Why was a man here? A sacrificial offering. This remote location was chosen precisely because it allowed him to amass power in secrecy, far from prying eyes. At this moment, Kettle stood bewildered, coming into the lich's field of vision. The presence of a man here was highly unusual. The lich studied every movement of him intently. This creature from the north must have traveled a long distance. Judging by his size, he would make a perfect sacrifice. The lich's hand began gathering energy into a glowing blue sphere, the gem imbued with a special enchantment. It was designed to attract only those who had not yet awakened their mystical power, so anyone drawn by the gem was someone unversed in arcane arts. In that vision, Kettle smiled brightly, unaware of what he had stumbled into. To the lich, this man appeared utterly ordinary, without mystical potential, seemingly unaffected perhaps by sheer luck. The lich chuckled arrogantly, confident, yet oblivious that his next victim was about to ascend the sacrificial altar. Come here, man, he thought, become the offering for my glorious resurrection. Soon, Kettle reached the door to the lich's chamber. Here we go. He stepped inside decisively, without hesitation. Immediately, Kettle's eyes widened in astonishment. A green light flashed from the lich's eyes, and the skeletal hand gripped a staff tightly. The lich stood imposingly, staring directly at him. At that moment, Kettle realized this was a lich. A real, living lich. A being of the highest echelon, a type of ultimate villain only encountered in fantasy tales. It was inconceivable, yet he was witnessing a lich in the flesh. Suddenly, the lich furrowed his brow, a flicker of unease crossing his skeletal features. What are you? He demanded, his voice low and menacing. Don't tell me you were not drawn by the gem. Hearing this, Kettle's eyes widened slightly, and he responded immediately, so this is how you trick everyone into coming here. The answer only deepened the lich's suspicion. What the? He thought, I can't sense any mystical power from him. In other words, he is just an ordinary man. The lich's curiosity sharpened. Does he possess some kind of artifact to protect his mind? He wondered. A high-grade creation. No, strong enough to block even my perception. How could a mere man have such a thing? He stepped closer, voice dripping with condescension. Perhaps he has stumbled upon a lucky artifact somewhere. Kettle, sensing the suspicion, shook his head and said calmly, I do not have anything like that. Without warning, the lich raised his staff. Streams of green-white energy surged into it, crackling through the chamber. You think you can deceive me, he spat. The energies likely drew in the residual spirits from scattered skeletons in the dungeon. If Kettle had submitted quietly, he might have died without pain. Two skeletal figures rose from the ground, each gripping a sharp sword. My subordinates, summoned, the lich proclaimed. Immediately, one of the skeletons lunged at Kettle with deadly speed. Yet Kettle merely smirked, nonchalant. A dungeon with a full-blown evil lich inside. I think I get what is going on here. The skeleton leapt directly over him, sword poised to strike. Kettle casually swatted it away with a single motion, as if brushing off a mosquito. Witnessing this, the lich was horrified. His hollow eye sockets widened in disbelief. The skeleton crumbled to dust from just one of Kettle's blows. Kettle dusted himself off calmly and remarked, weaker than I expected. The lich, drenched in sweat, ground his teeth, unwilling to accept the display. He immediately summoned more skeletal warriors, a sinister smile hidden beneath his hooded skull. Let us see if you are still so cocky after losing your limbs. He thought, as long as you survive, that is all I need. A sharp, resounding clash echoed through the chamber as dozens of skeletal bodies surged toward him. Kettle sighed and clenched his fists. Ready. With another effortless swing, he destroyed one like slicing through cake. Then, he darted toward the remaining skeletons, dispatching each with precise strikes. A single kick to the skull of one forced it to drop its sword in agony. Within moments, the last skeleton fell. The lich gaped in disbelief, unable to comprehend what he was witnessing. Watching the skeletons crumble into dust, Kettle spoke slowly, almost casually, just as I thought. Casson was not wrong, destroy the head, and they die. He reached up and casually rubbed his hand over his head, muttering, a true lich should summon something far stronger than these rotten skeletons. Is this all you have got? His words pierced the lich like a dagger straight to the heart. The lich immediately leveled his staff at him. I have had enough of this. The green soul gem atop the staff blazed with blinding light. Several of the skeletons, transformed, their decayed bones reforged with massive horned armor, rising menacingly toward him. Kettle's eyes immediately sparkled as he recognized it. That is. The skeletal warrior before him looked strangely familiar, a skeletal cavalryman. A skeletal cavalryman summoned by a lich, he thought, excitement creeping into his expression. A mischievous, almost puppy-like grin spread across his face. Well, wait a moment, since it was created by a lich, it might be different. Either way, this is going to be interesting. The lich spread his bony fingers, channeling even more energy, his voice resonating with command. Kill him. In an instant, the skeletal cavalryman surged forward like a gust of wind toward Kettle. Yet Kettle showed no fear whatsoever. If anything, he felt a rush of exhilaration. A skeletal cavalryman, summoned by a lich, this was a rare opportunity. Soon enough, it reached him, raising its sword high in attack. Let us see how tough you really are, Kettle muttered under his breath, and with a swift punch, he struck the creature square in the chest to test its durability. With another flick of his hand, the skeletal cavalryman was sent flying meters away, crashing into the cliffside with a tremendous impact. Rocks shattered into hundreds of fragments, sending dust and debris swirling into a thick, obscuring cloud. When the dust cleared, a vague shape remained still standing. The skeletal cavalryman had not been defeated and opened its jaw wide, revealing its eerie, empty maw. Kettle simply observed and commented casually, "Oh, you're tougher than the last one." The lich's eyes glowed a piercing blue as he bellowed an order, "Release all your magical energy." Immediately, the skeletal cavalryman radiated streams of blue energy, channeling the full power of the lich. It lunged at Kettle, guided by the surge of magical force. Kettle remained rooted in place, eyes wide, watching the oncoming skeletal cavalryman as it charged, mouth agape, fueled by the immense power coursing through it. Kettle watched as the skeletal cavalryman barreled toward him, a manic blur of bone and weapon, and could not help but wonder, what exactly am I dealing with here? Now, the skeletal warrior was only a few centimeters away. His hand clenched instinctively. This was a skeletal cavalryman, a creation of the lich itself. Without hesitation, he slammed down with a crushing blow to the skull. Once again, the skeletal cavalryman was sent flying meters away. Another deafening explosion rocked the cavern, chunks of stone scattering in all directions. Kettle remained silent, eyes sharp, waiting patiently for the result. The lich, on the other hand, gaped in disbelief. He had never imagined this day would come. As the dust slowly settled, the skeletal cavalryman's form was nowhere to be seen. Kettle had moved forward unnoticed and stepped heavily on the severed arm of the creature. Then, casually, he looked up at the lich and commented, almost matter-of-factly, quite something. But honestly, not much different from the others. That is it. The Lich, unable to maintain his arrogance, parted his bony lips and demanded, "Who are you?" His mind churned with confusion. He still could not sense any trace of arcane energy from this man. If Kettle had wielded a magical artifact, the Lich would have detected it, but there was nothing. His gaze shifted to Kettle's body. Could this truly be pure, unadulterated physical strength? He just destroyed a skeletal cavalryman using only his body, is that even possible? Then the Lich gasped aloud. "You are extraordinary." Suddenly, Kettle's eyes flickered sharply, focusing on something. The Lich tightened his grip on the staff, dark green-black energy swirling violently around him. "Very well, I will deal with you personally." Countless streams of shadowy energy surged toward Kettle. "Consider it an honor," the Lich sneered. Yet, instead of fear, Kettle's excitement was palpable. His cheeks flushed pink, his mouth forming a perfect O of pure delight. In no time, the waves of darkness engulfed him completely. The Lich, convinced that Kettle had been intimidated, taunted, scared now, tremble, "Man-D." Despite his confusion, Kettle simply asked, "Number. I came here because the gem was making all this noise." Hearing this, the Lich broke into a cold sweat. Kettle continued, "Wasn't it you who scattered those gems in the first place?" The Lich slumped in disbelief, recalling the image of Kettle. Indeed, every intruder drawn here had been lured by the gems he had scattered, and yet this man-D had arrived with the same unwitting naivety. Then, driven by desperation, the Lich raised his staff high and bellowed, "Silence, man-D. I am the great and mighty sorcerer, the destroyer of 5 kingdoms and the challenger of heroes Kartos Branielas Kessis." Hearing the full name, Kettle's mind flickered with a memory, Queen Hassian Karusha of the elves, and he could not help but think to himself, why does everyone in this world have a name that takes up 2 lines? Dark, mottled streams of energy swirled around the Lich, forming the foundation for his resurrection. "You lowly man-D," he sneered. Soon, the dark mass surged toward Kettle, who remained perfectly still. It coalesced into an impenetrable black haze. Kettle's eyes narrowed as he carefully observed this strange phenomenon. Within his gaze, a spiral of darkness formed, a magic designed to manipulate human emotion, stirring negative feelings and trapping the victim within them. The mind becomes paralyzed, the spirit completely shattered. It was a unique spell created by Kartos, nearly unbeatable while consuming very little magical power. The Lich chuckled to himself with satisfaction. A man-D who does not even know how to use magic, how could he resist such a supreme spell? Now, what should I do next? Kettle remained silent, his face unreadable, seemingly carrying no magical artifact at all. Frustrated, Kartos snapped his fingers. "Just capture him for later study. Bring him here." A skeletal servant immediately stirred into motion, its bony legs moving step by step toward Kettle. The man-D appeared to be floating effortlessly in midair as the minion approached, completely fearless. Suddenly, a sharp violet glint sparked in Kettle's eyes. In the next instant, he delivered a precise kick, sending Kartos's skeletal minion flying. As usual, it disintegrated into dust, returning to the void. Kettle's gaze shifted forward, unwavering. Witnessing this, Kartos's confidence shattered. Fear now gripped him as he realized the sheer abnormality of this man-D. Another explosion rocked the cavern, stones and dust scattering everywhere. Kartos's jaw dropped, unable to believe his eyes. Impossible, he thought. The mind control spell should have worked flawlessly. Then, with a flick of his hand, Kettle extended his palm toward him. "You just stand there staring. Planning to order your skeletal soldiers again like before." The contempt in Kettle's expression was palpable, utter boredom and disdain. Those words cut straight to the core of Kartos's fragile ego. Humans are creatures ruled by emotion. No matter how strong they are, deep in their hearts, everyone carries some measure of negative feelings. That is why they cannot resist magic that manipulates emotion. Yet, Kettle, with an almost innocent curiosity, asked, "You do not know how to use things like fireballs or magic arrows?" Castor suddenly furrowed his brow and glared down. "I do not understand how you are still standing. How dare you compare my magic to those lowly tricks?" His eyes flashed with a dangerous light as he murmured, "What are you going to do next?" Appear, converge, streams of dark energy. Thick, inky black currents spread across the chamber, unseen waves rippling invisibly through the air. A magic array, carefully crafted by Castor, had been set in motion, capable of swallowing the world whole and plunging every mind into chaos. Kettle's eyes lit up like headlights, and a broad grin spread across his face. He was clearly thrilled by the spectacle. The streams of energy twisted together, shifting from deep blue-black to pale white, intertwining like living threads of magic. Castor extended his hand forward. "Obliterate." Immediately, the power surged toward Kettle, crashing directly at him. A dense cloud of dust and debris erupted as it collided, obscuring everything from view. Castor opened his mouth and bellowed, a roar of triumph and madness. He exhaled black mist, laughing maniacally. "Victory is mine, man-D." But soon, the effort drained him. He collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, his entire magical reserve spent, only a trickle left to keep his body intact. Even so, with this strike, he expected Kettle to be finished. At that very moment, a familiar voice cut through the tension, interrupting Castor's grand display. He froze, utterly dumbfounded, as he saw Kettle standing upright right before him completely unharmed. Not a scratch or bead of sweat on him. Calmly, Kettle asked, "Is that all?" Castor's mind spun. He is ridiculously resilient. Nothing, not a scratch, not a single trace of pain. He had just unleashed his most powerful dark spell. One capable of utterly crushing even a great hero's mind if struck head-on. Yet this man D had endured it effortlessly. What, exactly as he? Kettle, meanwhile, gazed down at his own hands, quietly muttering in admiration, "Impressive. Though I can't feel anything at all." Amid Castor's stunned silence, Kettle's voice rang out, steady and commanding. "If that was all your performance." He tightened his grip on the sharp weapon in his hand. His expression was serious, utterly devoid of playfulness. "Then it is my turn." Kertos Brandmalas muttered under his breath, "So, that is how it is." Kettle raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Huh." Kertos continued in a hoarse voice, "You came here knowing who I am." "So yes, that confirms it." At this point, Kettle still could not make sense of what was happening. What is he babbling about? No sooner had he finished speaking than Kertos erupted into a loud, boisterous laugh, his voice echoing with pride. "The Empire. You fear me so much, I must admit, your intelligence network is impressive. You found me this quickly." He chuckled arrogantly, a cruel glint in his eyes. "But I will return. I will crush your swords and reclaim dominion over the entire realm." With a swift, high-speed spinning kick, his long hair whipping behind him, Kertos struck faster than his opponents could react. "I have heard there is a training ground deep in the Empire. A place that produces extraordinary humans." The muscular man, bound and struggling with rage, glowed with purple and blue energy as though preparing to erupt. This training ground had produced countless prodigies. And this man D was certainly one of them, a sword forged to kill him, an assassin sent by the Empire. The skull-headed figure in the cloak screamed, mouth agape, filled with anger and terror. Even as Kertos proclaimed his ambition directly to Kettle, "I am Kertos Brandmalas. I will kill you and overthrow the Empire." Kettle, observing Kertos' strange behavior, could not hide his confusion. Is this guy insane? Suddenly, Kertos summoned an ancient urn from midair. The sight left Kettle momentarily stunned. Then Kertos shouted, a chilling command, "Give me your body." In an instant, sparkling liquid shot from the urn straight toward Kettle's body. Immediately, Kettle's entire body went completely paralyzed. Kertos poured himself into the man D's body, consuming not just the flesh but the very soul. Once he did so, if he did not become a lich again, he would be trapped in this body forever. Kertos told himself grimly, "I have no other choice." Then he laughed loudly, exulting. "This body is mine now. Finally." Inside Kettle's consciousness, he remained bewildered, unable to comprehend what would happen next. The moment Kertos infiltrated his mind, he froze in shock. What is this, the inner world of this man D? I have never seen anything like it. Something's wrong. The more he probed, the more chaotic it became. Simply perceiving this inner world caused his mind to unravel, teetering on the brink of collapse. His voice began to tremble. "No, do not tell me this is the Empire." Kertos clutched his head, screaming violently, "No, no, this is not the Empire. Even the Empire could not have created something like this." He shouted in sheer terror, his mind teetering on the edge of collapse. The final words of Lich Kartos. Huh. Watching the scene unfold, Kettle's face reflected pure confusion. What the hell just happened? He did something to himself and suddenly collapsed. Kertos now lay motionless on the ground. Kettle quietly thought to himself, that swirling black vortex looks cool, but that is all there is to it. He tightened his fists, thinking further, so, liches in this world are not anything extraordinary after all. I have already cleared out the dungeon. Now it is time to claim my reward. Bending down, Kettle picked up the wand lying discarded on the floor. It glowed faintly, likely infused with a spell. He examined it carefully. So this helps cast magic. If I have this, could I also wield magic? As he spoke, he accidentally dropped the magical stone from the wand. Quickly, he pocketed it, relieved. Better keep this hidden, it is mine. Glancing around the dungeon, he noticed the ancient urn. He murmured to himself, since this belonged to a lich, could it be a vessel for souls? He picked up the urn, thinking he should ask Rosa to appraise it. Still vigilant, Kettle scanned the area. Alright, I think I have harvested enough rewards. Though something feels off. His eyes fell forward, landing on a mysterious seal floating midair. Huh, could there be a hidden room here? He reached out and touched the floating seal. The moment he did, thick black smoke billowed up suddenly. The seal shattered into pieces, and from the swirling mist, shadowy figures began to emerge. Their vacant faces gradually became more distinct through the haze. One by one, they formed a circle around Kettle. He had just stumbled into the secret ritual chamber of Lich Kartos. Kettle's eyes widened in genuine surprise. So it really exists, but He slowly stepped forward toward the strange figures. Who are these people? Waving his hand at the unmoving man in front of him, he said, "Hello." Seeing no reaction, he tried again, directing his voice toward the others, "Is anyone here?" He then leaned on his chin, muttering to himself, "What should I do now?" Finally, he lowered his voice and decided, "All right, better head back to the territory for now." As he left, he kept thinking, once I report this, they will probably send someone to handle it. Back at his territory, Kettle immediately sought out Rosa. He quickly appeared in the reception area where she worked. Seeing him, Rosa's face lit up with joy. "Ah, Lord Kettle, you are back a bit early today, are not you?" Kettle replied cheerfully, "Just had a few things to take care of." Without missing a beat, Rosa asked, "Oh, what kind of things?" He responded calmly, "Well, it is about the orb I showed you yesterday." Rosa hesitated, feeling a little uneasy. "Oh, come on, you are joking, right?" Kettle's tone turned firm. "I am not joking." Hearing that, Rosa silently marveled. A lich. There are only 5 in the entire world, and it appeared in such a remote place. Then, without warning, Kettle placed the ancient urn in front of her, making her startle. He continued in an extremely serious tone, "I brought back this urn. It looks like a lich's soul vessel. Can you examine it for me?" Rosa's face showed clear astonishment. She looked at him, eyes wide, and said in disbelief, "You are not joking, are you?" Rosa's face betrayed her shock, unable to hide her horror. What on earth is happening? Meanwhile, Kettle remained calm, warning her, and there are a few more inside as well." He continued explaining about the people trapped in the urn. "I was going to release them, but their minds are completely gone. I left them be. It is best to let the guild send someone to inspect." Before Kettle could finish, Rosa interrupted politely, "Excuse me." She paused, thinking to herself, her voice tinged with apprehension. "Come to think of it, there have been a few disappearances in the territory lately. But no reports of finding anyone. Could this be the work of a lich?" Suddenly, she shouted, "Wait, I will call for help immediately." Shortly after, a guard burst into the room, shouting, "What happened? A lich? Did you say a lich?" Seeing him, Kettle casually waved, making the guard freeze mid-step. "Oh, hey there." Then Kettle addressed him calmly, "Everything's already taken care of. There is nothing to worry about. It is not a big deal." The guard blinked, confused. "Wait, what do you mean?" After hearing Kettle recount the events, the guard shouted in disbelief, "Kartos Brandmalas Kesses." Kettle replied nonchalantly, "Yeah, I think that is him." Curious, he asked, "You know him?" "Of course," Kettle said. Kartos Brandmalas Kesses, the wizard who had toppled kingdoms over a century ago, the creator of the emotion-manipulating magic that spread endless chaos. He drove kings mad and destroyed 5 kingdoms, and now he appears here. As a lich. The guard, still skeptical, asked, "Is this really true?" Kettle responded matter-of-factly, "Yes. But he was not impressive at all, just causing mischief. And then, he destroyed himself." The guard frowned, puzzled. "You are saying what exactly?" He thought silently, impossible. A wizard like Kartos just destroyed himself. Then he asked Kettle, "I would like a clearer explanation." Kettle replied casually, "Even if I explained, there is nothing more to tell." The guard sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. He then turned to leave, instructing the two, "Wait here for a bit, I will report this to the Lord." Upon hearing the news, Lord Luke Barkhan exclaimed in shock, "What the hell is this? A lich right near our territory?" He turned to the guard, suspicious. "Are you certain it is a lich? Could it be some other monster?" The guard answered respectfully, "Honestly, based on the accounts of those rescued, it seems accurate, sir. We even have solid evidence." After hearing the full story, Lord Luke said to the guard, "You mean a soul vessel?" He silently pondered, worry etched in his voice. A lich of that caliber hiding so close to our territory without anyone noticing. The Empire could send investigators at any moment, and Kane is absent right now. He lowered his head slightly, frowning in frustration. What a nuisance. Finally, Lord Luke gave the guard his orders, prepared to send a letter to the capital. The guard respectfully acknowledged, "Yes, sir." Luke added thoughtfully, "Still, perhaps we are fortunate." The guard responded, "Yes, sir. If that man did not find it, we might have been the first victims." Lord Luke continued, "Kartos is likely in the process of preparing to resurrect as a lich, so it is very possible." The guard quickly added, "Things are no longer normal, sir." Hearing that, Lord Luke immediately nodded in agreement. "Most likely, yes." He then spoke decisively, "Even so, this is still a commendable achievement. We must award properly." Looking out the window, he murmured softly, "As long as it is within the territory's means." The next morning, sunlight poured brightly through the windows of the manor. A servant's voice suddenly echoed through the mansion, "My lord, my lord." Hearing this, Lord Luke immediately rose from bed and walked toward the source of the call. He calmly draped his robe over his shoulders and told the servant, "I am awake, let them in." No sooner had he spoken than the large door was opened. The servant hurriedly delivered the news. My lord, the sun god's inquisitor, Lord Aquas, has arrived at the territory. Lord Luke's expression turned to surprise. What? In the waiting room, the inquisitor idly gazed out the window, observing the morning scenery. Seeing her in person at his territory, Lord Luke was taken aback. How? Why is she here? She was a young woman with white hair, impeccably dressed, standing with perfect posture, the sun god's inquisitor. In the manor's audience room, the two sat across from each other in silence for a long moment. Finally, Lord Luke spoke first, offering a respectful greeting. It is truly an honor to meet you. I am Luke Varkon, Lord of the Varkon territory. I thank you for visiting, even if rather suddenly. The inquisitor, seated opposite, introduced herself politely. I am Aquas, the sun god's inquisitor, one who judges heretics in his name. Aquas, inquisitor of the sun god. She was the youngest ever appointed, the one who had executed 7 mages who had made pacts with demons, and single-handedly disrupted a massive summoning ritual. Currently, she was the most powerful inquisitor of the sun god on the continent. Even the empire had to respect the sun god's church. Her authority far surpassed that of a provincial lord. Lord Luke wondered silently, why would someone like her? The inquisitor spoke calmly. There has been considerable unrest in this territory recently. The lord hesitated, then replied, there was a minor issue in the nearby dungeon, but it has been resolved. So, it was not the lich. He then cautiously asked her, may I inquire the reason for this visit? Aquas replied in a measured tone, I have come to discuss a divine decree with you. Noticing the faint unease on Lord Luke's face, Aquas continued, her tone measured yet firm. She pressed further, before we discuss the matter at hand, I want to hear clearly what has transpired here in your territory recently. Lord Luke hesitated, his gaze dropping slightly, reluctant to meet her eyes. Well, this matter. After recounting the full sequence of events, Aquas's expression sharpened with interest. The man-d? You mean the one who destroyed the lich? Lord Luke nodded cautiously. Yes, and it may very well be Kartos Braniela's Kessis. Aquas's eyes widened in astonishment. What, that one? Here, she needed confirmation. Without another word, Lord Luke placed the ancient vial carefully on the tea table. Here, this is the sole relic of Kartos. The moment Aquas saw the vial, her face paled. She faltered, whispering, this is. She instinctively clutched the sun emblem pendant at her chest, her mind racing. What on earth has happened? The atmosphere in the room grew heavy, shadowed by an ominous tension. Aquas leaned slightly closer, her voice low and cautious as she addressed Lord Luke, that man-d, he is still here, somewhere within this territory. Luke Barkon replied with a serious expression, he is still within the territory. The noblewoman seated across from him spoke cautiously, her voice measured, that man-d defeated Kartos, is that truly possible? Luke Barkon nodded with certainty. The woman's eyes widened in shock. It is true, even Lord Kane was defeated by him. Each of her questions carried a follow-up, probing for more clues. A new power has emerged. This man-d, which tribe does he belong to? Luke Barkon tensed as he answered, he claims to be from the Snow Ice Plains. A mental image of Kettle, muscular and imposing, formed in her mind. She frowned, puzzled. The Snow Ice Plains. You mean he is a man-d from that desolate region? How could a being from the Mavuch appear outside? Her eyes flickered with contemplation, and she hesitated before speaking, could it be? The woman's voice carried a tone of suspicion. Perhaps, he is the very reason I was sent here. Luke Barkon leaned forward, trying to catch her meaning. What do you mean? She hesitated for a moment, then her eyes hardened with determination. That man-d, may I meet him in person? Meanwhile, small details of Kettle's surroundings came into focus. Candles were suspended by chains from the ceiling above a circle, ceramic vases and cups rested on a table below, and a large blue gem balanced delicately between 3 of his fingers. He pondered, how exactly am I supposed to use this? Lying on his bed, Kettle held the gem in front of him, imagining it resting within a crescent-shaped tray. He thought to himself, it looks like some sort of magical device to aid spellcasting. Well, I will ask a mage later. Suddenly, his eyes caught on something. Ah. Sitting upright, he turned to the window, reminding himself, seems like the time has come. The captain arrived shortly after, announcing, the sun god's inquisitor has requested to meet you. The meeting will take place at the cathedral. He glanced at Kettle's serious expression and cautioned, when meeting her, please show proper respect. Kettle replied cheerfully, don't worry about it. The captain's gaze fell on the gloves Kettle wore on his wrists. He spoke quietly, a hint of tension in his voice, you are here. Kettle, wearing his sheepskin coat, folded his arms and faced him calmly. The captain continued, shall we go, then? The woman with long hair stood shrouded in darkness, her entire figure clad in black, exuding an aura of mystery. In her outstretched hand, she held an object radiating a purple light. In this world, gods truly existed. They could bestow power directly, even descend to the mortal realm, and gather those who served them faithfully. The interior of the cathedral was solemn and imposing. Kettle, still dazed, followed the captain, who whispered quietly, "We are here." Kettle's gaze swept over the front of the building, noting the sun-shaped emblem carved into its facade. He stared in awe at the towering structure before him, his eyes sparkling and mouth agape. The cathedral of the sun god, he thought. The captain led him to the large doors and instructed, "Once inside, someone will guide you." Kettle replied cheerfully, "I appreciate it." One of his feet was half on the stone threshold and half on the ground outside. As he stepped forward, his curiosity was evident, and he murmured in wonder. A statue of the goddess stood solemnly, with a glowing circle suspended behind it. Sunlight streamed sharply through the window's crack. 3 hooded figures stepped forward with solemn bows. "Welcome, Lord Kettle," they intoned. The woman approached and spoke, "Inquisitor Aquas is waiting for you." She then turned to him, "Please, follow me." Kettle, a bit tense, replied, "Ah, very well." Inquisitor Aquas greeted him with a polite nod. "It is an honor to meet you." She sat on a wooden chair intricately carved with floral motifs, surrounded by branches and blossoms, and introduced herself, "I am Aquas, Inquisitor of the Sun God." Kettle seated himself, folding his arms, and returned the greeting warmly, "The pleasure is mine." "I am the man D, Kettle," he thought to himself. "So this is the Inquisitor. She is very young." He smiled quietly, impressed by her apparent strength. Across from him, Aquas shifted slightly, her expression tinged with unease. She wondered silently why he was smiling. Kettle asked curiously, "So, why did you want to see me?" Aquas responded softly, hesitating for a moment, "Ah. About that." She lowered her gaze slightly. A man in a black cloak stood next to her, raising his hand to summon a bolt of crackling blue electricity. His face remained obscured in shadow, but his eyes gleamed with menace. Aquas, in contrast, remained calm, her eyes downcast with a hint of sorrow. She began to explain the recent dungeon incident. "Kartos, the one you claimed was defeated. He once committed atrocities across the world." Midday sunlight slanted through the windows, casting long patterns on the floor and wooden table. Kettle studied her intently, the space between them silent as she continued. "He transformed into a lich, and only heroes are capable of confronting him." Meanwhile, a skeleton draped in a purple cloak stood in a swirl of black and violet energy. Cold light reflected off its skull mask, giving it the appearance of a mocking grin. Kettle replied calmly, "I have heard of him, but Kartos. I saw him merely as a lich floundering alone, left to live and die by himself." Leaning back in his chair, Kettle squinted slightly, his expression serious yet composed, speaking with a hint of resignation. "It seems you do not fully believe me, but I can only recount what I witnessed." Sunlight streamed into the room, illuminating the long wooden table that separated them. The white-haired girl leaned slightly forward, one hand raised as if explaining something. "Then, will you allow my god to directly witness this conversation?" she asked. Kettle, folding his arms, replied, "Witness." The Inquisitor tilted her head, her gaze calm but edged with solemnity. "Yes, if you lie in the presence of the deity, there will be a reaction." Kettle's brow furrowed with curiosity. A form of divine interrogation. Her eyes glimmered red with seriousness, though there was a trace of hesitation. A bead of sweat rolled down her cheek as she tried to maintain a composed expression while explaining. "Even if he is not an ordinary man D, he is still a man D. There is no way he would agree to this. Of course, if you feel uncomfortable, you may refuse." She wondered silently, "Why would I refuse?" Kettle's smile widened, brimming with excitement. "This is a perfect chance to experience divine power firsthand. Are you certain?" "Of course," she replied, and he immediately leaned forward, eager to begin. The Inquisitor was taken aback by his enthusiasm. "What, he actually seems excited." She asked cautiously, "Does this not make you uneasy?" Kettle's eyes sparkled with thrill. "Why should it? There is a god observing me. I have nothing to hide." He added with a hint of pride, "I have never told a single lie." The Inquisitor softly acknowledged him, "I understand. Then let us begin." Clasping her hands together, she began reciting a supplication. "Oh my God, you who observe from the highest realms." A circular symbol with 4 wings blazed to life, radiating intense light. Multicolored streaks shimmered around it as she continued, "Oh you who govern the sun itself. Please through your gaze expose all deceit in this place." 2 sharp beams of light shot toward each other, colliding with a thunderous roar. Light poured from the sky onto the castle roof, accompanied by a deafening chorus of magical resonance. Kettle's senses tingled from the sheer force of it. "What is this? I can feel it." A golden circle spread its brilliance, a presence far beyond mere light. The Inquisitor transformed into a towering divine figure, her back adorned with a ring of white patterns majestic and incomprehensible to human understanding. Kettle stared in awe, his emotions whirling, glancing upward as the beams of light carved intricate patterns into the air. For a long moment, they sat facing each other. She continued her supplication while Kettle lowered his head, sensing the overwhelming presence. Finally, the Inquisitor opened her eyes and silently gave thanks. "Thank the heavens." No reaction. Placing a hand over her chest, she said, "Then let us begin." Kettle's gaze sharpened, aware that from this moment onward, no falsehood would be allowed within this radiant pillar. He smiled faintly, replying, "Understood." The conversation began under the watchful gaze of the sun god. Kettle recounted his dungeon conquest in detail, just as he had described before, and there was no negative reaction at all. Every word he spoke was clearly truthful. Perhaps Kartos had been severely weakened during his resurrection preparations. If he still had the ability to wield magic, this man D would not even be here. That fleeting thought crossed his mind, and he acknowledged silently that he had indeed been lucky. Suddenly, his wandering thoughts were interrupted by a question. "Have you resolved all your doubts?" The words jolted Aqua's, and she instinctively widened her eyes for a moment. After a brief pause, she regained her composure and respectfully lowered herself, responding, "Yes. Thank you, and forgive my earlier impropriety." The man opposite her remained courteous, replying, "It is nothing. I found this exhilarating." Aquas slowly lifted her gaze and asked, "Then, may I ask you a personal question?" "Of course," Kettle replied casually, though she still seemed a bit anxious, her lips trembling as if the words were struggling to form. After a long pause, she finally spoke a question that made Kettle raise his eyebrows in surprise. "You truly come from the snow-ice wastelands?" Kettle answered succinctly, "Yes." Those two simple words only heightened Aquas's curiosity. "You really come from there?" she thought silently, her mind racing. The demon realm. Could he be the Grey Man D of Imperial legend? Kettle did not respond directly to her speculation but instead posed another question, catching her slightly off guard. "Then let me ask you something." He folded his arms seriously, pressing the question. "Why have you come to this land?" A seemingly simple question, yet it left her momentarily speechless. Aquas lowered her gaze, trying to explain, "I have personal matters to attend to here." But Kettle was relentless, pressing further. "These personal matters. Are they to confirm whether I am impure?" She hesitated, slightly uneasy, and deflected, "I do not understand what you mean." In his mind, the image of himself standing under the sunlight flickered, and he murmured under his breath, "Divine eye." He propped his chin on his hand and voiced his thoughts aloud. "I am not certain, but for a god to personally observe, this is not ordinary. This is not just about detecting lies, it is far beyond that." Aquas did not know how to respond. She closed her eyes briefly, thinking, "I want to explain it is not like that. But under the divine eye, all falsehoods are forbidden." She did not voice those thoughts but spoke softly instead. "You are correct." Kettle's curiosity deepened. "Who? So from the very beginning, you have been targeting me?" Startled, Aquas immediately interjected, "It is not like that. There was a prophecy." She recounted everything slowly, piece by piece. "When I arrived here, I thought you might be the one mentioned in the prophecy, but the outcome. As you can see." Finally, Aquas placed her hand over her chest again, speaking deliberately, "I apologize for hiding my true intentions." Kettle rested his hand on the table with an indifferent gesture, suggesting, "It is fine. I found it interesting in my own way. Now then, let me ask one more thing." He fixed his wide eyes on her, pressing, "What did the prophecy say?" Aquas hesitated, thinking carefully. Normally, she would not reveal it to someone she did not fully trust. But after a brief moment, she spoke. "The prophecy states." Her face was serious as she looked straight at him, her words flowing continuously as she described events certain to occur in the future. Each sentence from Aquas felt like a vice, widening Kettle's eyes and opening his mouth further and further. After a while, the room settled into calm once more, leaving only Aquas standing under the slanting sunlight filtering through the window. A few heavy footsteps echoed from outside, breaking the stillness. She glanced back, quietly observing what was happening. She turned toward Luke Barkhan, surprised, and called out, "My lord." He looked at her once, his tone gentle with concern. "You seem troubled." Aquas lowered her gaze, speaking softly, "Yes. I have met him, but that only left my thoughts more tangled." Luke Barkhan's curiosity sharpened. "Who exactly is he?" She looked out the window, thoughtful, and said with certainty, "He is definitely a Mandi from the snow-ice wastelands." Her words opened a new revelation for Luke Barkhan. "Really?" "Yes," Aquas admitted honestly. "We have no information from inside the snow-ice wastelands, but this has been confirmed as truth." There were a few details she still kept to herself, silently hoping the rumors were false, but in the end, the truth was undeniable. Luke Barkhan considered the matter seriously. If this spreads, the entire world will be shaken. Aquas, though calm in speech, thought privately, many people desire to explore the snow-ice wastelands, especially the Emperor. A few grisly visions flashed through her mind if the Emperor acted. Personally, imagine the chaos that would ensue. Yet aloud, she reassured Luke Barkhan with calm certainty. "You need not worry. We will handle Kartos ourselves, and the existence of this man D will remain hidden from the public." Luke Barkhan exhaled, relieved. Truly fortunate. Still, curiosity lingered. Are all the Mandi from the snow-ice wastelands like him? He recalled 3 faint images in his mind and reasoned, certainly not. If all of them were like him, they would have left the snow-ice wastelands long ago and conquered the world. Aquas reflected silently. Indeed, even if it is not him, there are many Mandi in this world. They are strong but simultaneously foolish. That is the natural limit of the Mandi. She continued to ponder. But what if a being with such physical advantages also possessed true intelligence? Luke Barkhan spoke again, interrupting her thoughts. Now that I think of it, I have heard that this Mandi prince is different. I hear he possesses not just power, but intelligence as well. She lowered her gaze, calmly assessing. The king of all Mandi. You mean him, right? I have only met him once, but indeed, he is completely different from ordinary Mandi. He replied softly, a hint of concern in his voice. Is that so? If the two of them met, it would surely be interesting. Almost immediately, Aquas dismissed the idea. I do not think so. Her denial once again left Luke Barkhan puzzled, his eyes wide with surprise. He studied the girl in front of him carefully. The relationship between the Mandi and those who serve the gods has never been smooth. For them to grow increasingly powerful is not something he could simply laugh off. After a moment, Luke Barkhan finally asked, by the way, what exactly did the prophecy say that required a private meeting? Aquas remained calm. I needed to confirm one thing. Her ambiguous phrasing only added to his unease. Confirm what? She fixed her gaze outside, her expression serious. To determine whether he is truly human, or merely something disguised as one. Luke Barkhan frowned in confusion. Good heavens, what exactly did the prophecy say? Aquas straightened, speaking slowly as if weighing the gravity of her words. The prophecy states. And then the words of the prophecy were revealed to another, yet not to a reader, but directly to him. Luke Barkhan's reaction mirrored Kettle's astonishment and disbelief. How could that be possible? The scene quickly shifted to the tea table, his expression tinged with worry. Are you well? Kettle looked slightly surprised but answered politely. Thanks to you, I am living quite well here in the territory. But, why have you summoned me again? Luke Barkhan's voice was calm and measured. As the lord of this territory, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Kettle seemed to understand immediately, interrupting casually. I am not particularly concerned. Yet Luke continued, not an apology. But I have prepared a reward for your efforts in saving this territory. He tapped lightly on the table, the rhythmic sound reflecting the composed, gentlemanly manner of a lord at ease. The words and the reward caused Kettle's eyes to widen in disbelief. A servant brought forth a bag, introducing it formally. We present the reward granted by the Lord Beast Leather. Kettle looked at the bag on the table, puzzled. A bag made of leather. Luke Barkhan, noticing his curiosity, added with a knowing tone, it is no ordinary leather bag. Inspect it yourself. Kettle stared intently at the small bag resting in his hands. Don't tell me this is. Another voice rang out, piquing his curiosity. Inspect it yourself. Immediately, Kettle's eyes widened in astonishment. This was a magical artifact in the form of a bag. Luke Barkhan spoke, continuing to explain, you can store as many items as you like, as long as there is space inside the bag. The interior is roughly the size of a room. Kettle was still in shock as he looked into the vast space contained. Within, a magical artifact, an object created by magic. This is the first time I have ever seen one in real life. Just then, Barkhan added, even if an item is larger than the opening of the bag, you can still fit it inside. Kettle responded lightly, still amazed. He reached for his weapon. In that case, let us try putting something in. He slowly brought it toward the bag's opening, though it seemed too large on the outside. In the next instant, the axe was sucked inside as if drawn by some invisible force. Whoa, if you want to take something out, just reach in and imagine the item, Barkhan explained. Kettle's eyes sparkled as he held the weapon high. Whoa, this is incredible. Barkhan smiled and said, this is a gift in return for saving the territory. I hope you will like it. Kettle responded with excitement, like it. I love it already, I will make sure to use it properly and with care. Barkhan silently thought, seeing him happy makes me happy too. But in the next moment, his mind wandered elsewhere. Alright, I suppose that matter can rest for now. The prophecy, though, what exactly is happening in that distant land? His thoughts briefly returned to his conversation with Cain. The demonic creatures from the demon realm are spreading into the world. Something is definitely happening globally. He lowered his gaze, speculating, perhaps it is connected to this prophecy. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a young woman with long white hair stood by a window. The prophecy spoke of a great demon descending. A mighty demon that would appear and spread across the world. The Varkhan territory served as a network connecting countless villages, which kept in regular contact. In the streets, merchants called out to passers-by. In a shadowy corner, a stall suddenly closed, and one day, communication with one of the villages was abruptly cut off. Initially, no one thought much of it. A middle-aged man and a young man carried supplies to investigate, but days passed with no word. One of the neighboring villages sent people to check, and they never returned. A group of soldiers stood in formation outside another location. When the Lord heard the news, he sent guards but they too never came back. Luke Barkhan's face went pale, darkening with concern. Only then did the Lord realize something serious was happening. Someone suddenly asked, "Do we have any requests today?" Rosa quickly responded, "Yes, there is an urgent assignment." Kettle's interest peaked. "Oh, what is it about?" She replied, "We need to confirm the situation in a village that has lost contact." Rosa sat up straighter, speaking seriously. "A few days ago, one of the villages stopped responding. Your task is simply to check on them. It is a straightforward mission, but the reward is generous." Kettle rested his hand under his chin and smiled. "I like missions like that. I will take it." Rosa let out a quiet sigh of relief, thinking, just as I expected. Not long after, they arrived at the gathering point where various mercenaries had assembled. Priest Hayes stood in a corner, slightly bowing and clasping her hands. Unnoticed by her, footsteps slowly approached. Then a familiar voice sounded in her ear. "Hayes." Hayes instinctively looked up at the speaker, eyes widening in surprise. "Ah, Kettle." Kettle smiled widely across from her. He was dressed differently now, no longer in his typical Mandi attire, but in his own clothes. He casually raised a hand. "Ah, I just got a new outfit. The old one I was wearing had worn out." Hayes examined it and commented, "The design looks quite unique." Kettle beamed with pride. "I designed it myself." Her eyes widened. "Impressive." Suddenly, Hayes remembered something. "Ah, by the way, are you taking this mission too, Kettle?" Kettle's face lit up with pride. "Yes, I could not possibly pass up such an interesting task." Hayes could not help but think, "As I suspected, he really is special." She hesitated, then asked, "But why are you going alone? Aren't your teammates coming with you?" Kettle thought of his two companions. Alexandro and Kasab are not joining. He replied calmly, "I understand. They have probably already received the mission details and declined to join." Kettle then scanned the area. 3 other mercenaries froze under his gaze. Fewer people than I expected. He rested his hand under his chin, pondering. "The mission seems simple, but the reward is high. I would expect more applicants. Yet there are fewer than 10 people in total." Hayes explained, "It is simple in theory, but the reward is extremely generous." She lowered her gaze, recalling something. "There is a rumor that the previous guards never returned." She added quietly, "So maybe this is not such a simple mission after all." Kettle looked up, slightly incredulous. Even so few participants, I would expect at least 10. Hayes shifted uncomfortably. "Well, actually." She averted her eyes and continued in a hushed tone, "There is another rumor going around." "What rumor?" Hayes waved it off with a laugh, haha, and followed the direction she indicated. A small, pale face with long white hair came into view. Aquas was sitting with her eyes closed, hands neatly placed in front of her gown. The armored silhouette of the Sun God's Inquisition officer suddenly appeared. She would also be participating in this mission. Hayes glanced sideways silently, thinking that not many mercenaries would dare cooperate with the Sun God's Inquisition officer. Still, she voiced her concern anxiously. "She is not planning to cut me in half, is she?" Kettle immediately smiled reassuringly. "Nothing like that. She is a really good person." Hayes was startled. "Wait, you know Miss Aquas?" Kettle confidently turned toward Aquas. "Of course, she is my friend." Hearing this, Aquas was shocked. A Sun God Inquisitor, friends with a Mandi. Hayes, flustered, called after him as Kettle moved forward. "Ah, Kettle." Kettle stepped closer, stopping a short distance from Aquas, and greeted warmly, "It is good to see you again." She quickly responded with a denial. "I do not remember us ever being friends." Kettle suddenly laughed. "Ah, you have heard me now. Well then, from now on, we can be friends." Aquas averted her gaze briefly, then added, "And your companion serves another deity, right?" She closed her eyes to add the detail, "I mean Miss Calrosia." Kettle blinked in surprise, realizing, oh, so she is like her too. Yet Aquas still seemed puzzled. "Yes, but wait, you said she is a priestess serving Kolocha." Kettle tilted his head. "Is that a problem?" Aquas recalled the image of a woman with long black hair and answered, "Number. It is just that, as far as I know, the followers of Miss Calrosia are currently in a period of seclusion. Only those of high status can act at this time." "Don't tell me that." Aquas sighed, looking weary, and ended the thought. "No, it is nothing. I can't know all the details of every faith, so maybe I was mistaken." At that moment, the sound of boots stomping on the grass reached them. "He is here." Kettle quickly noticed and turned to look. As soon as he saw the newcomer, he instinctively called out, "Captain of the Royal Guard." The captain greeted him warmly. "Good to see you all here again." Hayes stood at a distance, watching their interaction anxiously. The captain cleared his throat and addressed the group. "I welcome everyone who accepted this request. I am the captain of the Ghent Royal Guard. Now that everyone is present, we shall depart." 2 pairs of feet moved one after the other across the lush green grass. Aquas glanced away, seemingly avoiding the figure walking ahead. Kettle pondered quietly, "All of us gathered like this. It feels like we are about to enter a dungeon." He let out a soft sigh in his mind. Then Kettle asked a question that caught Aquas slightly off guard. "Acting now, does that mean the time has come?" She lifted her face to look at the man standing silently before them. Aquas lowered her gaze again. I am not entirely sure. She guessed that the deity would not reveal the exact timing. Perhaps it was as simple as the fact that a village had gone silent. Kettle, who had been silent until now, finally spoke in a calm tone, but that still leaves a possibility. Aquas, startled, asked again, the god. Did it speak of evil descending, the emergence of a great demon? Kettle smiled, a confident gleam in his eyes. A great demon, huh? Both Kettle and Priest Hayes were struck with astonishment at the scene before them. After a while, everyone came to a halt, and a voice announced, "We have arrived." Amidst an area ordered and structured by ancient architecture, a curious voice asked, "This is?" The captain of the Barkan Guard quickly explained, "This is the entrance to the village." Kettle turned to Aquas, gauging her reaction. "What do you feel?" She answered plainly, "I do not sense any presence." The captain speculated, "Then perhaps they have fled. Everyone, disperse and look for clues." The soldiers immediately obeyed. "Yes, sir." Kettle followed along, acknowledging, "Understood." The Barkan Guard captain noted that this village could hold only about 100 people, yet he found it impossible that everyone had vanished without a trace. He was certain there had to be some clue and issued the order. "Begin the search." Inside one of the houses, the dining table still emitted wisps of steam, neatly arranged. A soldier, surprised, shouted, "What is this?" He immediately turned to report to the commander. "Captain, there is food here." The captain dismissed it casually, perhaps they left it behind while fleeing. The soldier interjected, "No, that is not it." He shouted, emphasizing, "It is freshly cooked, the food is still warm." Even the Barkan Guard captain was taken aback. "What?" Staring at the steaming bowl of soup, he wondered silently, what on earth is happening here? He began piecing together the events in his mind. "We lost contact with this village a few days ago, and since then, several people have been sent to investigate." The soldiers stood in formation, disciplined and straight, yet not a single one had returned. He turned again to gather more information. "Any traces?" A soldier answered honestly, "There is no sign that anyone left the village, nor any indication they might be hiding elsewhere." The Barkan Guard captain lowered his eyes, lost in thought for a moment. After a pause, he announced, "For now, keep searching." The soldiers immediately obeyed. "Yes, sir." The question weighed heavily on everyone's mind, so many signs of daily life, yet not a single person. How is this possible? The captain walked behind a soldier who was searching and asked, "What about over there?" The soldier turned around, slightly startled. "Ah." He scratched his head, replying sheepishly, "Same as here." Reporting with clear suspicion, he added, "Clearly someone lives here, but there is no one around, no footprints, nothing." The captain asked another soldier, "Do you know anything, Aquas?" But Aquas just shook her head in defeat. "I do not know either." He turned to Kettle. "What about you? Any idea?" Still, there was no satisfactory answer. "I have not discovered any significant clues, and I can't sense any presence at all." The captain, anxious, lowered his head and muttered in frustration, "This is driving me insane." Kettle offered a suggestion. "Maybe we should ask someone who might know." The Barkan Guard captain's eyes widened. "What did you say?" Kettle casually glanced to one side. "Isn't there still someone here? There is another presence." The captain, stunned, asked again. "Wait, what do you mean, another presence?" Only then did the Barkan Guard captain start to connect the dots. In other words, this was someone who was not here when we first arrived at the village. So now the question is, who is this woman, and how long has she been here? At that moment, the woman revealed herself, letting out a soft chuckle. "Interesting," she mused. "I disguised myself perfectly, and yet you discovered me." Kettle responded calmly. A stranger appeared suddenly. "Naturally, we have to pay attention." She began to explain. "No, that is not what I mean. Usually, no one would notice." Then, with a trace of sarcasm aimed at Aquas, she added, "Even the heretic inspector of the sun god would not have detected me." And finally, with a hint of disdain directed at Kettle, she sneered, "HMPH. It seems you have not awakened any special abilities just yet." A sly smile curled on her lips. "And who exactly are you?" Kettle was still bewildered by the unexpected question. At that moment, the Barkan Guard captain sensed danger immediately. He shouted, "Everyone, fall back." The soldiers quickly complied. "Yes, sir." Yet he was stunned when he looked toward Aquas, exclaiming, "Aquas." She stood completely still, her face pale. I do not sense anything. No presence at all." The Barkan Guard captain was utterly astonished. Priest Hayes, witnessing the scene, felt equally unsettled, sharing the captain's shock. Even the heretic inspector of the highest ranking order had not detected her presence. That left only two possibilities: either she was not a demon, or she was such a high-level demon that detection was impossible. The woman rested her chin on her hand, her words dripping with mockery. "What a pity. I was hoping to observe you for a while before pushing him into the abyss." The skin on her face slowly began to shift and melt, curling into a grotesque grin at the corner of her mouth. "HMPH. I have made up my mind about that interesting man-beast." Her hand had transformed, twisted and monstrous, the sight sending chills down anyone who looked. From her head, a black, ominous horn sprouted, completing the terrifying transformation. Her new form radiated malevolent power as she spoke in a haunting tone, "You will become my slave. And descend into hell with me." After revealing her true form, Ashishier snapped her fingers. Immediately, a dark circle and emblem of black magic manifested beneath her. She hovered above the ground, enveloped by swirling black clouds that twisted around her body. Even this single, small action left everyone staring in stunned disbelief. Sensing the imminent danger, the captain of the royal guard shouted, "Everyone, run, move quickly. Hurry." But it was already too late. They were trapped within the sealing circle Ashishier had just conjured. The guards panicked, screaming, "No, open it, release us." The scene brought Ashishier immense satisfaction. "This entire village is my domain. No one can escape." Not content with mere domination, she taunted them further, "You are all my prey." Whispers of alarm spread like wildfire. "A demon? Impossible. How can a demon be here?" Kettle furrowed his brow. "A demon?" Priest Hayes nodded gravely. "Yes, a named demon." Meanwhile, she silently prayed, "Lord Kolocha, please save me." Kettle placed a reassuring hand on her head. "Hayes, stay calm." He added soothingly, "I am right here with you." Priest Hayes was deeply moved by his words, but that feeling shattered instantly when he asked, "But what does named demon mean?" Hayes hesitated before explaining, "Not all so-called demons in this world are truly powerful. Many are called demons merely for convenience, mere fragments of malice and dark magic. But there exist true demons born from darkness itself, without a mother, naming themselves by their own will. In short," she continued, "even the weakest among them can shake an entire kingdom." Kettle reflected for a moment. "Then that one is definitely one of them." Priest Hayes agreed. "Yes, exactly." She went on to speculate further, "And judging by those horns, that is Ashishier, a demon that first appeared hundreds of years ago. Why would something like this show up in such a remote land?" Kettle hesitated. "So, we can't break this?" To Priest Hayes' astonishment, he reached out to touch the sealing circle. She immediately warned, "No, this place has already become the demon's domain. Unless the demon is defeated, there is no way to break this seal." After testing it, Kettle casually remarked, "Is that so?" Then, unexpectedly, he let out a sly, mischievous smile, swallowing audibly. Priest Hayes watched him, perplexed, as Kettle danced slightly in place, thinking to himself, "Well, maybe I will just stand back and observe a little longer." Curiously, she asked, "Kettle, what are you doing over there?" He quickly denied it, "Nothing at all." Priest Hayes simply nodded, "Understood." Meanwhile, Aqua's anger flared. "Is this some kind of demon's trick?" Ashishier sneered mockingly, "Oh, not very interesting. Doesn't it make you want to investigate further?" Rage burned within Aquas. A whole village vanished, yet there were signs that someone had just been living there. It was all the demon's deception. She realized silently, perhaps it only sees the villagers as playthings. Her voice seethed with fury. What a sick game. Ashishier only smiled teasingly, while Kettle stood back, watching with morbid curiosity. They all found it bizarre. A named demon, summoning such a being should require massive sacrifices. The population of a single village would not suffice. And for an entire territory to vanish without notice, it should have been impossible. Doubt gnawed at them. Then how did it descend upon this world? Ashishier laughed scornfully. "Do you really think I would tell you?" Aqua's wrath only intensified. She spat out, "Filth, you defile this land." The demon mocked her, "Filth, impure, are we?" Then Ashishier sneered further, taunting them, "Hey, dogs of your god, do you think your deity will save you?" Unsurprisingly, these words drove Aquas into a furious frenzy. Ashethiar's voice turned ominous. "Listen closely. Cracks are appearing in this world. This world no longer belongs solely to you." She recounted the ancient past. Long ago, gods and humans battled demons. Everyone knew the outcome. The gods and humanity triumphed, and the demons were defeated and expelled from this world. Fueled by centuries of resentment, Ashishier declared, "From the torments of hell, I have waited long for this day." She formally introduced herself. "I am Ashishier, the demon of gravity." And she swore, "I will avenge past humiliations and drench this world in malice." Aqua's fury flared. "You vile creature, this world belongs only to the gods and us." She then demanded, "Return to where you came from, demon." Instantly, a brilliant light enveloped her. A staff symbolizing divine power appeared in her hands. Kettle watched intently, thinking, as I suspected, the demon won't attack while she is transforming. Aqua's transformation progressed fully. Her weapons, boots, and armor all materialized, ready for battle. Ashishier chuckled in delight. "Interesting." Then the demon openly challenged her. "Very well." Ashishier taunted, "Come here, dog of the gods." Aquas stepped forward to confront her, exuding defiance. So arrogant. Their gazes sharpened like never before, the opposing forces of demon and god colliding head-on. The impact triggered a massive explosion, shaking the sky itself. Priest Hayes screamed in terror, while Aquas and Ashishier remained locked in a fierce stalemate. Ashishier twirled her blade recklessly, exuding wild arrogance. She taunted, sneering, "A battle should have its solemnity, do not your gods' hunting dogs know that?" Provoked relentlessly, Aquas's fury boiled over. Through gritted teeth, she demanded, "Are you done yet?" A massive golden armored boot slammed into the ground, sending shockwaves that cracked the earth violently. The woman clad in golden armor followed with a fierce, blazing strike, moving with lightning speed. Ashishier stood calmly across from her, enveloped in a dark aura. Her movements were so fast that afterimages of shadows swirled behind her, hazy and ghost-like. Aquar froze, astonished by the spectacle before her, her pupils glinting with disbelief. Suddenly, Ashishier appeared behind her, teasing, "So, you are here." A wicked smile curled on her lips, revealing sharp teeth. Leaping from above, Ashishier launched a powerful attack. Aquar raised her weapon defensively and countered, her voice ringing out, "Crush it." The two clashed, shockwaves of energy exploding outward, shaking the surrounding area. The golden-armored woman's footing was gradually pushed backward, leaving long cracks across the ground beneath her. Locked in this stance, they unleashed their full strength against one another, neither yielding. Above Aquar, a violet hand appeared, shattering her defenses. She recited aloud, Holy Scripture, Chapter 2, Verse 12. A pair of radiant eyes appeared in the surrounding darkness, the voice proclaiming, "The light of glory shall never be defiled." Golden energy surged from her, blasting upward and hurling Ashishier away. The bat-winged demoness crashed to the ground, bracing herself to avoid being thrown further, her eyes fixed intently on the scene before her. Aquar's entire body radiated powerful energy, her golden aura blazing around her. Ashishier slowly rose, questioning, "You can read scripture at that age?" She wiped her face, exclaiming in admiration, "Impressive indeed." Aquar murmured another verse, Karmanune, Chapter 5, Verse 59, raising her weapon high as thunder boomed across the sky. Her voice echoed through the void, the golden light igniting the darkness. A searing blaze of energy erupted, scorching all evil in its path. As the incantation ended, she lunged forward, shield and weapon raised, leaving a streak of energy behind her. Ashethiar's eyes flashed red, her gaze wary of the approaching warrior. Aquar spun, swinging her weapon from behind, her hair whipping with the motion. The strike left a brilliant scar of light in the air, clashing with the surrounding dark energy. Ashishier laughed with delight, retreating quickly to avoid the direct blow. She swung her weapon down toward Aquar, who blocked the strike with her armored defense. The force was redirected, pushing Aquar back with great impact. Sweat gleamed on her face, fury burning in her eyes as she gritted her teeth. Ashethiar's smile was malicious, her eyes glinting with wicked joy. Both warriors charged again, their movements so fierce that the sky itself seemed to shift, dust and debris swirling around them. Their weapons collided, shockwaves scattering everything nearby, bursts of energy erupting violently. Two immense forces met head-on, shattering rock and earth, the resulting pressure radiating outward, obliterating everything in its path. The terrifying force slammed into Priest Hayes, making her scream in shock, eyes tightly shut. Nearby villagers were equally horrified by the scene. Some fled in panic, others collapsed, crying out, "Please! Someone save us!" The opposing forces collided, each pouring every ounce of power into the fight. Their gazes locked with unyielding determination, neither willing to back down. Explosions erupted with each clash, the ground splintering, shockwaves blowing away everything in their path. Kettle stood back, watching like a spectator, a faint smile on his lips. "Impressive," he murmured to himself. Priest Hayes hurried closer, calling out for his attention, Kettle, can't you help Aquas?" He answered nonchalantly, "I could." The words startled her. Before she could respond, he cut her off, "But why should I?" Priest Hayes froze, stunned, staring at him in disbelief. Repeating calmly, Kettle said, "Why should I intervene and ruin this battle?" Her eyes widened, speechless. He glanced at the two fighters, adding softly, "Of course. I have always wanted to fight a demon someday. But right now, I just want to watch this battle unfold." Priest Hayes' expression froze completely, her thoughts racing, "This is not what I expected." Meanwhile, the two combatants continued their assault. Shockwaves radiated outward, sweeping away any obstacles in their path. The collision of their powers grew even more violent, forcing both back, their bodies slammed against the ground. Ashishier was pushed backward, bracing herself against the earth to avoid being thrown. The golden-armored woman mirrored the action, keeping her footing firm. Ashishier muttered under her breath in irritation, "These are truly God's hunters. But in pure power, I still hold the advantage." Before she could recover, Aquar suddenly appeared right in front of her, causing Ashishier to flinch. On the defensive, Ashishier blocked the strike from the golden-armored woman, thinking to herself, "Still, this mismatch is terrible. In this world, magical entities cannot withstand divine power." She swung her weapon in a sharp arc, the blade glowing with violet energy. Strategizing quickly, she thought, if this continues, the fight will drag on too long. I need to tip the scales in my favor. Smirking cruelly, she spun her dark energy, preparing to counterattack. The plan was simple: gain the upper hand and seize victory. Without hesitation, Ashishier launched forward at incredible speed, the air around her warping with her movement. Aquar's eyes narrowed as she tracked Ashethiar's path, brows furrowing. Ashishier grinned triumphantly, dashing straight ahead. The golden armored woman calculated rapidly that direction. Seeing her aim toward the villagers, panic surged through Aquar danger. A sudden explosion erupted behind Ashishier, shattering the surrounding ground. Aquar stepped forward to block her path, the two clashing once again. The villagers, terrified, sat frozen, mouths agape, unable to move. Those who had not evacuated sat in fear, screaming helplessly at the chaos before them. Aquar glanced behind while bracing herself against Ashethiar's strike. Swinging her shield to the left, she knocked her opponent back. Frowning with anger, she spat out, "Filthy creature." Ashishier laughed mockingly, covering her mouth with her sharp hand, taking the insult in stride. Leaping downward, Ashishier taunted, "Did you really think a demon would fight fair?" Seething with righteous fury, Aquar raised her voice. Holy Scripture, Chapter 1, Verse 1. Aquas, her voice burning with fury, recited Scripture, Chapter 1, Verse 1, "Let the radiant golden sanctuary be opened." The moment her words fell, a colossal golden magic circle blazed into existence before her. She whipped her head back and shouted to the others, "Get inside, now!" Without hesitation, the soldiers scrambled into the protective circle. Behind them, the blonde man burst out laughing in sheer relief. A young swordsman stumbled in, breathless, bowing his head. "Thank you, Lady Aquas." Across the battlefield, Ashethiar's lips curved into a sly, mocking smile. "Heh," she chuckled. "You would squander the sacred scripture so recklessly." Veins bulged across Aquas's face as her rage spiked. "Shut your mouth," she screamed, charging at her opponent once more. Ashethiar's expression was calm, almost delighted. "Yes," she purred, "that is the kind of reaction I wanted." The two clashed again, hurling themselves at each other like moths to flame, spears gripped tight in their hands. Aquas swung her weapon in a fierce, straightforward strike, but Ashishier parried with ease. In a fluid motion, she twisted and flipped through the air, landing lightly while Aquas's eyes widened in disbelief. Ashethiar's voice carried like venom. "Death is just death. No one will remember your so-called noble sacrifice." Her words pressed in, seeking to grind down Aquas's will. Yet Aquas did not falter. She pressed forward, unleashing blow after blow, her spear carving arcs of resistance through the air. But none of her strikes left so much as a scratch. Then Ashishier laughed again, cruel and confident. "If this drags on, you will lose. And when you do, your god's honor will be dragged through the mud. But if you defeat me and live, both your name and your god's renown will soar. It is simple, just dispel that holy barrier protecting them. What do you say?" Aquas's grip tightened, her eyes sharp. "You think I will fall for that trick?" she spat. Ashishier only covered her mouth with a delicate hand, smiling sweetly. "Do you truly want to die here?" "Nothing you say is worth hearing," Aquas growled, raising her weapon. "Good," Ashishier replied, nodding with malicious satisfaction. "Then die a martyr's death." With those words, she shot upward, gathering immense force before slamming it down toward the village below. The earth ruptured under the impact, stone and soil shattering into fragments. Within the cataclysm, Aquas braced herself, every muscle straining against the crushing pressure. From above, Ashishier poured even more power into the strike, her dark aura crackling. Aquas's eyes suddenly widened. Danger was upon her. Before she could fully process it, Ashishier was right in front of her, closing the distance at a terrifying speed. "What?" Aquas cried, but the rest was lost in a thunderous explosion as their clash detonated. She barely managed to leap back in time, skidding across the ground before coming to a halt, chest heaving, eyes locked in shock at the figure before her. Ashishier pressed forward relentlessly, giving her no chance to recover. From her hands burst a storm of black energy, countless streaks lancing outward like a net, hemming Aquas in on all sides. Surrounded, Aquas's gaze darted wildly, panic flickering across her features before she cried out with all her might, "Radiant Sanctuary, drive back the darkness." Ashishier struck again before Aquas could even finish her incantation. In a flash, she shot upward, seized Aquas by the head, and snarled, "Enough. I do not want to hear another holy verse out of your mouth." With those words, she hurled Aquas's body to the ground, drawing a cry of pain as the earth beneath her shattered into fragments. Aquas writhed, struggling to break free, but escape was impossible. Ashethiar's other hand summoned a black spear, its aura drenched in malice, poised to deliver the finishing blow. Feeling the imminent danger, Aquas forced her arm clutching the shield to move. Just as the spear shot forward, she thrust the shield up, barely intercepting the fatal strike. The impact shook the air itself, sending violent tremors rippling through the battlefield. Aquas strained desperately, her shield groaning under the crushing force. Cracks began to spread across its surface. Seeing this, Ashethiar's lips curled into a mocking, exhilarated smile. With a surge of power, she shattered the shield completely, blasting Aquas backward with a strangled cry of pain. With a snap of her fingers, Ashishier conjured dark tendrils that writhed around her body, then shot forward, lashing around Aquas like serpents and binding her tight. Outside the collapsing barrier, gasps erupted as the radiant shield that had been protecting the others fractured with alarming speed. Within seconds, it shattered to dust. The blonde youth staggered forward in horror, shouting, "Impossible, at this rate, we are all going to die." Ashishier only chuckled cruelly, her voice a blade dipped in mockery. "I will savor you lot as dessert, but first, I want to know what the Hound of God tastes like." Her tongue flicked out, her sharp fangs gleaming as she lowered her mouth toward Aquas's pale throat. But just before she could sink her teeth in, a hand clamped firmly down on her shoulder from behind. A calm voice rang out, "That is enough." The sudden intrusion froze Ashishier in place. She turned slightly, stunned, only to find Kettle standing there. His expression was cool, his words flat but resolute, "You have done enough." Aquas's eyes flew wide. "What?" she gasped, her thoughts racing in disbelief. "When did he even get here? How could I not sense his presence at all?" Her bewilderment barely had time to settle before Kettle, with effortless strength, flung Ashishier upward like she weighed nothing more than a rag doll. She spun through the air until her head pointed earthward, then crashed down with devastating force, the impact ripping the ground apart in a violent eruption. Handling the situation as though it were nothing, Kettle strode toward Aquas and extended a hand to her. "Are you all right?" he asked simply. Aquas, still stunned, gazed up at him, her mind spinning. That is him. The man who defeated Sword Saint Khan, a warrior of superhuman rank. But before the silence could settle, a guttural growl erupted from the side, low and furious, cutting through the air. Ashishier had already recovered from the brutal slam, her rage boiling over. "You arrogant wretch," she screamed. "How dare you interfere with my meal?" Kettle, arms crossed and voice calm, replied, "She is my friend. I can't let her die." His words only stoked her fury. Grinding her teeth, Ashishier hissed, "At first, I was going to keep you as a plaything." Kettle cut her off with a flat, unyielding tone. "But I have no interest in being your toy." That blunt rejection did not discourage her, instead, it seemed to delight her. Ashethiar's lips twisted into a wicked grin. "Oh, is that so?" She stretched out her hand, conjuring a jagged, sinister weapon that gleamed with killing intent. "Then you will die here today." The tension crackled between them until Aquas forced herself upright, her voice hoarse but commanding, "Stay back." She staggered, her body trembling, eyes locked on the demon before them. "You can't defeat a demon." But Kettle's calm voice interrupted her, warning. "You know I am pretty strong." Aquas shook her head fiercely, her voice trembling with both fear and conviction. "No. This is not about strength. Only divinity can banish demons from this world. No other force can accomplish that. This law was set from the beginning, when gods and demons first coexisted. And here this place it is demon territory. There is no room for luck. Only the gods can stand against demons." Kettle stroked his chin, pondering her words for a moment, then his gaze shifted back to her, a trace of concern in his eyes. "You do not look like you are in any shape to fight." Aquas's whole body shook, her breaths ragged, yet her voice rang steady, "I must. I serve the divine, and I will stand against evil." Her unwavering determination made Kettle pause. So this is the will of one who serves the gods, he thought. Stepping closer, he reached out, rested his hand gently on her head, and said softly, "Impressive. But this time, let me handle it." Before she could respond, he walked past her, striding directly toward Ashishier under her stunned gaze. His tone was steady, almost casual. "I have always wanted to fight a real demon." Ashishier sneered, her voice thick with derision. "You still do not get it. I told you you can't win against me." Kettle's lips curved into a confident smile. "Want to test that theory?" The unexpected challenge thrilled her. She licked her lips, her expression gleeful. "Ha, I can't wait to see your face twisted in agony." The words had barely left her mouth when her figure vanished, slipping through a rift in space. In the blink of an eye, she reappeared directly before Kettle, lunging with predatory speed and absolute confidence. From the sidelines, Aquas's eyes went wide. She screamed, helpless, "No." Ashethiar's grin widened, relishing the moment, certain she would crush him in a single strike. Kettle's hand, however, tightened into a fist. In her mind, she was already savoring her victory until reality shattered it. Kettle's fist drove forward, calm yet devastating, colliding with her face. It was not an explosive blow, but a simple, clean strike enough to obliterate her head, reducing it to fragments in an instant. On the outside, Aquas stood frozen in disbelief, her body rigid, her mind struggling to grasp what she had just witnessed. She thought to herself in disbelief, shattering a demon's head with a single punch. Does he think he is One Punch Man? A demon's skull reduced to fragments just by a bare-handed strike, how could that even be possible? Even Kettle himself seemed stunned by what he had just done. He stared down at his small hands, murmuring with a wry smile, "Not bad at all, huh?" Ashetiar's body crashed lifelessly onto the ground with a dull thud, but almost immediately, something happened that made Kettle's eyes widen in shock. A violent aura burst forth from her body, radiating an overwhelming surge of energy. Within seconds, her head obliterated just moments ago reformed completely, as if nothing had ever happened. Kettle's lips curled into a grin, his voice brimming with excitement. Well, even shattered to pieces, and you can still regenerate. Ashitiar, now glaring at him with raw fear in her eyes, demanded, "What in the world are you?" Caught off guard, Kettle stammered, I am just an ordinary barbarian." His clueless expression only enraged her further. Grinding her teeth, she spat, "Do not be ridiculous. What is this feeling? I can't sense an ounce of divinity from him. He is not using aura, nor is he wielding magic. Then what?" Her eyes narrowed, a killing light flashing within them. "There is only one way to know for sure." A spatial circle flared open behind Kettle, drawing his attention. Ashitiar lunged through it, scythe raised high. "Die, you bastard," she shrieked. Her current form was frustratingly human, but she would make do. Kettle, however, did not even flinch. As she closed in, his fist shot forward, piercing straight through her chest. Her scream ripped out, her eyes widening in shock, her lips frozen in a twisted grin. He yanked his hand free, flinging her body across the street. She slammed into the side of a nearby house with a sickening crash, coughing up a mouthful of blood before collapsing to her knees. Her thoughts spiraled in chaos. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Just a single punch, no aura, no magic, nothing but raw force. Kettle, meanwhile, was practically glowing with amusement. Instant regeneration, he mused aloud, his eyes locked onto hers. Their gazes clashed, sparking like flint and steel. Then his voice cut through the tension, brimming with curiosity. "So what is the principle behind it?" Before Ashitiar could even draw breath, Kettle stomped hard against the ground. The earth splintered beneath him as he propelled forward like a cannon shot, his speed explosive. Across from him, Ashetiar's face blanched with fear. Panicked, she summoned another weapon, but before she could even raise it, Kettle was already upon her. His fist drove into her cheek with bone-crushing force. Her jaw shattered, teeth scattering as if pulverized for porridge. The brutal downward strike sent her skull slamming into the ground once again, snuffing her life out a second time. Yet even as her body went limp, countless streams of demonic energy surged around her, weaving themselves back into her broken form. Kettle's eyes widened in awe, then lit with exhilaration. Within seconds, she was whole again, reborn through the abyssal energy that clung to her like a curse. Far from disheartened, the sight only fueled his excitement. He said, "So if the head is shattered, a brand new one just grows back. Right, if you are a demon, you would better have something like that going for you. So your weak spot is up there on your head, is it?" He finished, and the helplessness in Ashitiar made her tremble with fury. A murderous light flashed in her eyes. "Ridiculous," she thought. "You intend to face me with brute strength, or do you mean you won't even bother using your full power against me?" After a moment she spat. "Listen well. I am Ashitiar, demon of gravity. Do you really think simple strength is enough to stand against me?" Her words hit like water off a duck's back to Kettle. He did not understand a damn thing. He answered casually, "Meh. You do not look all that special." Those words landed like an ice-cold splash straight to her face. Ashitiar froze. She snapped, furious, "What? My pride as a demon is being insulted." Then she roared, You want to die," and lunged at him again. This time she summoned a warhammer and swung it straight at his face. The strike carried so much force her motion sent Kettle's hair streaming, but he simply reached out and blocked the blow with one calm hand. Ashetiar's expression stiffened even more. He nodded once, approvingly. "Not bad. You have got some skill. But you still won't win like that." The hammer trembled in her grip under his pressure. With a casual squeeze he crushed it into splinters, then followed up with another affectionate punch to her cheek. The result was the same as before, her head shattered into pieces. This is absurd, she thought. This time her regeneration was faster than the prior one. Furious, she raged inwardly, "I am the demon of gravity. If I go all out, I can concentrate the weight of a whole wall into this hammer. And you did not just block it with your bare hands, you shattered it. A lowly man-d like you, with no mystic mastery." She trembled with indignation. It could not be. She erupted with a massive surge of power that made the air itself quake. "Die, you man-d," she screamed, unleashing countless black streams of demonic energy toward him. Kettle remained unfazed, hands clenched. He threw another punch that tore through and dispelled the incoming assault with ease. His blow punched through the lingering energy and slammed toward where Ashitiar stood. The collision produced an enormous explosion of dust and smoke. From a distance, watching this brutal display, Aquas blinked in disbelief. What on earth am I seeing? Ashitiar, a demon of terrible power, who once could level kingdoms centuries ago, being pounded to pieces by plain, unadorned punches. This is insane. Her body reformed once more. Kettle approached and casually planted a boot on her face. So she does not die easily, he said. Which means you can't kill this demon with mere physical strength alone. Even after taking such a beating, Ashishier still wore a smug grin. This is the first time I have felt such pressure. He was strong, overwhelmingly so. She suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha, what the hell are you? Kettle only repeated his earlier words, calm as ever. I am just an ordinary barbarian. Ashishier snapped back, furious, do not spout nonsense. Her smile twisted. Still, I feel a little better now, but I want to try something. As soon as she spoke, countless streams of black energy erupted from the ground, shooting past Kettle and into the sky, all converging at a single point. Both he and Aquas looked up, wide-eyed. The earth cracked apart beneath them, stone rising into the air under a crushing pull. Above, a massive orb of magic swirled into existence, rotating with terrifying force. At its center hovered Ashishier, wings spread wide, radiating overwhelming pressure. Around her, dozens of spectral spears appeared. Fixing her gaze on him, she screamed, Barbarian, I will unleash my full strength upon you. The spears moved as if alive, spinning in the air before locking onto him and hurtling downward. In answer, Kettle drew his axe from his dimensional storage, resting it on his shoulder with a confident smile. The full strength of a demon, is it? Watching from below, Aquas broke into a cold sweat. This is too dangerous. You can't face a demon with brute force alone. Ashethiar's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Spears of ruin pierce and destroy. At her command, the sky rained spears, each one tearing through the air like lightning. Yet Kettle remained calm, unflinching. When the weapons came within inches of his body, he swung his axe again and again, batting every single spear aside with ease. It was like watching him play. Ashethiar's jaw dropped. What? What is this? This can't. She did not even have time to finish before Kettle shot forward, closing the distance in a blink. Sweat poured down her face as fear gripped her. Then, from outside the battlefield, Aquas shouted, Kamen, Chapter 3, Verse 58. Light that burns away all evil. At once, Kettle's black axe blazed with radiant light, glowing of brilliant gold. Startled, Kettle muttered, what is this? Is this the power of a god? From below, Aquas yelled, I have gathered enough divine energy, strike down the demon now. His eyes hardened, and he said coldly, I wanted to watch a little longer, but it seems I can't. You were fun, demon. With those words, he swung the axe in a single, devastating arc. The blow was so swift Ashishier could not dodge. Her eyes widened in disbelief. What is this? The radiant strike cleaved her body clean in two. Her scream tore through the air, full of despair and unwillingness. Have I truly lost? Her voice faded into a final, wretched cry as the demon was split apart. After she exhaled her final breath, her body slowly dissolved into the air, fading from this world. Kettle stepped forward and sat down, murmuring gently as if in farewell. Thank you. That was an enjoyable fight. Even in defeat, Ashishier managed a strained smile. Ha ha. What a pity to be forcefully banished back to hell like this. But it was not all in vain. I have confirmed that someone like you exists in this land. Her eyes glimmered as she asked, what is your name? He answered without hesitation, I am Kettle. Beside him, Aquas flinched in horror, shouting, do not say it, but it was already too late. The moment the words left his lips, Ashethiar's grin warped into pure madness. Ha ha ha, all denizens of hell, etch into your souls the name of the barbarian Kettle. Aquas's body trembled uncontrollably, her voice caught in her throat as dread washed over her. The summons rippled through the abyss, and countless demons received the call. Their voices echoed like a chorus of glee, ah, we inherit, we devour memory, we witness it. The one known as Kettle. A tide of demons materialized before him, so sudden that Kettle froze for a moment in surprise. Then they surged toward him like a raging flood, pouring into his body. Ashishier laughed with wild delight. Ha ha ha, barbarian, now you belong to us. One after another, the demons burrowed inside him. Kettle's consciousness was wrenched into a spiritual void, where he found himself surrounded by innumerable, hypnotic eyes staring at him. Yet strangely, their bewitchment had no effect. His mind was immune. The demons could not invade his thoughts. His hand lashed out instinctively, reaching to seize them, and terror flashed across their collective gaze. They tried to flee. Gradually, Kettle's awareness returned. His eyes opened slowly, and nothing had happened. He turned to Ashishier with a bewildered look. What the hell was that? It felt like something just passed through me. Ashethiar's smile faltered, anger rising in her chest. What? Impossible. The darkness should have flowed from him into me. Before she could utter a word, Kettle casually raised his foot and stomped down, sending her back to hell once more. The motion was so simple, so unhesitating, that Aquas's jaw dropped in disbelief. She stood frozen, mouth agape, as though witnessing a statue come to life. Kettle stretched out his arms, humming softly under his breath, a low tune after such a grueling battle. The darkness that had cloaked the land slowly lifted, revealing the clear blue sky it once had. Breathing in the crisp, restored air, Kettle smiled with satisfaction. Mission accomplished, huh? Time flowed like water as the scene shifted to the kingdom of Gahante, specifically the Barca territory. By now, word of the previous battle with Ashishier had spread everywhere. Extra, breaking news, a young boy shouted as he flung newspapers in every direction, with the townsfolk eagerly snatching them up to catch the latest updates. Naturally, as the lord of the territory, Lord Barca had received the news long before. After finishing the article, he slammed his fist on the table, his voice thundering with rage. A demon, after the lich Ashishier appeared. What in the world is happening? Why has such a calamity descended upon this small land? Then he collapsed into his chair, blankly staring ahead as confusion swirled in his mind. A monster whose name was etched even in ancient tomes, across from him, a soldier cautiously reminded the lord. The rumors are spreading like wildfire across the entire domain. A bead of sweat trickled down Barca's face as worry gnawed at him. He thought to himself, the only stroke of luck in this disaster is that the sun god's inquisitor managed to drive it away. With that thought, he lowered his tone and gave a grim order, we must think carefully about our next move. Elsewhere, Kettle was in the guest room of the white-haired priestess, Aquas. It looks like the entire territory is in turmoil, he remarked casually. Aquas, meanwhile, could only sympathize with Lord Barca's plight. Of course. This is not a small matter. The Lord must be racking his brain over it. She then rose to her feet, clearly preparing to leave. This piqued the curiosity of our protagonist, prompting him to caution her. Do not tell me you are planning to go right now. Should not you rest a bit before heading out? Aquas shook her head, her snowy hair swaying with emotion. I can't. I am not allowed to delay. I have to report this to the Holy Land as soon as possible. Hearing this, the large-framed man did not bother to stop her. If that is what you want, then I won't stand in your way. Before leaving, Aquas hesitated for a moment, her expression softening as she spoke with genuine gratitude. Kettle. Thank you for saving my life. If not for you, I would have ended up as a plaything for that demon. Her voice overflowed with sincerity, but Kettle waved it off, unfazed. No need to thank me. I just saved a friend, that is all. Oh, right, we are friends now, are not we? He said with a sheepish smile, scratching his cheek awkwardly. Aquas, for her part, found herself momentarily unsettled by the idea of a barbarian and a servant of the gods being friends. After a brief silence to collect herself, she finally asked, I am the sun god's inquisitor. And even so, you still want to be friends with me? Kettle answered without hesitation. Is there any reason I should not? The unexpected reply made Aquas's eyes light up. Ah no, but... She began, only to be cut off by Kettle's easygoing voice. Then it is not a problem, right? Aquas fell silent again, but soon a small smile curved her lips. She nodded. You are right. Setting that aside, the protagonist suddenly recalled something and asked, by the way, there is something else I want to know. Is it true that we are not supposed to tell demons our names? At the mention of that, the white-haired priestess's expression grew more serious, and she carefully explained, that is because the demonic brand uses one's name to carve a dark mark onto a person's soul. Through that mark, they can summon wicked spirits. Anyone branded becomes like a scent trail, radiating an odor that draws malicious beings. According to ancient tradition, those who bear the mark must undergo baptism to be saved, otherwise the dark forces will hunt them down and destroy them. Across from her, the big man's face slackened as if struck dumb. Pointing to himself, he asked, wait, so does that mean I have already been branded? Fortunately for him, Aquas quickly shook her head. No, it is not like that. You have not been marked, Kettle. However, your name might already be known to certain entities in the underworld. But even so, there is no need to panic. Without the brand, they can't locate you. They may know your identity, but they can't track you down unless they meet you face to face. Aside from that, there is nothing to worry about. Her voice softened as she reassured him. Though Kettle admitted to being wary of those pesky demons, he could not help but be surprised by their strange abilities. So that is how it is. Remarkable. I did not think you could deal with them using nothing but physical strength. To clarify, Aquas began to explain what she knew. That is the very nature of demons. Long ago, the supreme gods created mankind. Humans were foolish, frail, driven only by instinct, but the gods did not interfere in the human world. Because of this, beings from beyond grew fascinated with mankind. They crossed dimensions and slaughtered humans mercilessly. In the end, the gods could not tolerate it any longer. They descended into the human world, sided with mankind, named those beings demons, and drove them out. From then on, humans built temples to honor the gods who had saved them, thriving under divine guidance. But as time passed, for reasons unknown, demons began to reappear and interfere in the human realm. So the gods chose the faithful, bestowed them with power, and charged them to continue the fight. Demons are creatures that can only be destroyed by divine force. At this, Kettle's thick skull finally started to piece things together. I see. They do not belong to this world, so they can't be destroyed by ordinary means. Aquas nodded in agreement, adding, exactly. They were never beings of this world to begin with. Kettle furrowed his brows, muttering, I get it now. If those things showed up often, it really would be a nightmare. Hearing that, the white-haired priestess shook her head lightly. Demons with names do not just appear so easily. It seems the demon realm supposed to be sealed away is exerting its influence once more. The cycle of dungeon birth has become irregular, and more dark entities are emerging into the human world. Everything began about a year ago. Her voice was heavy with foreboding. Even Kettle, upon hearing it, felt as though lightning had struck his skull. He thought to himself, a year ago, if it was a year ago. Was not I on assignment in the frozen lands at that time? Setting that matter aside, Aquas clearly wanted to put an end to the discussion about demons. We have talked long enough. Thank you, Kettle, but I must be on my way. If you ever have the chance, come visit us, we would be more than happy to welcome you. Seeing her resolve, Kettle did not try to drag the conversation on. He simply nodded. I would like that too. Not long after, the carriage escorting Aquas departed swiftly for the holy temple. Yet even as she sat within, the weight of that named demon lingered heavily in her mind. Her body had not yet fully recovered, but there was no room for hesitation. This was something that needed to be reported to the temple without delay. All throughout the journey, however, one question gnawed at her thoughts. Why has the sun god never delivered an oracle concerning that barbarian? The more she pondered it, the darker her expression became.